Chapter 1 of the Rainbow Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. Red Lake. Shefford halted his tired horse and gazed with slowly realizing eyes. A league-long slope of sage rolled and billowed down to Red Lake, a dry red basin, denuded and glistening, a hollow in the desert, a lonely and desolate door to the vast wild and broken upland beyond. All day Shefford had plodded onward with the clear horizon line a thing unattainable, and for days before he had ridden the wild bare flats and climbed the rocky desert benches. The great colored reaches and steps had led endlessly onward and upward through dim and deceiving distance. 100 miles of desert travel, with its mistakes and lessons and intimations, had not prepared him for what he now saw. He beheld what seemed a world that knew only magnitude. Wonder and awe fixed his gaze, and thought remained aloof. Then that dark and unknown northland flung a menace at him. An irresistible call had drawn him to this seamed and peaked border of Arizona, this broken battlement wilderness of Utah upland, and at first sight they had frowned upon him, as if to warn him not to search for what lay hidden beyond the ranges. But Shefford thrilled with both fear and exultation. This was the country which had been described to him. Far across the Red Valley, far beyond the ragged line of black mesa and yellow range, lay the wild cañon with its haunting secret. Red Lake must be his Rubicon. Either he must enter the unknown to seek, to strive, to find, or turn back and fail, and never know, and be always haunted. A friend's strange story had prompted his singular journey. A beautiful rainbow with its mystery and promise had decided him. Once in his life he had answered a wild call to the kingdom of adventure within him, and once in his life he had been happy. But here in the horizon-wide face of that upflung and cloven desert he grew cold. He faltered even while he felt more fatally drawn. As if impelled, Shefford started his horse down the sandy trail, but he checked his former far-reaching gaze. It was the month of April, and the waning sun lost heat and brightness. Long shadows crept down the slope ahead of him, and the scant sage deepened its gray. He watched the lizards shoot like brown streaks across the sand, leaving their slender tracks. He heard the rustle of pack rats as they darted into their brushy homes. The whir of a low-sailing hawk startled his horse. Like ocean waves, the slope rose and fell, its hollows choked with sand, its ridge-tops showing scantier growth of sage and grass and weed. The last ridge was a sand dune, beautifully ribbed and scalloped and lined by the wind, and from its knife-sharp crest a thin, wavering sheet of sand blew, almost like smoke. Shefford wondered why the sand looked red at a distance, for here it seemed almost white. It rippled everywhere, clean and glistening, always leading down. Suddenly Shefford became aware of a house looming out of the barrenness of the slope. It dominated that long white incline. Grim, lonely, forbidding, how strangely it harmonized with the surroundings. The structure was octagon-shaped, built of uncut stone, and resembled a fort. There was no door on the sides exposed to Shefford's gaze, but small apertures 2/3 of the way up probably served as windows and portholes. The roof appeared to be made of poles covered with red earth. Like a huge cold rock on a wide plain, this house stood there on the windy slope. It was the outpost of the trader Presbrey, of whom Shefford had heard at Flagstaff and Tuba. No living thing appeared in the limit of Shefford's vision. He gazed shudderingly at the unwelcoming habitation, and at the dark eye-like windows, at the sweep of barren slope merging into the vast red valley, at the bold, bleak bluffs. Could anyone live here? The nature of that sinister valley forbade a home there, and the spirit of the place hovered in the silence and space. Shefford thought irresistibly of how his enemies would have consigned him to just such a hell. He thought bitterly and mockingly of the narrow congregation that had proved him a failure in the ministry, that had repudiated his ideas of religion and immortality and God, that had driven him at the age of 24 from the calling forced upon him by his people. As a boy, he had yearned to make himself an artist. His family had made him a clergyman. Fate had made him a failure only so far in his life. Something urged him to add, for in the lonely days and silent nights of the desert he had experienced the strange birth of hope. Adventure had called him, but it was a vague and spiritual hope, a dream of promise, a nameless attainment that fortified his wilder impulse. As he rode around the corner of the stone house, his horse snorted and stopped. A lean, shaggy pony jumped at the sight of him, almost displacing a red, long-haired blanket that covered an Indian saddle. Quick thuds of hoofs in sand drew Shefford's attention to a corral made of peeled poles, and here he saw another pony. Shefford heard subdued voices. He dismounted and walked to an open door. In the dark interior he dimly descried a high counter, a stairway, a pile of bags of flour, blankets, and silver-ornamented objects. But the persons he had heard were not in that part of the house. Around another corner of the octagon-shaped wall he found another open door, and through it saw goatskins and a mound of dirty sheep wool, black and brown and white. It was light in this part of the building. When he crossed the threshold, he was astounded to see a man struggling with a girl, an Indian girl. She was straining back from him, panting and uttering low guttural sounds. The man's face was corded and dark with passion. The scene affected Shefford strangely. Primitive emotions were new to him. Before Shefford could speak, the girl broke loose and turned to flee. She was an Indian, and this place was the uncivilized desert, but Shefford knew terror when he saw it. Like a dog, the man rushed after her. It was instinct that made Shefford strike, and his blow laid the man flat. He lay stunned a moment, then raised himself to a sitting posture, his hand to his face, and the gaze he fixed upon Shefford seemed to combine astonishment and rage. "I hope you're not Presby," said Shefford slowly. He felt awkward, not sure of himself. The man appeared about to burst into speech, but repressed it. There was blood on his mouth and his hand. Hastily he scrambled to his feet. Shefford saw this man's amaze and rage change to shame. He was tall and rather stout. He had a smooth, tanned face, soft of outline, with a weak chin. His eyes were dark. The look of him in his corduroys and his soft shoes gave Shefford an impression that he was not a man who worked hard. By contrast with the few other worn and rugged desert men Shefford had met, this stranger stood out strikingly. He stooped to pick up a soft felt hat, and, jamming it on his head, he hurried out. Shefford followed him and watched him from the door. He went directly to the corral, mounted the pony, and rode out, to turn down the slope toward the south. When he reached the level of the basin, where evidently the sand was hard, he put the pony to a lope and gradually drew away. "Well," ejaculated Shefford. He did not know what to make of this adventure. Presently he became aware that the Indian girl was sitting on a roll of blankets near the wall. With curious interest Shefford studied her appearance. She had long, raven black hair, tangled and disheveled. She wore a soiled white band of cord above her brow. The color of her face struck him. It was dark, but not red nor bronzed. It almost had a tinge of gold. Her profile was clear-cut, bold, almost stern. Long black eyelashes hid her eyes. She wore a tight-fitting waist garment of material resembling velveteen. It was ripped along her side, exposing a skin still more richly gold than that of her face. A string of silver ornaments and turquoise and white beads encircled her neck, and it moved gently up and down with the heaving of her full bosom. Her skirt was some gaudy print goods, torn and stained and dusty. She had little feet, encased in brown moccasins, fitting like gloves and buttoning over the ankles with silver coins. "Who was that man? Did he hurt you?" inquired Shefford, turning to gaze down the valley where a moving black object showed on the bare sand. "No savvy," replied the Indian girl. "Where's the trader Presbrey?" asked Shefford. She pointed straight down into the red valley. "Toh," she said. In the center of the basin lay a small pool of water, shining brightly in the sunset glow. Small objects moved around it, so small that Shefford thought he saw several dogs led by a child. But it was the distance that deceived him. There was a man down there, watering his horses. That reminded Shefford of a duty owing to his own tired and thirsty beast. Whereupon he untied his pack, took off the saddle, and was about ready to start down when the Indian girl grasped the bridle from his hand. "Me go," she said. He saw her eyes then, and they made her look different. They were as black as her hair. He was puzzled to decide whether or not he thought her handsome. "Thanks, but I'll go," he replied, and taking the bridle again, he started down the slope. At every step he sank into the deep, soft sand. Down a little way he came upon a pile of tin cans. They were everywhere, buried, half buried, and lying loose, and these gave evidence of how the trader lived. Presently Shefford discovered that the Indian girl was following him with her own pony. Looking upward at her against the light, he thought her slender, lithe, picturesque. At a distance he liked her. He plodded on, at length, glad to get out of the drifts of sand to the hard, level floor of the valley. This, too, was sand, but dried and baked hard and red in color. At some season of the year this immense flat must be covered with water. How wide it was and empty! Shefford experienced again a feeling that had been novel to him, and it was that he was loose, free, unanchored, ready to veer with the wind. From the foot of the slope the water hole had appeared to be a few hundred rods out in the valley, but the small size of the figures made Shefford doubt, and he had to travel many times a few hundred rods before those figures began to grow. Then Shefford made out that they were approaching him. Thereafter they rapidly increased to normal proportions of man and beast. When Shefford met them he saw a powerful, heavily built young man leading two ponies. "You're Mr. Presbrey, the trader?" inquired Shefford. "Yes, I'm Presbrey, without the mister," he replied. "My name's Shefford. I'm knocking about on the desert. Rode from beyond Tuba today." "Glad to see you," said Presbrey. He offered his hand. He was a stalwart man, clad in gray shirt, overalls, and boots. A shock of tumbled light hair covered his massive head. He was tanned, but not darkly, and there was red in his cheeks. Under his shaggy eyebrows were deep, keen eyes. His lips were hard and set, as if occasion for smile or words was rare, and his big, strong jaw seemed locked. "Wish more travelers came knocking around Red Lake," he added. "Reckon here's the jumping off place." "It's pretty lonesome," said Shefford, hesitating as if at a loss for words. Then the Indian girl came up. Presbrey addressed her in her own language, which Shefford did not understand. She seemed shy and would not answer. She stood with downcast face and eyes. Presbrey spoke again, at which she pointed down the valley and then moved on with her pony toward the water hole. Presbrey's keen eyes fixed on the receding black dot far down that oval expanse. "That fellow left rather abruptly," said Shefford constrainedly. "Who was he?" "His name's Willetts. He's a missionary. He rode in today with this Navajo girl. He was taking her to Blue Cañon, where he lives and teaches the Indians. I've met him only a few times. You see, not many white men ride in here. He's the first white man I've seen in 6 months, and you're the second. Both the same day. Red Lake's getting popular. It's queer, though, his leaving. He expected to stay all night. There's no other place to stay. Blue Cañon is 50 miles away. I'm sorry to say. No, I'm not sorry either. But I must tell you I was the cause of Mr. Willetts leaving, replied Shefford. How so? Inquired the other. Then Shefford related the incident following his arrival. Perhaps my action was hasty, he concluded apologetically. I didn't think. Indeed, I'm surprised at myself. Presbrey made no comment, and his face was as hard to read as one of the distant bluffs. But what did that man mean? Asked Shefford, conscious of a little heat. I'm a stranger out here. I'm ignorant of Indians, how they're controlled. Still, I'm no fool. If Willetts didn't mean evil, at least he was brutal. He was teaching her religion, replied Presbrey. His tone held faint scorn and implied a joke, but his face did not change in the slightest. Without understanding just why, Shefford felt his conviction justified and his action approved. Then he was sensible of a slight shock of wonder and disgust. I was a minister of the gospel, he said to Presbrey. What you hint seems impossible. I can't believe it. I didn't hint, replied Presbrey bluntly, and it was evident that he was a sincere but closed-mouthed man. Shefford, so you're a preacher. Did you come out here to try to convert the Indians? No, I said I was a minister. I am no longer. I'm just a wanderer. I see. Well, the desert's no place for missionaries, but it's good for wanderers. Go water your horse and take him up to the corral. You'll find some hay for him. I'll get grub ready. Shefford went on with his horse to the pool. The water appeared thick, green, murky, and there was a line of salty crust extending around the margin of the pool. The thirsty horse splashed in and eagerly bent his head, but he did not like the taste. Many times he refused to drink, yet always lowered his nose again. Finally he drank, though not his fill. Shefford saw the Indian girl drink from her hand. He scooped up a handful and found it too sour to swallow. When he turned to retrace his steps, she mounted her pony and followed him. A golden flare lit up the western sky, and silhouetted dark and lonely against it stood the trading post. Upon his return, Shefford found the wind rising, and it chilled him. When he reached the slope, thin gray sheets of sand were blowing low, rising, whipping, falling, sweeping along with soft silken rustle. Sometime the gray veils hid his boots. It was a long, toilsome climb up that yielding, dragging ascent, and he had already been lame and tired. By the time he had put his horse away, twilight was everywhere except in the west. The Indian girl left her pony in the corral and came like a shadow toward the house. Shefford had difficulty in finding the foot of the stairway. He climbed to enter a large loft, lighted by 2 lamps. Presbrey was there, kneading biscuit dough in a pan. "Make yourself comfortable," he said. The huge loft was the shape of a half octagon. A door opened upon the valley side, and here, too, there were windows. How attractive the place was in comparison with the impressions gained from the outside. The furnishings consisted of Indian blankets on the floor, 2 beds, a desk and table, several chairs, and a couch, a gun rack full of rifles, innumerable silver ornamented belts, bridles, and other Indian articles upon the walls, and in one corner a wood-burning stove with tea kettle steaming, and a great cupboard with shelves packed full of canned food. Shefford leaned in the doorway and looked out. Beneath him, on a roll of blankets, sat the Indian girl, silent and motionless. He wondered what was in her mind, what she would do, how the trader would treat her. The slope now was a long slant of sheeted, moving shadows of sand. Dusk had gathered in the valley. The bluffs loomed beyond. A pale star twinkled above. Shefford suddenly became aware of the intense nature of the stillness about him. Yet as he listened to this silence he heard an intermittent and immeasurably low moan, a fitful, mournful murmur. Assuredly it was only the wind. Nevertheless, it made his blood run cold. It was a different wind from that which had made music under the eaves of his Illinois home. This was a lonely, haunting wind, with desert hunger in it, and more which he could not name. Shefford listened to this spirit-brooding sound while he watched night envelop the valley. How black, how thick the mantle! Yet it brought no comforting sense of close folded protection, of walls of soft sleep, of a home. Instead, there was a feeling of space, of emptiness, of an infinite hall down which a mournful wind swept streams of murmuring sand. "Well, grub's about ready," said Presbrey. "Got any water?" asked Shefford. "Sure, there in the bucket. It's rainwater. I have a tank here." Shefford's sore and blistered face felt better after he had washed off the sand and alkali dust. "Better not wash your face often while you're in the desert. Bad plan," went on Presbrey, noting how gingerly his visitor had gone about his ablutions. "Well, come and eat." Shefford marked that if the trader did live a lonely life, he fared well. There was more on the table than twice two men could have eaten. It was the first time in 4 days that Shefford had sat at a table, and he made up for lost opportunity. His host's actions indicated pleasure, yet the strange, hard face never relaxed, never changed. When the meal was finished, Presbrey declined assistance. He had a generous thought of the Indian girl, who he said could have a place to eat and sleep downstairs, and then, with the skill and dispatch of an accomplished housewife, cleared the table, after which work he filled a pipe and evidently prepared to listen. It took only one question for Shefford to find that the trader was starved for news of the outside world, and for an hour Shefford fed that appetite, even as he had been done by. But when he had talked himself out, there seemed indication of Presbrey being more than a good listener. "How'd you come in?" he asked presently. "By Flagstaff, across the Little Colorado, and through Moencopie." "Did you stop at Moen Ave?" "No. What place is that?" "A missionary lives there. Did you stop at Tuba?" "Only long enough to drink and water my horse. That was a wonderful spring for the desert." "You said you were a wanderer. Do you want a job? I'll give you one." "No, thank you, Presbrey." "I saw your pack. That's no pack to travel with in this country. Your horse won't last, either. Have you any money?" "Yes, plenty of money." "Well, that's good. Not that a white man out here would ever take a dollar from you. But you can buy from the Indians as you go. Where are you making for, anyhow?" Shefford hesitated, debating in mind whether to tell his purpose or not. His host did not press the question. "I see. Just footloose and wandering around," went on Presbrey. "I can understand how the desert appeals to you. Preachers lead easy, safe, crowded, bound lives. They're shut up in a church with a Bible and good people. When once in a lifetime they get loose, they break out." "Yes, I've broken out beyond all bounds," replied Shefford sadly. He seemed retrospective for a moment, unaware of the trader's keen and sympathetic glance, and then he caught himself. "I want to see some wild life. Do you know the country north of here?" "Only what the Navajos tell me, and they're not much to talk. There's a trail goes north, but I've never traveled it. It's a new trail every time an Indian goes that way, for here the sand blows and covers old tracks. But few Navajos ride in from the north. My trade is mostly with Indians up and down the valley." "How about water and grass?" We've had rain and snow. There's sure to be water. Can't say about grass, though the sheep and ponies from the north are always fat. But say, Shefford, if you'll excuse me for advising you, don't go north." "Why?" asked Shefford, and it was certain that he thrilled. "It's unknown country, terribly broken, as you can see from here, and there are bad Indians biding in the cañon. I've never met a man who had been over the pass between here and Kayenta. The trip's been made, so there must be a trail. But it's a dangerous trip for any man, let alone a tenderfoot. You're not even packing a gun." "What is this place, Kayenta?" asked Shefford. "It's a spring. Kayenta means bottomless spring. There's a little trading post, the last and the wildest in northern Arizona. Withers, the trader who keeps it, hauls his supplies in from Colorado and New Mexico. He's never come down this way. I never saw him, know nothing of him, except hearsay. Reckon he's a nervy and strong man to hold that post. If you want to go there, better go by way of Keams Cañon, and then around the foot of Black Mesa. It'll be a long ride, maybe 200 miles." "How far straight north over the pass?" "Can't say. Upward of 75 miles over rough trails, if there are trails at all. I've heard rumors of a fine tribe of Navajos living in there, rich in sheep and horses. It may be true and it may not. But I do know there are bad Indians, half-breeds and outcasts, hiding in there. Some of them have visited me here. Bad customers. More than that, you'll be going close to the Utah line, and the Mormons over there are unfriendly these days." "Why?" queried Shefford, again with that curious thrill. "They are being persecuted by the government." Shefford asked no more questions, and his host vouchsafed no more information on that score. The conversation lagged. Then Shefford inquired about the Indian girl, and learned that she lived up the valley somewhere. Presbrey had never seen her before Willetts came with her to Red Lake, and his query brought out the fact that Presbrey was comparatively new to Red Lake and vicinity. Shefford wondered why a lonely 6 months there had not made the trader old in experience. Probably the desert did not really give up its secrets. Moreover, this Red Lake house was only an occasionally used branch of Presbrey's main trading post, which was situated at Willow Springs, 50 miles westward over the mesa. "I'm closing up here soon for a spell," said Presbrey, and now his face lost its set hardness and seemed singularly changed. It was a difference of light and softness. "Won't be so lonesome over at Willow Springs. I'm being married soon." "That's fine," replied Shefford warmly. He was glad for the sake of this lonely desert man. What good a wife would bring into a trader's life. Presbrey's naive omission, however, appeared to detach him from his present surroundings, and with his massive head enveloped by a cloud of smoke, he lived in dreams. Shefford respected his host's serene abstraction. Indeed, he was grateful for silence. Not for many nights had the past impinged so closely upon the present. The wound in his soul had not healed, and to speak of himself made it bleed anew. Memory was too poignant. The past was too close. He wanted to forget until he had toiled in the heart of this forbidding wilderness, until time had gone by and he dared to face his unquiet soul. Then he listened to the steadily rising roar of the wind. How strange and hollow! The wind was freighted with heavy sand, and he heard it sweep, sweep, sweep by in gusts, and then blow with dull, steady blasts against the walls. The sound was provocative of thought. The moan and rush of wind was no dream. This presence of his in a night enshrouded and sand besieged house of the lonely desert was reality. This adventure was not one of fancy. True indeed, then, must be the wild, strange story that had led him hither. He was going on to seek, to strive, to find. Somewhere northward in the broken fastness lay a hidden valley, walled in from the world. Would they be there, those lost fugitives whose story had thrilled him? After 12 years would she be alive, a child grown to womanhood in the solitude of a beautiful cañon? Incredible! Yet he believed his friend's story, and he indeed knew how strange and tragic life was. He fancied he heard her voice on the sweeping wind. She called to him, haunted him. He admitted the improbability of her existence, but lost nothing of the persistent, intangible hope that drove him. He believed himself a man stricken in soul, unworthy through doubt of God, to minister to the people who had banished him, perhaps a labor of Hercules. A mighty and perilous work of rescue, the saving of this lost and imprisoned girl, would help him in his trouble. She might be his salvation. Who could tell? Always as a boy and as a man he had fared forth to find the treasure at the foot of the rainbow. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sagi. Next morning the Indian girl was gone, and the tracks of her pony led north. Shefford's first thought was to wonder if he would overtake her on the trail, and this surprised him with the proof of how unconsciously his resolve to go on had formed. Presbrey made no further attempt to turn Shefford back, but he insisted on replenishing the pack, and that Shefford take weapons. Finally, Shefford was persuaded to accept a revolver. The trader bade him good-bye and stood in the door while Shefford led his horse down the slope toward the water-hole. Perhaps the trader believed he was watching the departure of a man who would never return. He was still standing at the door of the post when Shefford halted at the pool. Upon the level floor of the valley lay thin patches of snow which had fallen during the night. The air was biting cold, yet stimulated Shefford while it stung him. His horse drank rather slowly and disgustedly. Then Shefford mounted and reluctantly turned his back upon the trading post. As he rode away from the pool, he saw a large flock of sheep approaching. They were very closely, even densely packed, in a solid, slow-moving mass, and coming with a precision almost like a march. This fact surprised Shefford, for there was not an Indian in sight. Presently he saw that a dog was leading the flock, and a little later he discovered another dog in the rear of the sheep. They were splendid, long-haired dogs of a wild-looking shepherd breed. He halted his horse to watch the procession pass by. The flock covered fully an acre of ground, and the sheep were black, white, and brown. They passed him, making a little pattering roar on the hard-caked sand. The dogs were taking the sheep into water. Shefford went on and was drawing close to the other side of the basin, where the flat red level was broken by rising dunes and ridges, when he espied a bunch of ponies. A shrill whistle told him that they had seen him. They were wild, shaggy, with long manes and tails. They stopped, threw up their heads, and watched him. Shefford certainly returned the attention. There was no Indian with them. Presently, with a snort, the leader, which appeared to be a stallion, trotted behind the others, seemed to be driving them, and went clear round the band to get in the lead again. He was taking them into water, the same as the dogs had taken the sheep. These incidents were new and pleasing to Shefford. How ignorant he had been of life in the wilderness! Once more he received subtle intimations of what he might learn out in the open, and it was with less weighted heart that he faced the gateway between the huge yellow bluffs on his left and the slow rise of ground to the black mesa on his right. He looked back in time to see the trading post, bleak and lonely on the bare slope, pass out of sight behind the bluffs. Shefford felt no fear. He really had little experience of physical fear, but it was certain that he gritted his teeth and welcomed whatever was to come to him. He had lived a narrow, insulated life with his mind on spiritual things, his family and his congregation and his friends, except that one new friend whose story had enthralled him, were people of quiet religious habit. The man deep down in him had never had a chance. He breathed hard as he tried to imagine the world opening to him, and almost dared to be glad for the doubt that had sent him adrift. The tracks of the Indian girl's pony were plain in the sand. Also, there were other tracks, not so plain, and these Shefford decided had been made by Willetts and the girl the day before. He climbed a ridge, half soft sand and half hard, and saw right before him, rising in striking form, two great yellow buttes like elephant legs. He rode between them, amazed at their height. Then before him stretched a slowly ascending valley, walled on one side by the black mesa and on the other by low bluffs. For miles a dark green growth of greasewood covered the valley, and Shefford could see where the green thinned and failed to give place to sand. He trotted his horse and made good time on this stretch. The day contrasted greatly with any he had yet experienced. Gray clouds obscured the walls of rock a few miles to the west, and Shefford saw squalls of snow like huge veils dropping down and spreading out. The wind cut with the keenness of a knife. Soon he was chilled to the bone. A squall swooped and roared down upon him, and the wind that bore the driving white pellets of snow, almost like hail, was so freezing bitter cold that the former wind seemed warm in comparison. The squall passed as swiftly as it had come, and it left Shefford so benumbed that he could not hold the bridle. He tumbled off his horse and walked. By and by the sun came out and soon warmed him and melted the thin layer of snow on the sand. He was still on the trail of the Indian girl, but hers were now the only tracks he could see. All morning he gradually climbed, with limited view, until at last he mounted to a point where the country lay open to his sight on all sides except where the endless black mesa ranged on into the north. A rugged yellow peak dominated the landscape to the fore, but it was far away. Red and jagged country extended westward to a huge flat-topped wall of gray rock. Lowering swift clouds swept across the sky like drooping mantles and darkened the sun. Shefford built a little fire out of dead greasewood sticks, and with his blanket round his shoulders he hung over the blaze, scorching his clothes and hands. He had been cold before in his life, but he had never before appreciated fire. This desert blast pierced him. The squall enveloped him, thicker and colder and windier than the other. But being better fortified, he did not suffer so much. It howled away, hiding the mesa and leaving a white desert behind. Shefford walked on, leading his horse, until the exercise in the sun had once more warmed him. This last squall had rendered the Indian girl's trail difficult to follow. The snow did not quickly melt, and besides, sheep tracks and the tracks of horses gave him trouble, until at last he was compelled to admit that he could not follow her any longer. A faint path or trail led north, however, and following that, he soon forgot the girl. Every surmounted ridge held a surprise for him. The desert seemed never to change in the vast whole that encompassed him, yet near him it was always changing. From Red Lake he had seen a peaked, walled, and canyoned country, as rough as a stormy sea. But when he rode into that country, the sharp and broken features held to the distance. He was glad to get out of the sand. Long, narrow flats, gray with grass and dotted with patches of greasewood, and lined by low, bare ridges of yellow rock, stretched away from him. leading toward the yellow peak that seemed never to be gained upon. Shefford had pictures in his mind, pictures of stone walls and wild valleys and domed buttes, all of which had been painted in colorful and vivid words by his friend Venters. He believed he would recognize the distinctive and remarkable landmarks Venters had portrayed, and yet he was certain that he had not yet come upon one of them. This was his second lonely day of travel, and he had grown more and more susceptible to the influence of horizon and the different prominent points. He attributed a gradual change in his feelings to the loneliness and the increasing wildness. Between Tuba and Flagstaff he had met Indians and an occasional prospector and teamster. Here he was alone, and though he felt some strange gladness, he could not help but see the difference. He rode on during the gray, lowering, chilly day, and toward evening the clouds broke in the west, and a setting sun shone through the rift, burnishing the desert to red and gold. Shefford's instinctive but deadened love of the beautiful in nature stirred into life, and the moment of its rebirth was a melancholy and sweet one. Too late for the artist's work, but not too late for his soul. For a place to make camp he halted near a low area of rock that lay like an island in a sea of grass. There was an abundance of dead greasewood for a campfire, and after searching over the rock he found little pools of melted snow in the depressions. He took off the saddle and pack, watered his horse, and hobbling him as well as his inexperience permitted, he turned him loose on the grass. Then, while he built a fire and prepared a meal, the night came down upon him. In the lee of the rock he was well sheltered from the wind, but the air was bitter cold. He gathered all the dead greasewood in the vicinity, replenished the fire, and rolled in his blanket back to the blaze. The loneliness and the coyotes did not bother him this night. He was too tired and cold. He went to sleep at once, and did not awaken until the fire died out. Then he rebuilt it and went to sleep again. Every half hour all night long he repeated this, and was glad indeed when the dawn broke. The day began with misfortune. His horse was gone. It had been stolen, or had worked out of sight, or had broken the hobbles and made off. From a high stone ridge Shefford searched the grassy flats and slopes, all to no purpose. Then he tried to track the horse, but this was equally futile. He had expected disasters, and the first one did not daunt him. He tied most of his pack in the blanket, threw the canteen across his shoulder, and set forth, sure at least of one thing, that he was a very much better traveler on foot than on horseback. Walking did not afford him the leisure to study the surrounding country. However, from time to time, when he surmounted a bench, he scanned the different landmarks that had grown familiar. It took hours of steady walking to reach and pass the yellow peak that had been kind of a goal. He saw many sheep trails and horse tracks in the vicinity of this mountain, and once he was sure he espied an Indian watching him from a bold ridge top. The day was bright and warm, with air so clear it magnified objects he knew to be far away. The ascent was gradual. There were many narrow flats connected by steps, and the grass grew thicker and longer. At noon Shefford halted under the first cedar tree, a lonely, dwarfed shrub that seemed to have had a hard life. From this point the rise of ground was more perceptible, and straggling cedars led the eye on to a purple slope that merged in the green of pinyon and pine. Could that purple be the sage Venters had so feelingly described, or was it merely the purple of deceiving distance? Whatever it might be, it gave Shefford a thrill and made him think of the strange, shy, and lovely woman Venters had won out here in this purple sage country. He calculated that he had ridden 30 miles the day before and had already traveled 10 miles today. Therefore, could hope to be in the pass before night. Shefford resumed his journey with too much energy and enthusiasm to think of being tired. And he discovered presently that the straggling cedars and the slope beyond were much closer than he had judged them to be. He reached the sage to find it gray instead of purple. Yet it was always purple a little way ahead, and if he half shut his eyes, it was purple near at hand. He was surprised to find that he could not breathe freely, or it seemed so, and soon made the discovery that the sweet, pungent, penetrating fragrance of sage and cedar had this strange effect upon him. This was an exceedingly dry and odorous forest, where every open space between the clumps of cedars was choked with luxuriant sage. The pinyons were higher up on the mesa, and the pines still higher. Shefford appeared to lose himself. There were no trails. The black mesa on the right and the wall of stone on the left could not be seen. But he pushed on with what was either singular confidence or rash impulse, and he did not know whether that slope was long or short. Once at the summit, he saw with surprise that it broke abruptly, and the descent was very steep and short on that side. Through the trees he once more saw the black mesa, rising to the dignity of a mountain, and he had glimpses of another flat, narrow valley, this time with a red wall running parallel with the mesa. He could not help but hurry down to get an unobstructed view. His eagerness was rewarded by a splendid scene, yet to his regret he could not force himself to believe it had any relation to the pictured scenes in his mind. The valley was half a mile wide, perhaps several miles long, and it extended in a curve between the cedar-sloped mesa and a looming wall of red stone. There was not a bird or a beast in sight. He found a well-defined trail, but it had not been recently used. He passed a low structure made of peeled logs and mud, with a dark opening like a door. It did not take him many minutes to learn that the valley was longer than he had calculated. He walked swiftly and steadily, in spite of the fact that the pack had become burdensome. What lay beyond the jutting corner of the mesa had increasing fascination for him and acted as a spur. At last he turned the corner, only to be disappointed at sight of another cedar slope. He had a glimpse of a single black shaft of rock rising far in the distance, and it disappeared as his striding forward made the crest of the slope rise toward the sky. Again his view became restricted, and he lost the sense of a slow and gradual uplift of rock and an increase in the scale of proportion. Halfway up this ascent he was compelled to rest, and again the sun was slanting low when he entered the cedar forest. Soon he was descending, and he suddenly came into the open to face a scene that made his heart beat thick and fast. He saw lofty crags and cathedral spires and a wonderful cañon winding between huge, beetling red walls. He heard the murmur of flowing water. The trail led down to the cañon floor, which appeared to be level and green and cut by deep washes in red earth. Could this cañon be the mouth of Deception Pass? It bore no resemblance to any place Shefford had heard described. Yet somehow he felt rather than saw that it was the portal to the wild vastness he had traveled so far to enter. Not until he descended the trail and had dropped his pack did he realize how weary and footsore he was. Then he rested, but his eyes roved to and fro, and his mind was active. What a wild and lonesome spot! The low murmur of shallow water came up to him from a deep, narrow cleft. Shadows were already making the cañon seem full of blue haze. He saw a bare slope of stone out of which cedar trees were growing, and as he looked about him he became aware of a singular and very perceptible change in the lights and shades. The sun was setting. The crags were gold-tipped. The shadows crept upward. The sky seemed to darken swiftly, Then the gold changed to red, slowly dulled, and the grays and purples stood out. Shefford was entranced with the beautiful changing effects, and watched till the walls turned black and the sky grew steely and a faint star peeped out. Then he set about the necessary camp tasks. Dead cedars right at hand assured him a comfortable night with a steady fire, and when he had satisfied his hunger he arranged an easy seat before the blazing logs, and gave his mind over to thought of his weird, lonely environment. The murmur of running water mingled in harmonious accompaniment with the moan of the wind in the cedars, wild, sweet sounds that were balm to his wounded spirit. They seemed a part of the silence rather than a break in it or a hindrance to the feeling of it. But suddenly that silence did break to the rattle of a rock. Shefford listened, thinking some wild animal was prowling around. He felt no alarm. Presently he heard the sound again and again. Then he recognized the crack of unshod hoofs upon rock. A horse was coming down the trail. Shefford rather resented the interruption, though he still had no alarm. He believed he was perfectly safe. As a matter of fact, he had never in his life been anything but safe and padded around with wool. Hence, never having experienced peril, he did not know what fear was. Presently he saw horse and rider come into the dark prominence on the ridge just above his camp. They were silhouetted against the starry sky. The horseman stopped, and he and his steed made a magnificent black statue, somehow wild and strange in Shefford's sight. Then he came on, vanished in the darkness under the ridge, presently to emerge into the circle of camp fire light. He rode to within 20 feet of Shefford and the fire. The horse was dark, wild-looking, and seemed ready to run. The rider appeared to be an Indian, and yet had something about him suggesting the cowboy. At once Shefford remembered what Presbrey had said about half-breeds. A little shock, inexplicable to Shefford, rippled over him. He greeted his visitor, but received no answer. Shefford saw a dark, squat figure bending forward in the saddle. The man was tense. All about him was dark, except the glint of a rifle across the saddle. The face under the sombrero was only a shadow. Shefford kicked the fire logs, and a brighter blaze lighted the scene. Then he saw this stranger a little more clearly, and made out an unusually large head, broad dark face, a sinister tight-shut mouth, and gleaming black eyes. Those eyes were unmistakably hostile. They roved searchingly over Shefford's pack and then over his person. Shefford felt for the gun that Presbrey had given him, but it was gone. He had left it back where he had lost his horse and had not thought of it since. Then a strange, slow-coming, cold agitation possessed Shefford. Something gripped his throat. Suddenly Shefford was stricken at a menacing movement on the part of the horseman. He had drawn a gun. Shefford saw it shine darkly in the firelight. The Indian meant to murder him. Shefford saw the grim, dark face in a kind of horrible amaze. He felt the meaning of the drawn weapon as he had never felt anything before in his life, and he collapsed back into his seat with an icy cold, sickening terror. In a second he was dripping wet with cold sweat. Lightning swift thoughts flashed through his mind. It had been one of his platitudes that he was not afraid of death. Yet here he was, a shaking, helpless coward. What had he learned about either life or death? Would this dark savage plunge him into the unknown? It was then that Shefford realized his hollow philosophy and the bitter sweetness of life. He had a brain and a soul, and between them he might have worked out his salvation. But what were they to this ruthless night wanderer, this raw and horrible wildness of the desert? Incapable of voluntary movement, with tongue cleaving to the roof of his mouth, Shefford watched the horseman and the half-poised gun. It was not yet leveled. Then it dawned upon Shefford that the stranger's head was turned a little. his ear to the wind. He was listening. His horse was listening. Suddenly he straightened up, wheeled his horse, and trotted away into the darkness. But he did not climb the ridge down which he had come. Shefford heard the click of hoofs upon the stony trail. Other horses and riders were descending into the cañon. They had been the cause of his deliverance, and in the relaxation of feeling he almost fainted. Then he sat there, slowly recovering, slowly ceasing to tremble, divining that this situation was somehow to change his attitude toward life. 3 horses, 2 with riders, moved in dark shapes across the skyline above the ridge, disappeared as had Shefford's first visitor, and then rode into the light. Shefford saw 2 Indians, a man and a woman, then with surprise recognized the latter to be the Indian girl he had met at Red Lake. He was still more surprised to recognize in the third horse the one he had lost at the last camp. Shefford rose, a little shaky on his legs, to thank these Indians for a double service. The man slipped from his saddle, and his moccasined feet thudded lightly. He was tall, lithe, erect, a singularly graceful figure, and as he advanced, Shefford saw a dark face and sharp, dark eyes. The Indian was bareheaded, with his hair bound in a band. He resembled the girl, but appeared to have a finer face. "How do?" he said in a voice low and distinct. He extended his hand, and Shefford felt a grip of steel. He returned the greeting. Then the Indian gave Shefford the bridle of the horse, and made signs that appeared to indicate the horse had broken his hobbles and strayed. Shefford thanked him. Thereupon the Indian unsaddled and led the horses away, evidently to water them. The girl remained behind. Shefford addressed her, but she was shy and did not respond. He then set about cooking a meal for his visitors, and was busily engaged at this when the Indian returned without the horses. Presently Shefford resumed his seat by the fire and watched the 2 eat what he had prepared. They certainly were hungry, and soon had the pans and cups empty. The girl drew back a little into the shadow, while the man sat with his legs crossed and his feet tucked under him. His dark face was smooth, yet it seemed to have lines under the surface. Shefford was impressed. He had never seen an Indian who interested him as this one. Looked at superficially, he appeared young, wild, silent, locked in his primeval apathy, just a healthy savage, but looked at more attentively, he appeared matured, even old, a strange, sad, brooding figure with a burden on his shoulders. Shefford found himself growing curious. "What place?" asked Shefford, waving his hand toward the dark opening between the black cliffs. "Sagi," replied the Indian. That did not mean anything to Shefford, and he asked if the Sagi was the pass, but the Indian shook his head. "Wife?" asked Shefford, pointing to the girl. The Indian shook his head again. "Bai La," he said. "What you mean?" asked Shefford. "What Bai La?" "Sister," replied the Indian. He spoke the word reluctantly, as if the white man's language did not please him, but the clearness and correct pronunciation surprised Shefford. "What name? What call her?" he went on. "Glen Naspa." "What your name?" inquired Shefford, indicating the Indian. "Nas Ta Bega," answered the Indian. "Navajo?" The Indian bowed with what seemed pride and stately dignity. "My name John Shefford. Come far way back toward rising sun. Come stay here long." Nas Ta Bega's dark eyes were fixed steadily upon Shefford. He reflected that he could not remember having felt so penetrating a gaze, but neither the Indian's eyes nor face gave any clue to his thoughts. "Navajo no savvy Jesus Christ," said the Indian, and his voice rolled out low and deep. Shefford felt both amaze and pain. The Indian had taken him for a missionary. "No, me no missionary," cried Shefford. and he flung up a passionately repudiating hand. A singular flash shot from the Indian's dark eyes. It struck Shefford even at this stinging moment when the past came back. "Trade, buy wool, blanket?" queried Nas Ta Bega. "No," replied Shefford. "Me want ride, walk far." He waved his hand to indicate a wide sweep of territory. "Me sick." Nas Ta Bega laid a significant finger upon his lungs. "No," replied Shefford. "Me strong, sick here." And with motions of his hands he tried to show that his was a trouble of the heart. Shefford received instant impression of this Indian's intelligent comprehension, but he could not tell just what had given him the feeling. Nas Ta Bega rose then and walked away into the shadow. Shefford heard him working around the dead cedar tree, where he had probably gone to get firewood. Then Shefford heard a splintering crash, which was followed by a crunching, bumping sound. Presently he was astounded to see the Indian enter the lighted circle, dragging the whole cedar tree, trunk first. Shefford would have doubted the ability of two men to drag that tree, and here came Nas Ta Bega managing it easily. He laid the trunk on the fire and then proceeded to break off small branches to place them advantageously where the red coals kindled them into a blaze. The Indian's next move was to place his saddle, which he evidently meant to use for a pillow. Then he spread a goatskin on the ground, lay down upon it with his back to the fire, and pulling a long-haired saddle blanket over his shoulders, he relaxed and became motionless. His sister, Glen Naspa, did likewise, except that she stayed farther away from the fire, and she had a larger blanket, which covered her well. It appeared to Shefford that they went to sleep at once. Shefford felt as tired as he had ever been, but he did not think he could soon drop into slumber, and in fact he did not want to. There was something in the companionship of these Indians that he had not experienced before. He still had a strange and weak feeling, the aftermath of that fear which had sickened him with its horrible icy grip. Nas Ta Bega's arrival had frightened away that dark and silent prowler of the night, and Shefford was convinced the Indian had saved his life. The measure of his gratitude was a source of wonder to him. Had he cared so much for life? Yes, he had, when face to face with death. That was something to know. It helped him, and he gathered from his strange feeling that the romantic quest which had brought him into the wilderness might turn out to be an antidote for the morbid bitterness of heart. With new sensations had come new thoughts. Right then it was very pleasant to sit in the warmth and light of the roaring cedar fire. There was a deep-seated ache of fatigue in his bones. What joy it was to rest! He had felt the dry scorch of desert thirst and the pang of hunger. How wonderful to learn the real meaning of water and food! He had just finished the longest, hardest day's work of his life. Had that anything to do with a something almost like peace which seemed to hover near in the shadows, trying to come to him? He had befriended an Indian girl, and now her brother had paid back the service. Both the giving and receiving were somehow sweet to Shefford. They opened up hitherto vague channels of thought. For years he had imagined he was serving people when he had never lifted a hand. A blow given in the defense of an Indian girl had somehow operated to make a change in John Shefford's existence. It had liberated a spirit in him. Moreover, it had worked its influence outside his mind. The Indian girl and her brother had followed his trail to return his horse, perhaps to guide him safely, but unknowingly, perhaps, they had done infinitely more than that for him. As Shefford's eyes wandered over the dark, still figures of the sleepers, he had a strange, dreamy premonition, or perhaps only a fancy, that there was to be more come of this fortunate meeting. For the rest, it was good to be there in the speaking silence, to feel the heat on his outstretched palms and the cold wind on his cheek, to see the black wall lifting its bold outline and the crags reaching for the white stars. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kayenta. The stamping of horses awoke Shefford. He saw a towering crag, rosy in the morning light, like a huge red spear splitting the clear blue of sky. He got up, feeling cramped and sore, yet with unfamiliar exhilaration. The whipping air made him stretch his hands to the fire. An odor of coffee and broiled meat mingled with the fragrance of wood smoke. Glen Naspa was on her knees broiling a rabbit on a stick over the red coals. Nas Ta Bega was saddling the ponies. The cañon appeared to be full of purple shadows, under one side of dark cliffs and golden streaks of mist on the other where the sun struck high up on the walls. "Good morning," said Shefford. Glen Naspa shyly replied in Navajo. "How?" was Nas Ta Bega's greeting. In daylight the Indian lost some of the dark somberness of face that had impressed Shefford. He had a noble head, in poise like that of an eagle, a bold, clean-cut profile, and stern, close-shut lips. His eyes were the most striking and attractive feature about him. They were coal-black and piercing. The intent look of them seemed to come from a keen and inquisitive mind. Shefford ate breakfast with the Indians, and then he helped with a few preparations for departure. Before they mounted, Nas Ta Bega pointed to horse tracks in the dust. They were those that had been made by Shefford's threatening visitor of the night before. Shefford explained by word and sign, and succeeded at least in showing that he had been in danger. Nas Ta Bega followed the tracks a little way and presently returned. "Shadd," he said, with an ominous shake of his head. Shefford did not understand whether he meant the name of his visitor or something else, but the menace connected with the word was clear enough. Glen Naspa mounted her pony, and it was a graceful action that pleased Shefford. He climbed a little stiffly into his own saddle. Then Nas Ta Bega got up and pointed northward. "Kayenta?" he inquired. Shefford nodded, and then they were off, with Glen Naspa in the lead. They did not climb the trail which they had descended, but took one leading to the right along the base of the slope. Shefford saw down into the red wash that bisected the cañon floor. It was a sheer wall of red clay or loam, 100 feet high, and at the bottom ran a swift, shallow stream of reddish water. Then for a time a high growth of greasewood hid the surroundings from Shefford's sight. Presently the trail led out into the open, and Shefford saw that he was at the neck of a wonderful valley that gradually widened with great jagged red peaks on the left and the black mesa, now a mountain, running away to the right. He turned to find that the opening of the Sagi could no longer be seen, and he was conscious of a strong desire to return and explore that cañon. Soon Glen Naspa put her pony to a long, easy, swinging canter, and her followers did likewise. As they got outward into the valley, Shefford lost the sense of being overshadowed and crowded by the nearness of the huge walls and crags. The trail appeared level underfoot, but at a distance it was seen to climb. Shefford found where it disappeared over the foot of a slope that formed a graceful rising line up to the cedared flank of the mesa. The valley floor, widening away to the north, remained level and green. Beyond rose the jagged range of red peaks, all strangely cut and slanting. These distant, deceiving features of the country held Shefford's gaze until the Indian drew his attention to things near at hand. Then Shefford saw flocks of sheep dotting the gray-green valley, and bands of beautiful, long-maned, long-tailed ponies. For several miles the scene did not change, except that Shefford imagined he came to see where the upland plain ended or at least broke its level. He was right, for presently the Indian pointed, and Shefford went on to halt upon the edge of a steep slope leading down into a valley vast in its barren gray reaches. "Kayenta," said Nas Ta Bega. Shefford at first saw nothing except the monotonous gray valley, reaching far to the strange, grotesque monuments of yellow cliff. Then close under the foot of the slope he espied two squat stone houses with red roofs, and a corral with a pool of water shining in the sun. The trail leading down was steep and sandy, but it was not long. Shefford's sweeping eyes appeared to take in everything at once: the crude stone structures with their earthen roofs, the piles of dirty wool, the Indians lolling around, the tents and wagons and horses, little lazy burros and dogs, and scattered everywhere saddles, blankets, guns, and packs. Then a white man came out of the door. He waved a hand and shouted. Dust and wool and flour were thick upon him. He was muscular and weather-beaten, and appeared young in activity rather than face. A gun swung at his hip, and a row of brass-tipped cartridges showed in his belt. Shefford looked into a face that he thought he had seen before, until he realized the similarity was only the bronze and hard line and rugged cast common to desert men. The gray, searching eyes went right through him. "Glad to see you. Get down and come in. Just heard from an Indian that you were coming. I'm the trader, Withers," he said to Shefford. His voice was welcoming, and the grip of his hand made Shefford's ache. Shefford told his name and said he was as glad as he was lucky to arrive at Kayenta. "Hello, Nas Ta Bega!" exclaimed Withers. His tone expressed a surprise his face did not show. "Did this Indian bring you in?" Withers shook hands with the Navajo, while Shefford briefly related what he owed to him. Then Withers looked at Nas Ta Bega and spoke to him in the Indian tongue. "Shad," said Nas Ta Bega. Withers let out a dry little laugh, and his strong hand tugged at his mustache. "Who's Shad?" asked Shefford. "He's a half-breed Ute, bad Indian, outlaw, murderer. He's in with a gang of outlaws who hide in the San Juan country. Reckon you're lucky. How'd you come to be there in the Sagi alone?" "I traveled from Red Lake. Presbrey, the trader there, advised me against it, but I came anyway." "Well," Withers' gray glance was kind, if it did express the foolhardiness of Shefford's act. "Come into the house. Never mind the horse. My wife will sure be glad to see you." Withers led Shefford by the first stone house, which evidently was the trading store, into the second. The room Shefford entered was large, with logs smoldering in a huge open fireplace, blankets covering every foot of floor space, and Indian baskets and silver ornaments everywhere, and strange Indian designs painted upon the whitewashed walls. Withers called his wife and made her acquainted with Shefford. She was a slight, comely little woman with keen, earnest, dark eyes. She seemed to be serious and quiet, but she made Shefford feel at home immediately. He refused, however, to accept the room offered him, saying that he meant to sleep out under the open sky. Withers laughed at this and said he understood. Shefford, remembering Presbrey's hunger for news of the outside world, told this trader and his wife all he could think of, and he was listened to with that close attention a traveler always gained in the remote places. "Sure am glad you rode in," said Withers for the fourth time. "Now you make yourself at home. Stay here. Come over to the store. Do what you like. I've got to work. Tonight we'll talk." Shefford went out with his host. The store was as interesting as Presbrey's, though much smaller and more primitive. It was full of everything, and smelled strongly of sheep and goats. There was a narrow aisle between sacks of flour and blankets on one side, and a high counter on the other. Behind this counter Withers stood to wait upon the buying Indians. They sold blankets and skins and bags of wool, and in exchange took silver money. Then they lingered with slow, staid reluctance, bought one thing and then another: flour, sugar, canned goods, coffee, tobacco, ammunition. The counter was never without 2 or 3 Indians leaning on their dark, silver-braceleted arms. But as they were slow to sell and buy and go, so were others slow to come in. Their voices were soft and low, and it seemed to Shefford they were whispering. He liked to hear them and look at the banded heads, the long, twisted rolls of black hair tied with white cords, the still dark faces and watchful eyes, the silver earrings, the slender, shapely brown hands, the lean and sinewy shapes, the corduroys with a belt and gun, and the small, close-fitting buckskin moccasins buttoned with coins. These Indians all appeared young, and under the quiet, slow demeanor there was fierce blood and fire. By and by 2 women came in, evidently squaw and daughter. The former was a huge, stout Indian with a face that was certainly pleasant if not jolly. She had the corners of a blanket tied under her chin, and in the folds behind on her broad back was a naked Indian baby, round and black of head, brown-skinned, with eyes as bright as beads. When the youngster caught sight of Shefford, he made a startled dive into the sack of the blanket. Manifestly, however, curiosity got the better of fear, for presently Shefford caught a pair of wondering dark eyes peeping at him. "They're good spenders, but slow," said Withers. "The Navajos are careful and cautious. That's why they're rich. This squaw, Yan Aspa, has flocks of sheep and more mustangs than she knows about." "Mustangs? So that's what you call the ponies," replied Shefford. "Yep, they're mustangs, and mostly wild as jackrabbits." Shefford strolled outside and made the acquaintance of Withers's helper, a Mormon named Whisner. He was a stockily built man past maturity, and his sun-blistered face and watery eyes told of the open desert. He was engaged in weighing sacks of wool brought in by the Indians. Near by stood a framework of poles from which an immense bag was suspended. From the top of this bag protruded the head and shoulders of an Indian who appeared to be stamping and packing wool with his feet. He grinned at the curious Shefford, but Shefford was more interested in the Mormon. So far as he knew, Whisner was the first man of that creed he had ever met, and he could scarcely hide his eagerness. Ventnor's stories had been of a long past generation of Mormons, fanatical, ruthless, and unchangeable. Shefford did not expect to meet Mormons of this kind, but any man of that religion would have interested him. Besides this, Whisner seemed to bring him closer to that wild secret cañon he had come west to find. Shefford was somewhat amazed and discomfited to have his polite and friendly overtures repulsed. Whisner might have been an Indian. He was cold, incommunicative, aloof, and there was something about him that made the sensitive Shefford feel his presence was resented. Presently Shefford strolled on to the corral, which was full of shaggy mustangs. They snorted and kicked at him. He had a half-formed wish that he would never be called upon to ride one of those wild brutes, and then he found himself thinking that he would ride one of them, and after a while, any of them. Shefford did not understand himself, but he fought his natural, instinctive reluctance to meet obstacles, peril, suffering. He traced the white-bordered little stream that made the pool in the corral, and when he came to where it oozed out of the sand under the bluff, he decided that was not the spring which had made Kayenta famous. Presently, down below the trading post, he saw a trough from which burros were drinking. Here he found the spring, a deep well of eddying water, walled in by stones, and the overflow made a shallow stream meandering away between its borders of alkali like a crust of salt. Shefford tasted the water. It bit, but it was good. Shefford had no trouble in making friends with the lazy, sleepy-eyed burros. They let him pull their long ears and rub their noses, but the mustangs standing around were unapproachable. They had wild eyes, they raised long ears, and looked vicious. He let them alone. Evidently this trading post was a great deal busier than Red Lake. Shefford counted a dozen Indians lounging outside, and there were others riding away. Big wagons told how the bags of wool were transported out of the wilds and how supplies were brought in. A wide, hard-packed road led off to the east, and another, not so clearly defined, wound away to the north, and Indian trails streaked off in all directions. Shefford discovered, however, when he had walked off a mile or so across the valley to lose sight of the post, that the feeling of wildness and loneliness returned to him. It was a wonderful country. It held something for him beside the possible rescue of an imprisoned girl from a wild cañon. That night after supper, when Withers and Shefford sat alone before the blazing logs in the huge fireplace, the trader laid his hand on Shefford's and said with directness and force, "I've lived my life in the desert. I've met many men and have been a friend to most. You're no prospector or trader or missionary." "No," replied Shefford. "You've had trouble?" "Yes." "Have you come in here to hide? Don't be afraid to tell me. I won't give you away." "I didn't come to hide." "Then no one is after you? You've done no wrong?" "Perhaps I've wronged myself, but no one else," replied Shefford steadily. "I reckon so. Well, tell me or keep your secret. It's all one to me." Shefford felt a desire to unburden himself. This man was strong, persuasive, kindly. He drew Shefford. "You're welcome in Kayenta," went on Withers. "Stay as long as you like. I take no pay from a white man. If you want work, I have it aplenty." "Thank you. That is good. I need to work. We'll talk of it later. But just yet I can't tell you why I came to Kayenta, what I want to do, and how long I shall stay. My thoughts put in words would seem so like dreams. Maybe they are dreams. Perhaps I'm only chasing a phantom. Perhaps I'm only hunting the treasure at the foot of the rainbow." "Well, this is the country for rainbows," laughed Withers. "In summer, from June to August, when it storms, we have rainbows that'll make you think you're in another world. The Navajos have rainbow mountains, rainbow canyons, rainbow bridges of stone, rainbow trails. It sure is a rainbow country." That deep and mystic chord in Shefford thrilled. Here it was again, something tangible at the bottom of his dream. Withers did not wait for Shefford to say any more, and almost as if he read his visitor's mind, he began to talk about the wild country he called home. He had lived at Kayenta for several years, hard and profitless years by reason of marauding outlaws. He could not have lived there at all but for the protection of the Indians. His father-in-law had been friendly with the Navajos and Piutes for many years, and his wife had been brought up among them. She was held in particular reverence and affection by both tribes in that part of the country. Probably she knew more of the Indians' habits, religions, and life than any white person in the West. Both tribes were friendly and peaceable, but there were bad Indians, half-breeds, and outlaws that made the trading post a venture Withers had long considered precarious, and he wanted to move and intended to some day. His nearest neighbors in New Mexico and Colorado were 100 miles distant, and at some seasons the roads were impassable. To the north, however, 20 miles or so, was situated a Mormon village named Stonebridge. It lay across the Utah line. Withers did some business with this village, but scarcely enough to warrant the risks he had to run. During the last year he had lost several pack trains, one of which he had never heard of after it left Stonebridge. "Stonebridge!" exclaimed Shefford, and he trembled. He had heard that name. In his memory it had a place beside the name of another village Shefford longed to speak of to this trader. "Yes, Stonebridge," replied Withers. "Ever heard the name?" "I think so. Are there other villages in that part of the country?" "A few, but not close. Glaze is now only a water hole. Bluff and Monticello are far north across the San Juan. There used to be another village, but that wouldn't interest you." "Maybe it would," replied Shefford quietly. But his hint was not taken by the trader. Withers suddenly showed a semblance of the aloofness Shefford had observed in Whisner. "Withers, pardon an impertinence. I am deeply serious. Are you a Mormon?" "Indeed I'm not," replied the trader instantly. "Are you for the Mormons or against them?" "Neither. I get along with them. I know them. I believe they are a misunderstood people." "That's for them. No, I'm only fair-minded." Shefford paused, trying to curb his thrilling impulse, but it was too strong. "You said there used to be another village. Was the name of it Cottonwoods?" Withers gave a start and faced round to stare at Shefford in blank astonishment. "Say, did you give me a straight story about yourself?" he queried sharply. "So far as I went," replied Shefford. "You're no spy on the lookout for sealed wives?" "Absolutely not. I do not even know what you mean by sealed wives." "Well, it's damn strange that you'd know the name Cottonwoods. Yes, that's the name of the village I meant, the one that used to be. It's gone now, all except a few stone walls." "What became of it?" "Torn down by the Mormons years ago. They destroyed it and moved away. I've heard Indians talk about a grand spring that was there once. It's gone, too. Its name was let me see." "Amber Spring?" interrupted Shefford. "By George, you're right," rejoined the trader, again amazed. "Shefford, this beats me. I haven't heard that name for 10 years. I can't help seeing what a tenderfoot stranger you are to the desert. Yet here you are, speaking of what you should know nothing of. And there's more behind this." Shefford rose, unable to conceal his agitation. "Did you ever hear of a rider named Venters?" "Rider? You mean a cowboy? Venters? No, I never heard that name." "Did you ever hear of a gunman named Lassiter?" queried Shefford with increasing emotion. "No." "Did you ever hear of a Mormon woman named Jane Withersteen?" "No." Shefford drew his breath sharply. He had followed a gleam. He had caught a fleeting glimpse of it. "Did you ever hear of a child, a girl, a woman called Fay Larkin?" Withers rose slowly with a paling face. "If you're a spy, it'll go hard with you, though I'm no Mormon," he said grimly. Shefford lifted a shaking hand. "I was a clergyman. Now I'm nothing, a wanderer, least of all a spy." Withers leaned close to see into the other man's eyes. He looked long and then appeared satisfied. "I've heard the name Fay Larkin," he said slowly. "I reckon that's all I'll say till you tell your story." Shefford stood with his back to the fire, and he turned the palms of his hands to catch the warmth. He felt cold. Withers had affected him strangely. What was the meaning of the trader's somber gravity? Why was the very mention of Mormons attended by something austere and secret? "My name is John Shefford. I'm 24," began Shefford. "My family..." Here a knock on the door interrupted Shefford. "Come in," called Withers. The door opened, and like a shadow Nas Ta Bega slipped in. He said something in Navajo to the trader. "How," he said to Shefford, and extended his hand. He was stately, but there was no mistaking his friendliness. Then he sat down before the fire, doubled his legs under him after the Indian fashion, and with dark eyes on the blazing logs, seemed to lose himself in meditation. "He likes the fire!" exclaimed Withers. Whenever he comes to Kayenta, he always visits me like this. Don't mind him. Go on with your story." "My family were plain people, well-to-do and very religious," went on Shefford. "When I was a boy we moved from the country to a town called Beaumont, Illinois. There was a college in Beaumont, and eventually I was sent to it to study for the ministry. I wanted to be, but never mind that. By the time I was 22, I was ready for my career as a clergyman. I preached for a year around at different places, and then got a church in my hometown of Beaumont. I became exceedingly good friends with a man named Venters, who had recently come to Beaumont. He was a singular man. His wife was a strange, beautiful woman, very reserved, and she had wonderful dark eyes. They had money and were devoted to each other and perfectly happy. They owned the finest horses ever seen in Illinois, and their particular enjoyment seemed to be riding. They were always taking long rides. It was something worth going far to see Mrs. Venters on a horse. It was through my own love of horses that I became friendly with Venters. He and his wife attended my church, and as I got to see more of them, gradually we grew intimate. And it was not until I did get intimate with them that I realized that both seemed to be haunted by the past. They were sometimes sad, even in their happiness. They drifted off into dreams. They lived back in another world. They seemed to be listening. Indeed, they were a singularly interesting couple, and I grew genuinely fond of them. By and by they had a little girl, whom they named Jane. The coming of the baby made a change in my friends. They were happier, and I observed that the haunting shadow did not so often return. Venters had spoken of a journey west that he and his wife meant to take sometime, but after the baby came he never mentioned his wife in connection with the trip. I gathered that he felt compelled to go to clear up a mystery or to find something. I did not make out just what. But eventually, and it was about a year ago, he told me his story, the strangest, wildest, and most tragic I ever heard. I can't tell it all now. It's enough to say that 15 years before he had been a rider for a rich Mormon woman named Jane Withersteen, of this village, Cottonwoods. She had adopted a beautiful Gentile child named Fay Larkin. Her interest in Gentiles earned the displeasure of her churchmen, and as she was proud, there came a breach. Venters and a gunman named Lassiter became involved in her quarrel. Finally, Venters took to the cañon. Here in the wilds he found the strange girl he eventually married. For a long time they lived in a wonderful hidden valley, the entrance to which was guarded by a huge balancing rock. Venters got away with the girl, but Lassiter and Jane Withersteen and the child Fay Larkin were driven into the cañon. They escaped to the valley where Venters had lived. Lassiter rolled the balancing rock, and crashing down the narrow trail, it loosened the weathered walls and closed the narrow outlet forever. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Part 1 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. New Friends, Part 1. Shefford ended his narrative out of breath, pale, and dripping with sweat. Withers sat leaning forward with an expression of intense interest. Nas Ta Bega's easy, graceful pose had succeeded to one of strained rigidity. He seemed a statue of bronze. Could a few intelligible words, Shefford wondered, have created that strange, listening posture? "Venters got out of Utah, of course, as you know," went on Shefford. "He got out knowing, as I feel I would have known, that Jane, Lassiter, and little Fay Larkin were shut up, walled up in Surprise Valley. For years Venters considered it would not have been safe for him to venture to rescue them. He had no fears for their lives. They could live in Surprise Valley, but Venters always intended to come back with Bess, and find the valley and his friends. No wonder he and Bess were haunted. However, when his wife had the baby, that made a difference. It meant he had to go alone, and he was thinking seriously of starting when there were developments that made it desirable for me to leave Beaumont. Venters's story haunted me as he had been haunted. I dreamed of that wild valley, of little Fay Larkin grown to womanhood, such a woman as Bess Venters was, and the longing to come was great. And Withers, here I am. The trader reached out and gave Shefford the grip of a man in whom emotion was powerful, but deep and difficult to express. Listen to this. I wish I could help you. Life is a queer deal. Shefford, I've got to trust you. Over here in the wild canyon country, there's a village of Mormons' sealed wives. It's in Arizona, perhaps 20 miles from here, and near the Utah line. When the United States government began to persecute or prosecute the Mormons for polygamy, the Mormons over here in Stonebridge took their sealed wives and moved them out of Utah, just across the line. They built houses, established a village there. I'm the only Gentile who knows about it, and I pack supplies every few weeks into these women. There are perhaps 50 women, mostly young, second or third or fourth wives of Mormons, sealed wives. And I want you to understand that sealed means sealed in all that religion or loyalty can get out of the word. There are also some old women and old men in the village, but they hardly count. And there's a flock of the finest children you ever saw in your life. The idea of the Mormons must have been to escape prosecution. The law of the government is one wife for each man, no more. All over Utah, polygamists have been arrested. The Mormons are deeply concerned. I believe they are good, law-abiding people, but this law is a direct blow at their religion. In my opinion, they can't obey both, and therefore they have not altogether given up plural wives. Perhaps they will some day. I have no proof, but I believe the Mormons at Stonebridge pay secret night visits to their sealed wives across the line in the lonely, hidden village. Now, once over in Stonebridge, I overheard some Mormons talking about a girl who was named Fay Larkin. I never forgot the name. Later, I heard the name in this sealed wife village. But as I told you, I never heard of Lassiter or Jane Witherstein. Still, if Mormons had found them, I would never have heard of it. And Deception Pass, that might be the Sagi. I'm not surprised at your rainbow-chasing adventure. It's a great story. This Fay Larkin I've heard of might be your Fay Larkin. I almost believe so. Shefford, I'll help you find out. Yes, yes, I must know, replied Shefford. Oh, I hope, I pray we can find her. But I'd rather she was dead if she's not still hidden in the valley. Naturally, you've dreamed yourself into rescuing this lost Fay Larkin. But, Shefford, you're old enough to know life doesn't work out as you want it to. One way or another, I fear you are in for a bitter disappointment. Withers, take me to the village. Shefford, you're liable to get in bad out there, said the trader gravely. I couldn't be any more ruined than I am now, replied Shefford passionately. But there's risk in this, risk such as you've never had, persisted Withers. I'll risk anything. Reckon this is a funny deal for a sheep trader to have on his hands, continued Withers. Shefford, I like you. I've a mind to see you through this. It's a damn strange story. I'll tell you what, I will help you. I'll give you a job packing supplies into the village. I meant to turn that over to a Mormon cowboy, Joe Lake. The job shall be yours, and I'll go with you first trip. Here's my hand on it. Now, Shefford, I'm more curious about you than I was before you told your story. What ruined you? As we're to be partners, you can tell me now. I'll keep your secret. Maybe I can do you good. Shefford wanted to confess, yet it was hard. Perhaps, had he not been so agitated, he would not have answered to impulse. But this trader was a man of the desert. He would understand. "I told you I was a clergyman," said Shefford in a low voice. "I didn't want to be one, but they made me one. I did my best. I failed. I had doubts of religion, of the Bible, of God, as my church believed in them. As I grew older, thought and study convinced me of the narrowness of my religion as my congregation lived it. I preached what I believed. I alienated them. They put me out, took my calling from me, disgraced me, ruined me." "So that's all?" exclaimed Withers slowly. "You didn't believe in the God of the Bible? Well, I've been in the desert long enough to know that there is a God, but probably not the one your church worships. Shefford, go to the Navajo for a faith." Shefford had forgotten the presence of Nas Ta Bega, and perhaps Withers had likewise. At this juncture the Indian rose to his full height, and he folded his arms to stand with the somber pride of a chieftain while his dark, inscrutable eyes were riveted upon Shefford. At that moment he seemed magnificent. How infinitely more he seemed than just a common Indian who had chanced to befriend a white man. The difference was obscure to Shefford, but he felt that it was there in the Navajo's mind. Nas Ta Bega's strange look was not to be interpreted. Finally he turned and passed from the room. "By George!" cried Withers suddenly, and he pounded his knee with his fist. "I'd forgotten." "What?" ejaculated Shefford. "Why, that Indian understood every word we said. He knows English. He's educated. Well, if this doesn't beat me, let me tell you about Nas Ta Bega." Withers seemed to be recalling something half forgotten. "Years ago, in '57, I think, Kit Carson with his soldiers chased the Navajo tribes and rounded them up to be put on reservations. But he failed to catch all the members of one tribe. They escaped up into a wild cañon like the Sagi. The descendants of these fugitives live there now and are the finest Indians on earth, the finest because unspoiled by the white man. Well, as I got the story, years after Carson's roundup, one of his soldiers guided some interested travelers in here. When they left, they took an Indian boy with them to educate. From what I know of Navajos, I'm inclined to think the boy was taken against his parents' wish. Anyway, he was taken. That boy was Nas Ta Bega. The story goes that he was educated somewhere. Years afterwards, and perhaps not long before I came in here, he returned to his people. There have been missionaries and other interested fools who have given Indians a white man's education. In all the instances I know of, these educated Indians returned to their tribes, repudiating the white man's knowledge, habits, life, and religion. I have heard that Nas Ta Bega came back, laid down the white man's clothes along with the education, and never again showed that he had known either. You have just seen how strangely he acted. It's almost certain he heard our conversation. Well, it doesn't matter. He won't tell. He can hardly be made to use an English word. Besides, he's a noble red man, if there ever was one. He has been a friend in need to me. If you stay long out here, you'll learn something from the Indians. Nas Ta Bega has befriended you, too, it seems. I thought he showed unusual interest in you. Perhaps that was because I saved his sister, well, to be charitable, from the rather rude advances of a white man," said Shefford, and he proceeded to tell of the incident that occurred at Red Lake. "Willets!" exclaimed Withers, with much the same expression that Presbrey had used. "I never met him, but I know about him. Well, the Indians don't like him much. Most of the missionaries are good men. Good for the Indians, in a way, but sometimes one drifts out here who is bad. A bad missionary teaching religion to savages? Queer, isn't it? The queerest part is the white people's blindness, the blindness of those who send the missionaries. Well, I dare say Willets isn't very good. When Presbrey said that was Willets' way of teaching religion, he meant just what he said. If Willets drifts over here, he'll be risking much. This you told me explains Nas Ta Bega's friendliness toward you, and also his bringing his sister Glen Nespa to live with relatives up in the pass. She had been living near Red Lake. Do you mean Nas Ta Bega wants to keep his sister far removed from Willets? Inquired Shefford. I mean that, replied Withers, and I hope he's not too late. Later, Shefford went outdoors to walk and think. There was no moon, but the stars made light enough to cast his shadow on the ground. The dark, illimitable expanse of blue sky seemed to be glittering with numberless points of fire. The air was cold and still. A dreaming silence lay over the land. Shefford saw and felt all these things, and their effect was continuous and remained with him and helped calm him. He was conscious of a burden removed from his mind. Confession of his secret had been like tearing a thorn from his flesh, but once done, it afforded him relief and a singular realization that out here it did not matter much. In a crowd of men all looking at him and judging him by their standards, he had been made to suffer. Here, if he were judged at all, it would be by what he could do, how he sustained himself and helped others. He walked far across the valley toward the low bluffs, but they did not seem to get any closer, and finally he stopped beside a stone and looked around at the strange horizon and up at the heavens. He did not feel utterly aloof from them, nor alone in a waste, nor a useless atom amid incomprehensible forces. Something like a loosened mantle fell from about him, dropping at his feet, and all at once he was conscious of freedom. He did not understand in the least why abasement left him, but it was so. He had come a long way, in bitterness, in despair, believing himself to be what men had called him. The desert and the stars and the wind, the silence of the night, the loneliness of this vast country where there was room for 1,000 cities, these somehow vaguely yet surely bade him lift his head. They withheld their secret, but they made a promise. The thing which he had been feeling every day and every night was a strange, enveloping comfort. And it was at this moment that Shefford, divining whence his help was to come, embraced all that wild and speaking nature around and above him, and surrendered himself utterly. I am young. I am free. I have my life to live, he said. I'll be a man. I'll take what comes. Let me learn here. When he had spoken out, settled once and forever his attitude toward his future, he seemed to be born again, wonderfully alive to the influences around him, ready to trust what yet remained a mystery. Then his thoughts reverted to Fay Larkin. Could this girl be known to the Mormons? It was possible. Fay Larkin was an unusual name. Deep into Shefford's heart had sunk the story Venters had told. Shefford found that he had unconsciously created a like romance. He had been loving a wild and strange and lonely girl, like beautiful Bess Venters. It was a shock to learn the truth, but as it had been only a dream, it could hardly be vital. Shefford retraced his steps toward the post. Halfway back, he espied a tall, dark figure moving toward him, and presently the shape and the step seemed familiar. Then he recognized Nas Ta Bega. Soon they were face to face. Shefford felt that the Indian had been trailing him over the sand, and this was to be a significant meeting. Remembering Winter's revelation about the Navajo, Shefford scarcely knew how to approach him now. There was no difference to be made out in Nas Ta Bega's dark face and inscrutable eyes. Yet there was a difference to be felt in his presence. But the Indian did not speak, and turned to walk by Shefford's side. Shefford could not long be silent. "Nas Ta Bega, were you looking for me?" he asked. "You had no gun," replied the Indian. But for his very low voice, his slow speaking of the words, Shefford would have thought him a white man. For Shefford there was indeed an instinct in this meeting, and he turned to face the Navajo. Withers told me you had been educated, that you came back to the desert, that you never showed your training. Nas Ta Bega, did you understand all I told Withers?" "Yes," replied the Indian. "You won't betray me?" "I am a Navajo." "Nas Ta Bega, you trail me. You say I had no gun." Shefford wanted to ask this Indian if he cared to be the white man's friend, but the question was not easy to put, and besides seemed unnecessary. "I am alone and strange in this wild country. I must learn." "Nas Ta Bega will show you the trails and the water holes and how to hide from Shadd." "For money, for silver, you will do this?" inquired Shefford. Shefford felt that the Indian's silence was a rebuke. He remembered Withers's singular praise of this red man. He realized he must change his idea of Indians. "Nas Ta Bega, I know nothing. I feel like a child in the wilderness. When I speak it is out of the mouth of those who have taught me. I must find a new voice and a new life. You heard my story to Withers. I am an outcast from my own people. If you will be my friend, be so." The Indian clasped Shefford's hand and held it in a response that was more beautiful for its silence. So they stood for a moment in the starlight. "Nas Ta Bega, what did Withers mean when he said go to the Navajo for a faith?" asked Shefford. "He meant the desert is my mother. Will you go with Nas Ta Bega into the cañon and the mountains?" "Indeed I will." They unclasped hands and turned toward the trading post. "Nas Ta Bega, have you spoken my tongue to any other white man since you returned to your home?" asked Shefford. "No." "Why do you? Why are you different for me?" The Indian maintained silence. "Is it because of Glen Naspa?" inquired Shefford. Nas Ta Bega stalked on, still silent, but Shefford divined that, although his service to Glen Naspa would never be forgotten, still it was not wholly responsible for the Indian's subtle sympathy. "Bi Nai, the Navajo will call his white friend. Bi Nai, brother," said Nas Ta Bega, and he spoke haltingly, not as if words were hard to find, but strange to speak. "I was stolen from my mother's Hogan and taken to California. They kept me 10 years in a mission at San Bernardino and 4 years in a school. They said my color and my hair were all that was left of the Indian in me, but they could not see my heart. They took 14 years of my life. They wanted to make me a missionary among my own people. But the white man's ways and his life and his God are not the Indian's. They never can be." How strangely productive of thought for Shefford to hear the Indian talk. What fatality in this meeting and friendship! Upon Nas Ta Bega had been forced education, training, religion that had made him something more and something less than an Indian. It was something assimilated from the white man which made the Indian unhappy and alien in his own home. Something meant to be good for him and his kind that had ruined him. For Shefford felt the passion and the tragedy of this Navajo. "Bi Nai, the Indian is dying." Nas Ta Bega's low voice was deep and wonderful with its intensity of feeling. "The white man robbed the Indian of lands, of homes, drove him into the deserts, made him a gaunt and sleepless spiller of blood. The blood is all spilled now, for the Indian is broken, but the white man sells him rum and seduces his daughters. He will not leave the Indian in peace with his own God. Bi Nai, the Indian is dying." End of chapter 4, part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. New Friends, Part 2. That night Shefford lay in his blankets out under the open sky and the stars. The earth had never meant much to him, and now it was a bed. He had preached of the heavens, but until now he had never studied them. An Indian slept beside him, and not until the gray of morning had blotted out the starlight did Shefford close his eyes. With the break of the next day came full, varied, and stirring incidents to Shefford. He was strong, though unskilled at most kinds of outdoor tasks. Withers had work for 10 men, if they could have been found. Shefford dug and packed and lifted till he was so sore and tired that rest was a blessing. He never succeeded in getting on a friendly footing with the Mormon Whisner, though he kept up his agreeable and kindly advances. He listened to the trader's wife as she told him about the Indians, and what he learned he did not forget, and his wonder and respect increased in proportion to his knowledge. One day there rode into Kayenta the Mormon for whom Withers had been waiting. His name was Joe Lake. He appeared young and slipped off his superb bay with a grace and activity that were astounding in one of his huge bulk. He had a still, smooth face with the color of red bronze and the expression of a cherub, big, soft, dark eyes, and a winning smile. He was surprisingly different from Whisner or any Mormon character that Shefford had naturally conceived. His costume was that of a cowboy on active service, and he packed a gun at his hip. The handshake he gave Shefford was an ordeal for that young man and left him with his whole right side momentarily benumbed. "I'm sure glad to meet you," he said in a lazy, mild voice, and he was taking friendly stock of Shefford when the bay mustang reached with vicious muzzle to bite at him. Lake gave a jerk on the bridle that almost brought the mustang to his knees. He reared then, snorted, and came down to plant his forefeet wide apart, and watched his master with defiant eyes. The mustang was the finest horse Shefford had ever seen. He appeared quite large for his species, and was almost red in color, and had a racy and powerful build, and a fine thoroughbred head with dark, fiery eyes. He did not look mean, but he had spirit. "Navvy, you sure got bad manners," said Lake, shaking the mustang's bridle. He spoke as if he were chiding a refractory little boy. "Didn't I break you better than that? What's this gentleman going to think of you, trying to bite my ear off?" Lake had arrived about the middle of the forenoon, and Withers announced his intention of packing at once for the trip. Indians were sent out on the range to drive in burros and mustangs. Shefford had his thrilling expectancy somewhat chilled by what he considered must have been Lake's reception of the trader's plan. Lake seemed to oppose him, and evidently it took vehemence and argument on Withers' part to make the Mormon tractable. But Withers won him over, and then he called Shefford to his side. "You fellows got to be good friends," he said. "You'll have charge of my pack trains. Nas Ta Bega wants to go with you. I'll feel safer about my supplies and stock than I've ever been. Joe, I'll back this stranger for all I'm worth. He's square. And Shefford, Joe Lake is a Mormon of the younger generation. I want you to start right. You can trust him as you trust me. He's white clean through, and he's the best horse wrangler in Utah." It was Lake who first offered his hand, and Shefford made haste to meet it with his own. Neither of them spoke. Shefford intuitively felt an alteration in Lake's regard, or at least a singular increase of interest. Lake had been told that Shefford had been a clergyman, was now a wanderer without any religion. Again it seemed to Shefford that he owned a forming of friendship to this singular fact, and it hurt him. But strangely, it came to him that he had taken a liking to a Mormon. About 1 o'clock, the pack train left Kayenta. Nas Ta Bega led the way up the slope. Following him, climbed half a dozen patient, plodding, heavily laden burros. Withers came next, and he turned in his saddle to wave good-bye to his wife. Joe Lake appeared to be busy keeping a red mule and a wild gray mustang and a couple of restive blacks in the trail. Shefford brought up in the rear. He was mounted on a beautiful black mustang with 3 white feet, a white spot on his nose, and a mane that swept to his knees. "His name's Nack Yal," Withers had said. "It means 2 bits or 25 cents. He ain't worth more." To look at Nack Yal had pleased Shefford very much indeed, but once upon his back he grew dubious. The mustang acted queer. He actually looked back at Shefford, and it was a look of speculation and disdain. Shefford took exception to Nack Yal's manner and to his reluctance to go, and especially to a habit that the mustang had of turning off the trail to the left. Shefford had managed some rather spirited horses back in Illinois, and though he was willing and eager to learn all over again, he did not enjoy the prospect of Lake and Withers seeing this black mustang make a novice of him. And he guessed that was just what Nack Yal intended to do. However, once up over the hill, with Kayenta out of sight, Nack Yal trotted along fairly well, needing only now and then to be pulled back from his strange swinging to the left off the trail. The pack train traveled steadily and soon crossed the upland plain to descend into the valley again. Shefford saw the jagged red peaks with an emotion he could not name. The cañon between them were purple in the shadows. The great walls and slopes brightened to red, and the tips were gold in the sun. Shefford forgot all about his mustang and the trail. Suddenly, with a pound of hoofs, Nack Yal seemed to rise. He leaped sideways out of the trail, came down stiff-legged. Then Shefford shot out of the saddle. He landed so hard that he was stunned for an instant. Sitting up, he saw the mustang bent down, eyes and ears showing fight, and his 4 feet spread. He appeared to be looking at something in the trail. Shefford got up and soon saw what had been the trouble. A long, crooked stick, rather thick and black and yellow, lay in the trail, and any mustang looking for an excuse to jump might have mistaken it for a rattlesnake. Nack Yal appeared disposed to be satisfied and gave Shefford no trouble in mounting. The incident increased Shefford's dubiousness. These Arizona mustangs were unknown quantities. Thereafter, Shefford had an eye for the trail rather than the scenery, and this continued till the pack train entered the mouth of the Sagi. Then those wonderful lofty cliffs, with their peaks and towers and spires, loomed so close and so beautiful that he did not care if Nack Yal did throw him. Along here, however, the mustang behaved well, and presently Shefford decided that if it had been otherwise he would have walked. The trail suddenly stood on end and led down into the deep wash, where some days before he had seen the stream of reddish water. This day there appeared to be less water, and it was not so red. Nack Yal sank deep as he took short and careful steps down. The burros and other mustangs were drinking, and Nack Yal followed suit. The Indian, with a hand clutching his mustang's mane, rode up a steep, sandy slope on the other side that Shefford would not have believed any horse could climb. The burros plodded up and over the rim, with Withers calling to them. Joe Lake swung his rope and cracked the flanks of the gray mare and the red mule, and the way the two kicked was a revelation and a warning to Shefford. When his turn came to climb the trail, he got off and walked, an action that Nack Yal appeared fully to appreciate. From the head of this wash, the trail wound away up the widening cañon, through greasewood flats and over grassy levels and across sandy stretches. The looming walls made the valley look narrow, yet it must have been half a mile wide. The slopes under the cliffs were dotted with huge stones and cedar trees. There were deep indentations in the walls, running back to form Box Cañon, choked with green of cedar and spruce and pinyon. These notches haunted Shefford, and he was ever on the lookout for more of them. Withers came back to ride just in advance and began to talk. "Reckon this Sagi Canyon is your Deception Pass," he said. "It's sure a queer hole. I've been lost more than once, hunting mustangs in here. I've an idea Nas Ta Bega knows all this country. He just pointed out a cliff dwelling to me. See it? There, way up in that cave on the wall." Shefford saw a steep, rough slope leading up to a bulge of the cliff, and finally he made out strange little houses with dark, eye-like windows. He wanted to climb up there. Withers called his attention to more caves with what he believed were the ruins of cliff dwellings. As they rode along, the trader showed him remarkable formations of rock where the elements were slowly hollowing out a bridge. They came presently to a region of intersecting cañon, and here the breaking of the trail up and down the deep washes took Withers back to his task with the burros and gave Shefford more concern than he liked with Nack yal. The mustang grew unruly and was continually turning to the left. Sometimes he tried to climb the steep slope. He had to be pulled hard away from the opening cañon on the left. It seemed strange to Shefford that the mustang never swerved to the right. This habit of Nack yal's and the increasing caution needed on the trail took all of Shefford's attention. When he dismounted, however, he had a chance to look around, and more he was amazed at the increasing proportions and wildness of the Sagi. He came at length to a place where a fallen tree blocked the trail. All of the rest of the pack train had jumped the log, but Nack yal balked. Shefford dismounted, pulled the bridle over the mustang's head, and tried to lead him. Nack yal, however, refused to budge. Whereupon Shefford got a stick, and remounting, he gave the balky mustang a cut across the flank. Then something violent happened. Shefford received a sudden propelling jolt, and then he was rising into the air and then falling. Before he alighted, he had a clear image of Nack yal in the air above him, bent double and seemingly possessed of devils. Then Shefford hit the ground with no light thud. He was thoroughly angry when he got dizzily upon his feet, but he was not quick enough to catch the mustang. Nack yal leaped easily over the log and went on ahead, dragging his bridle. Shefford hurried after him, and the faster he went, just by so much the cunning Nack yal accelerated his gait. As the pack train was out of sight somewhere ahead, Shefford could not call to his companions to halt his mount, so he gave up trying, and walked on now with free and growing appreciation of his surroundings. The afternoon had waned. The sun blazed low in the west in a notch of the cañon ramparts, and one wall was darkening into purple shadow, while the other shone through a golden haze. It was a weird, wild world to Shefford, and every few strides he caught his breath and tried to realize actuality was not a dream. Nack yal kept about 100 paces to the fore, and ever and anon he looked back to see how his new master was progressing. He varied these occasions by reaching down and nipping a tuft of grass. Evidently, he was too intelligent to go on fast enough to be caught by Withers. Also, he kept continually looking up the slope to the left, as if seeking a way to climb out of the valley in that direction. Shefford thought it was well that the trail lay at the foot of a steep slope that ran up to unbroken bluffs. The sun set, and the cañon lost its red and its gold and deepened its purple. Shefford calculated he had walked 5 miles, and though he did not mind the effort, he would rather have ridden Nack yal into camp. He mounted a cedar ridge, crossed some sandy washes, turned a corner of bold wall to enter a wide green level. The mustangs were rolling and snorting. He heard the bray of a burro. A bright blaze of campfire greeted him, and the dark figure of the Indian approached to intercept and catch Nack yal. When he stalked into camp, Withers wore a beaming smile, and Joe Lake, who was on his knees making biscuit dough in a pan, stopped proceedings and drawled, "Reckon Nack yal bucked you off." "Bucked? Was that it? Well, he separated himself from me in a new and somewhat painful manner to me." "Sure, I saw that in his eye," replied Lake, and Withers laughed with him. "Nack yal never was well broke," he said, "but he's a good mustang. Nothing like Joe's Navvy or that gray mare Dynamite. All this Indian stock will buck on a man once in a while." "I'll take the bucking along with the rest," said Shefford. Both men liked his reply, and the Indian smiled for the first time. Soon they all sat around a spread tarpaulin and ate like wolves. After supper came the rest and talk before the campfire. Joe Lake was droll. He said the most serious things in a way to make Shefford wonder if he was not joking. Withers talked about the cañon, the Indians, the mustangs, the scorpions running out of the heated sand, and to Shefford it was like a fascinating book. Nas Ta Bega smoked in silence, his brooding eyes upon the fire. End of chapter 4, part 2. Chapter 5 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the trail. Shefford was awakened next morning by a sound he had never heard before, the plunging of hobbled horses on soft turf. It was clear daylight with a ruddy color in the sky and a tinge of red along the cañon rim. He saw Withers, Lake, and the Indian driving the mustangs toward camp. The burros appeared lazy, yet willing, but the mustangs and the mule Withers called Red and the gray mare Dynamite were determined not to be driven into camp. It was astonishing how much action they had, how much ground they could cover with their 4 feet hobbled together. They were exceedingly skillful. They lifted both 4 feet at once and then plunged. And they all went in different directions. Nas Ta Bega darted in here and there to head off escape. Shefford pulled on his boots and went out to help. He got too close to the gray mare, and warned by a yell from Withers, he jumped back just in time to avoid her vicious heels. Then Shefford turned his attention to Nack yal and chased him all over the flat in a futile effort to catch him. Nas Ta Bega came to Shefford's assistance and put a rope over Nack yal's head. "Don't ever get behind one of these mustangs," said Withers warningly, as Shefford came up. "You might be killed. Eat your bite now. We'll soon be out of here." Shefford had been late in awakening. The others had breakfasted. He found eating somewhat difficult in the excitement that ensued. Nas Ta Bega held ropes which were round the necks of Red and Dynamite. The mule showed his cunning and always appeared to present his heels to Withers, who tried to approach him with a pack saddle. The patience of the trader was a revelation to Shefford, and at length Red was cornered by the 3 men. The pack saddle was strapped on, and then the packs. Red promptly bucked the packs off, and the work had to be done over again. Then Red dropped his long ears and seemed ready to be tractable. When Shefford turned his attention to Dynamite, he decided that this was his first sight of a wild horse. The gray mare had fiery eyes that rolled and showed the white. She jumped straight up, screamed, pawed, bit, and then plunged down to shoot her hind hoofs into the air as high as her head had been. She was amazingly agile, and she seemed mad to kill something. She dragged the Indian about, and when Joe Lake got a rope on her hind foot, she dragged them both. They lashed her with the ends of the lassos, which action only made her kick harder. She plunged into camp, drove Shefford flying for his life, knocked down 2 of the burros, and played havoc with the unstrapped packs. Withers ran to the assistance of Lake, and the 2 of them hauled back with all their strength and weight. They were both powerful and heavy men. Dynamite circled round and finally, after kicking the campfire to bits, fell down on her haunches in the hot embers. "Let her set there," panted Withers, and Joe Lake shouted, "Burn up, you darn coyote!" Both men appeared delighted that she had brought upon herself just punishment. Dynamite sat in the remains of the fire long enough to get burnt, and then she got up and meekly allowed Withers to throw a tarpaulin and a roll of blankets over her and tie them fast. Lake and Withers were sweating freely when this job was finished. "Say, is that a usual morning's task with the pack animals?" asked Shefford. "They're all pretty decent today, except Dynamite," replied Withers. "She's got to be worked out." Shefford felt both amusement and consternation. The sun was just rising over the ramparts of the cañon, and he had already seen more difficult and dangerous work accomplished than half a dozen men of his type could do in a whole day. He liked the outlook of his new duty as Withers' assistant, but he felt helplessly inefficient. Still, all he needed was experience. He passed over what he anticipated would be pain and peril. The cost was of no moment. Soon the pack train was on the move, with the Indian leading. This morning, Nack Yal began his strange swinging off to the left, precisely as he had done the day before. It got to be annoying to Shefford, and he lost patience with the mustang and jerked him sharply round. This, however, had no great effect on Nack Yal. As the train headed straight up the cañon, Joe Lake dropped back to ride beside Shefford. The Mormon had been amiable and friendly. "Flock of deer up that draw," he said, pointing up a narrow side cañon. Shefford gazed to see a half dozen small, brown, long-eared objects, very like burros, watching the pack train pass. "Are they deer?" he asked delightedly. "Sure are," replied Joe sincerely. "Get down and shoot one. There's a rifle in your saddle sheath." Shefford had already discovered that he had been armed this morning, a matter which had caused him reflection. These animals certainly looked like deer. He had seen a few deer, though not in their native wild haunts, and he experienced the thrill of the hunter. Dismounting, he drew the rifle out of the sheath and started toward the little cañon. "Higher! Where you going with that gun?" yelled Withers. "That's a bunch of burros. Joe's up to his old tricks. Shefford, look out for Joe." Rather sheepishly, Shefford returned to his mustang and sheathed the rifle, and then took a long look at the animals up the draw. They resembled deer, but upon second glance they surely were burros. "Darn me, now if I didn't think they sure were deer!" exclaimed Joe. He appeared absolutely sincere and innocent. Shefford hardly knew how to take this likable Mormon, but vowed he would be on his guard in the future. Nas Ta Bega soon led the pack train toward the left wall of the cañon, and evidently intended to scale it. Shefford could not see any trail, and the wall appeared steep and insurmountable. But upon nearing the cliff, he saw a narrow, broken trail leading zigzag up over smooth rock, weathered slope, and through cracks. "Spread out and careful now," yelled Withers. The need of both advices soon became manifest to Shefford. The burros started stones rolling, making danger for those below. Shefford dismounted and led Nack Yal and turned aside many a rolling rock. The Indian and the burros, with the red mule leading, climbed steadily, but the mustangs had trouble. Joe's spirited bay had to be coaxed to face the ascent. Nack Yal balked at every difficult step, and Dynamite slipped on a flat slant of rock and slid down 40 feet. Withers and Lake with ropes hauled the mare out of the dangerous position. Shefford, who brought up the rear, saw all the action, and it was exciting, but his pleasure in the climb was spoiled by the sight of blood and hair on the stones. The ascent was crooked, steep, and long, and when Shefford reached the top of the wall, he was glad to rest. It made him gasp to look down and see what he had surmounted. The cañon floor, green and level, lay 1,000 feet below, and the wild burros which had followed on the trail looked like rabbits. Shefford mounted presently and rode out upon a wide, smooth trail leading into a cedar forest. There were bunches of gray sage in the open places. The air was cool and crisp, laden with sweet fragrance. He saw Lake and Withers bobbing along, now on one side of the trail, now on the other, and they kept to a steady trot. Occasionally, the Indian and his bright red saddle blanket showed in an opening of the cedars. It was level country, and there was nothing for Shefford to see except cedar and sage, an outcropping of red rock in places, and the winding trail. Mockingbirds made melody everywhere. Shefford seemed full of a strange pleasure, and the hours flew by. Nack yal still wanted to be everlastingly turning off the trail, and moreover, now he wanted to go faster. He was eager, restless, dissatisfied. At noon the pack train descended into a deep draw, well covered with cedar and sage. There was plenty of grass and shade, but no water. Shefford was surprised to see that every pack was removed. However, the roll of blankets was left on dynamite. The men made a fire and began to cook a noonday meal. Shefford, tired and warm, sat in a shady spot and watched. He had become all eyes. He had almost forgotten Fay Larkin. He had forgotten his trouble, and the present seemed sweet and full. Presently, his ears were filled by a pattering roar, and looking up the draw, saw two streams of sheep and goats coming down. Soon an Indian shepherd appeared, riding a fine mustang. A cream-colored colt bounded along behind, and presently a shaggy dog came in sight. The Indian dismounted at the camp, and his flock spread by in two white and black streams. The dog went with them. Withers and Joe shook hands with the Indian, whom Joe called Navvy, and Shefford lost no time in doing likewise. Then Nas Ta Bega came in, and he and the Navajo talked. When the meal was ready, all of them sat down round the canvas. The shepherd did not tie his horse. Presently, Shefford noticed that Nack yal had returned to camp and was acting strangely. Evidently, he was attracted by the Indian's mustang or the cream-colored colt. At any rate, Nack yal hung around, tossed his head, whinnied in a low, nervous manner, and looked strangely eager and wild. Shefford was at first amused, then curious. Nack yal approached too close to the mother of the colt, and she gave him a sounding kick in the ribs. Nack yal uttered a plaintive snort and backed away, to stand crestfallen, with all his eagerness and fire vanished. Nas Ta Bega pointed to the mustang and said something in his own tongue. Then Withers addressed the visiting Indian, and they exchanged some words, whereupon the trader turned to Shefford. "I bought Nack yal from this Indian 3 years ago. This mare is Nack yal's mother. He was born over here to the south. That's why he always swung left off the trail. He wanted to go home. Just now he recognized his mother, and she wailed away and gave him a whack for his pains. She's got a colt now, and probably didn't recognize Nack yal. But he's broken-hearted." The trader laughed, and Joe said, "You can't tell what these darn mustangs will do." Shefford felt sorry for Nack yal, and when it came time to saddle him, again found him easier to handle than ever before. Nack yal stood with head down, broken-spirited. Shefford was the first to ride up out of the draw, and once upon the top of the ridge, he halted to gaze, wide-eyed and entranced. A rolling, endless plain sloped down beneath him and led him on to a distant, round-topped mountain. To the right, a red cañon opened its jagged jaws, and away to the north rose a world and strange sea of curved ridges, crags, and domes. Nas Ta Bega rode up then, leading the pack train. "By nigh, that is Nas Tisan," he said, pointing to the mountain, Navajo Mountain, and there in the north are the cañon. Shefford followed the Indian down the trail, and soon lost sight of that wide, green and red wilderness. Nas Ta Bega turned at an intersecting trail, rode down into the cañon, and climbed out on the other side. Shefford got a glimpse now and then of the black dome of the mountain, but for the most part the distant points of the country were hidden. They crossed many trails, went up and down the sides of many shallow cañon. Troops of wild mustangs whistled at them, stood on ridge tops to watch, and then dashed away with manes and tails flying. Withers rode forward presently and halted the pack train. He had some conversation with Nas Ta Bega, whereupon the Indian turned his horse and trotted back to disappear in the cedars. "I'm some worried," explained Withers. "Joe thinks he saw a bunch of horsemen trailing us. My eyes are bad and I can't see far. The Indian will find out. I took a roundabout way to reach the village because I'm always dodging Shadd." This communication lent an added zest to the journey. Shefford could hardly believe the truth that his eyes and his ears brought to his consciousness. He turned in behind Withers and rode down the rough trail, helping the mustang all in his power. It occurred to him that Nack yal had been entirely different since that meeting with his mother in the draw. He turned no more off the trail. He answered readily to the rein. He did not look afar from every ridge. Shefford conceived a liking for the mustang. Withers turned aside in his saddle and let his mustang pick the way. "Another time we'll go up round the base of the mountain, where you can look down on the grandest scene in the world," said he. 200 miles of wind-worn rock, all smooth and bare, without a single straight line, cañon, caves, bridges, the most wonderful country in the world. Even the Indians haven't explored it. It's haunted for them, and they have strange gods. The Navajos will hunt on this side of the mountain, but not on the other. That north side is consecrated ground. My wife has long been trying to get the Navajos to tell her the secret of Nonnezoshe. Nonnezoshe means Rainbow Bridge. The Indians worship it, but as far as she can find out, only a few have ever seen it. I imagine it'd be worth some trouble." "Maybe that's the bridge Venters talked about, the one overarching the entrance to Surprise Valley," said Shefford. "It might be," replied the trader. "You've got a good chance of finding out. Nas Ta Bega is the man. You stick to that Indian. Well, we'll start down here into this cañon, and we go down some, I reckon. In a half hour you'll see Sago-Lilies and Indian paintbrush and vermilion cactus." About the middle of the afternoon the pack train and its drivers arrived at the hidden Mormon village. Nas Ta Bega had not returned from his scout back along the trail. Shefford's sensibilities had all been overstrained, but he had left in him enthusiasm and appreciation that made the situation of this village a fairyland. It was a valley, a cañon floor, so long that he could not see the end, and perhaps a quarter of a mile wide. The air was hot, still, and sweetly odorous of unfamiliar flowers. Pinyon and cedar trees surrounded the log and stone houses, and along the walls of the cañon stood sharp-pointed, dark green spruce trees. These walls were singular of shape and color. They were not imposing in height, but they waved like the long, undulating swell of a sea. Every foot of surface was perfectly smooth, and the long curved lines of darker tinge that streaked the red followed the rounded line of the slope at the top. Far above, yet overhanging, were great yellow crags and peaks, and between these, still higher, showed the pine-fringed slope of Navajo Mountain, with snow in the sheltered places and glistening streams like silver threads running down. All this Shefford noticed as he entered the valley from round a corner of wall. Upon nearer view he saw and heard a host of children, who, looking up to see the intruders, scattered like frightened quail. Long gray grass covered the ground, and here and there wide smooth paths had been worn. A swift and murmuring brook ran through the middle of the valley, and its banks were bordered with flowers. Withers led the way to one side near the wall, where a clump of cedar trees and a dark, swift spring Boiling out of the rocks and banks of amber moss with purple blossoms made a beautiful campsite. Here the mustangs were unsaddled and turned loose without hobbles. It was certainly unlikely that they would leave such a spot. Some of the burros were unpacked, and the others Withers drove off into the village. "Sure is pretty nice," said Joe, wiping his sweaty face. "I never want to leave. It suits me to lie on this moss. Take a drink of that spring." Shefford complied with alacrity and found the water cool and sweet, and he seemed to feel it all through him. Then he returned to the mossy bank. He did not reply to Joe. In fact, all his faculties were absorbed in watching and feeling, and he lay there long after Joe went off to the village. The murmur of water, the hum of bees, the song of strange birds, the sweet, warm air, the dreamy summer somnolence of the valley, all these added drowsiness to Shefford's weary lassitude, and he fell asleep. When he awoke, Nas Ta Bega was sitting near him, and Joe was busy near a campfire. "Hello, Nas Ta Bega," said Shefford. "Was there anyone trailing us?" The Navajo nodded. Joe raised his head and with forceful brevity said, "Shadd?" "Shadd," echoed Shefford, remembering the dark, sinister face of his visitor that night in the Sagi. "Joe, is it serious? His trailing us?" "Well, I don't know how darn serious it is, but I'm scared to death," replied Lake. "He and his gang will hold us up somewhere on the way home." Shefford regarded Joe with both concern and doubt. Joe's words were at variance with his looks. "Say, pard, can you shoot a rifle?" queried Joe. "Yes, I'm a fair shot at targets." The Mormon nodded his head as if pleased. "That's good. These outlaws are all poor shots with a rifle. So am I. But I can handle a six-shooter. I reckon we'll make Shadd sweat if he pushes us." Withers returned, driving the burros, all of which had been unpacked down to the saddles. Two gray-bearded men accompanied him. One of them appeared to be very old and venerable, and walked with a stick. The other had a sad-lined face and kind, mild blue eyes. Shefford observed that Lake seemed unusually respectful. Withers introduced these Mormons merely as Smith and Henninger. They were very cordial and pleasant in their greetings to Shefford. Presently, another, somewhat younger man joined the group, a stalwart, jovial fellow with ruddy face. There was certainly no mistaking his kindly welcome as he shook Shefford's hand. His name was Beal. The three stood around the campfire for a while, evidently glad of the presence of fellow men and to hear news from the outside. Finally, they went away, taking Joe with them. Withers took up the task of getting supper where Joe had been made to leave it. "Shefford, listen," he said presently, as he knelt before the fire. "I told them right out that you'd been a Gentile clergyman, that you'd gone back on your religion. It impressed them, and you've been well received. I'll tell the same thing over at Stonebridge. You'll get in right. Of course, I don't expect they'll make a Mormon out of you, but they will try to. Meanwhile, you can be square and friendly all the time you're trying to find your Fay Larkin. Tomorrow you'll meet some of the women. They're good souls, but like any women, crazy for news. Think what it is to be shut up in here between these walls." "Withers, I'm intensely interested," replied Shefford, "and excited, too. Shall we stay here long?" "I'll stay a couple of days, then go to Stonebridge with Joe. He'll come back here, and when you both feel like leaving, and if Nas Ta Bega thinks it's safe, you'll take a trail over to some Indian Hogans and pack me out a load of skins and blankets. My boy, you've all the time there is, and I wish you luck. This isn't a bad place to loaf. I always get sentimental over here. Maybe it's the women. Some of them are pretty, and one of them, Shefford, they call her Sago-Lily. Her first name is Mary, I'm told. Don't know her last name. She's lovely, and I bet you forget Fay Larkin in a flash. Only be careful. You drop in here with peculiar credentials, so to speak, as my helper and as a man with no religion. You'll not only be fully trusted, but you'll be welcome to these lonely women. So be careful. Remember, it's my secret belief that they are sealed wives and are visited occasionally at night by their husbands. I don't know this, but I believe it, and you're not supposed to dream of that." "How many men in the village?" asked Shefford. "Three. You met them." "Have they wives?" asked Shefford curiously. "Wives? Well, I guess. But only one each that I know of. Joe Lake is the only unmarried Mormon I've met." "And no men, strangers, cowboys, outlaws, ever come to this village?" "Except the Indians, it seems to be a secret so far," replied the trader, earnestly. "But it can't be kept secret. I've said that time after time over in Stonebridge. With Mormons, it's sufficient until the day is the evil thereof." "What happens when outsiders do learn and ride in here?" "There'll be trouble, maybe bloodshed. Mormon women are absolutely good, but they're human and want and need a little life. And strange to say, Mormon men are pig-headedly jealous. Why, if some of the cowboys I know in Durango would ride over here, there'd simply be hell. But that's a long way, and probably this village will be deserted before news of it ever reaches Colorado. There's more danger of Shadd and his gang coming in. Shadd's half Piute. He must know of this place, and he's got some white outlaws in his gang. Come on, grub's ready, and I'm too hungry to talk." Later, when shadows began to gather in the valley, and the lofty peaks above were gold in the sunset glow, Withers left camp to look after the straying mustangs, and Shefford strolled to and fro under the cedars. The lights and shades in the Sagi that first night had moved him to enthusiastic watchfulness, but here they were so weird and beautiful that he was enraptured. He actually saw great shafts of gold and shadows of purple streaming from the peaks down into the valley. It was day on the heights and twilight in the valley. The swiftly changing colors were like rainbows. While he strode up and down, several women came to the spring and filled their buckets. They wore shawls or hoods, and their garments were somber, but nevertheless they appeared to have youth and comeliness. They saw him, looked at him curiously, and then, without speaking, went back on the well-trodden path. Presently down the path appeared a woman, a girl in lighter garb. It was almost white. She was shapely and walked with free, graceful step, reminding him of the Indian girl, Glen Naspa. This one wore a hood shaped like a huge sunbonnet, and it concealed her face. She carried a bucket. When she reached the spring and went down the few stone steps, Shefford saw that she did not have on shoes. As she braced herself to lift the bucket, her bare foot clung to the mossy stone. It was a strong, sinewy, beautiful foot, instinct with youth. He was curious enough, he thought, but the awakening artist in him made him more so. She dragged at the full bucket and had difficulty in lifting it out of the hole. Shefford strolled forward and took the bucket handle from her. "Won't you let me help?" he said, lifting the bucket. "Indeed, it's very heavy." "Oh, thank you," she said, without raising her head. Her voice seemed singularly young and sweet. He had not heard a voice like it. She moved down the path, and he walked beside her. He felt embarrassed, yet more curious than ever. He wanted to say something, to turn and look at her, but he kept on for a dozen paces without making up his mind. Finally he said, "Do you really carry this heavy bucket? Why, it makes my arm ache." "Twice every day, morning and evening," she replied. "I'm very strong." Then he stole a look out of the corner of his eye, and seeing that her face was hidden from him by the hood, he turned to observe her at better advantage. A long braid of hair hung down her back. In the twilight it gleamed dull gold. She came up to his shoulder. The sleeve nearest him was rolled up to her elbow, revealing a fine, round arm. Her hand, like her foot, was brown, strong, and well-shaped. It was a hand that had been developed by labor. She was full-bosomed, yet slender, and she walked with a free stride that made Shefford admire and wonder. They passed several of the little stone and log houses, and women greeted them as they went by, and children peered shyly from the doors. He kept trying to think of something to say, and failing in that, determined to have one good look under the hood before he left her. "You walk lame," she said solicitously. "Let me carry the bucket now, please. My house is near." "Am I lame? Guess so a little," he replied. "It was a hard ride for me, but I'll carry the bucket just the same." They went on under some pinyon trees, down a path to a little house identical with the others, except that it had a stone porch. Shefford smelled fragrant wood smoke and saw a column curling from the low, flat stone chimney. Then he set the bucket down on the porch. "Thank you, Mr. Shefford," she said. "You know my name?" he asked. "Yes, Mr. Withers spoke to my nearest neighbor, and she told me." "Ah, I see. And you?" He did not go on, and she did not reply. When she stepped upon the porch and turned, he was able to see under the hood. The face there was in shadow, and for that very reason he answered to ungovernable impulse and took a step closer to her. Dark, grave, sad eyes looked down at him, and he felt as if he could never draw his own glance away. He seemed not to see the rest of her face, and yet felt that it was lovely. Then a downward movement of the hood hid from him the strange eyes and the shadowy loveliness. I beg your pardon," he said quickly, drawing back. "I'm rude. Withers told me about a girl he called. He said looked like a Sago-Lily. That's no excuse to stare under your hood. But I was curious. I wondered if..." He hesitated, realizing how foolish his talk was. She stood a moment, probably watching him, but he could not be sure, for her face was hidden. "They call me that," she said, "but my name is Mary." "Mary what?" he asked. "Just Mary," she said simply. "Good night." He did not say good night, and could not have told why. She took up the bucket and went into the dark house. Shefford hurried away into the gathering darkness. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Hidden Valley. Shefford had hardly seen her face, yet he was more interested in a woman than he had ever been before. Still, he reflected, as he returned to camp, he had been under a long strain. He was unduly excited by this new and adventurous life, and these, with the mystery of this village, were perhaps accountable for a state of mind that could not last. He rolled in his blankets on the soft bed of moss, and he saw the stars through the needle-like fringe of the pinyons. It seemed impossible to fall asleep. The two domed peaks split the sky, and back of them, looming dark and shadowy, rose the mountain. There was something cold, austere, and majestic in their lofty presence, and they made him feel alone, yet not alone. He raised himself to see the quiet forms of Withers and Bega prone in the starlight, and their slow, deep breathing was that of tired men. A bell on a mustang rang somewhere off in the valley, and gave out a low, strange, reverberating echo from wall to wall. When it ceased, a silence set in that was deader than any silence he had ever felt. But gradually he became aware of the low murmur of the brook. For the rest, there was no sound of wind, no bark of dog or yelp of coyote, and no sound of voice in the village. He tried to sleep, but instead thought of this girl who was called the Sago-Lily. He recalled everything incident to their meeting, and the walk to her home, her swift, free step, her graceful poise, her shapely form, the long braid of hair, dull gold in the twilight, the beautiful bare foot, and the strong, round arm. These he thought of and recalled vividly. But of her face he had no idea except the shadowy, haunting loveliness, and that grew more and more difficult to remember. The tone of her voice and what she had said, how the one had thrilled him and the other mystified. It was her voice that had most attracted him. There was something in it besides music. What, he could not tell. Sadness, depth, something like that in Nas Ta Bega's beauty springing from disuse. But this seemed absurd. Why should he imagine her voice one that had not been used as freely as any other woman's? She was a Mormon. Very likely, almost surely, she was a sealed wife. His interest, too, was absurd, and he tried to throw it off or imagine it one he might have felt in any other of these strange women of the hidden village. But Shefford's intelligence and his good sense, which became operative when he was fully roused and set the situation clearly before his eyes, had no effect upon his deeper, mystic, and primitive feelings. He saw the truth, and he felt something that he could not name. He would not be a fool, but there was no harm in dreaming, and unquestionably, beyond all doubt, the dream and the romance that had lured him to the wilderness were here, hanging over him like the shadows of the great peaks. His heart swelled with emotion when he thought of how the black and incessant despair of the past was gone. So he embraced any attraction that made him forget and think and feel. Some instinct, stronger than intelligence, bade him drift. Joe's rolling voice awoke him the next morning, and he rose with a singular zest. When or where in his life had he awakened in such a beautiful place? Almost he understood why Venters and Bess had been haunted by memories of Surprise Valley. The morning was clear, cool, sweet. The peaks were dim and soft in rosy cloud. Shafts of golden sunlight shot down into the purple shadows. Mockingbirds were singing. His body was sore and tired from the unaccustomed travel, but his heart was full, happy. His spirit wanted to run, and he knew there was something out there waiting to meet it. The Indian and the trader and the Mormon all meant more to him this morning. He had grown a little overnight. Nas Ta Bega's deep "Bi Nai" rang in his ears, and the smiles of Withers and Joe were greetings. He had friends, he had work, and there was rich, strange, and helpful life to live. There was even a difference in the mustang Nack yal. He came readily. He did not look wild. He had a friendly eye, and Shefford liked him more. "What is there to do?" asked Shefford, feeling equal to 100 tasks. "No work," replied the trader with a laugh, and he drew Shefford aside. "I'm in no hurry. I like it here, and Joe never wants to leave. Today you can meet the women. Make yourself popular. I've already made you that. These women are mostly all young and lonesome. Talk to them. Make them like you. Then some day you may be safe to ask questions. Last night I wanted to ask old Mother Smith if she ever heard the name Fay Larkin, but I thought better of it. If there is a girl here or at Stonebridge of that name, we'll learn it. If there's mystery, we'd better go slow. Mormons are hell on secret and mystery, and to pry into their affairs is to queer yourself. My advice is just be as nice as you can be and let things happen." Fay Larkin. All in a night Shefford had forgotten her. Why? He pondered over the matter, and then the old thrill, the old desire came back. "Shefford, what do you think Nas Ta Bega said to me last night?" asked Withers in a lower voice. "Haven't any idea," replied Shefford curiously. "We were sitting beside the fire. I saw you walking under the cedars. You seemed thoughtful. That keen Indian watched you, and he said to me in Navajo, 'Bi Nai has lost his God. He has come to find a wife. Nas Ta Bega is his brother. He meant he'll find both God and wife for you. I don't know about that, but I say take the Indian as he thinks he is, your brother. Long before I knew Nas Ta Bega, my wife used to tell me about him. He's a sage and a poet, the very spirit of this desert. He's worth cultivating for his own sake. But more, remember, if Fay Larkin is still shut in that valley, this Navajo will find her for you." "I shall take Nas Ta Bega as my brother and be proud," replied Shefford. "There's another thing. Do you intend to confide in Joe?" "I hadn't thought of that." "Well, it might be a good plan. But wait until you know him better and he knows you. He's ready to fight for you now. He'll take your trouble to heart. You wouldn't think Joe is deeply religious, yet he is. He may never breathe a word about religion to you. Now, Shefford, go ahead. You've struck a trail. It's rough, but it'll make a man of you. It'll lead somewhere." "I'm singularly fortunate. I, who had lost all friends. Withers, I am grateful. I'll prove it. I'll show." Withers' upheld hand checked further speech, and Shefford realized that beneath the rough exterior of this desert trader there was fine feeling. These men of crude toil and wild surroundings were beginning to loom up large in Shefford's mind. The day began leisurely. The men were yet at breakfast when the women of the village began to come one by one to the spring. Joe Lake made friendly and joking remarks to each, and as each one passed on down the path, he poised a biscuit in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, and with his head cocked sideways like an owl, he said, "Reckon I've got to get me a woman like her." Shefford saw and heard, yet he was all the time half unconsciously watching with strange eagerness for a white figure to appear. At last he saw her. The same girl with the hood, the same swift step. A little shock or quiver passed over him, and at the moment all that was explicable about it was something associated with regret. Joe Lake whistled and stared. "I haven't met her," he muttered. "That's the Sago-Lily," said Withers. "Reckon I'm going to carry that bucket," went on Joe. "And queer yourself with all the other women who's been to the spring? Don't do it, Joe," advised the trader. "But her bucket's bigger," protested Joe weakly. "That's true. But you ought to know Mormons. If she'd come first, all right. And she didn't. Why, don't single her out." Joe kept his seat. The girl came to the spring. A low good morning came from under the hood. Then she filled her bucket and started home. Shefford observed that this time she wore moccasins, and she carried the heavy bucket with ease. When she disappeared, he had again the vague, inexplicable sensation of regret. Joe Lake breathed heavily. "Reckon I've got to get me a woman like her," he said. But the former jocose tone was lacking, and he appeared thoughtful. Withers first took Shefford to the building used for a school. It was somewhat larger than the other houses, had only one room, with 2 doors and several windows. It was full of children of all sizes and ages, sitting on rude board benches. There were 100 of them, sturdy, healthy, rosy boys and girls, clad in homemade garments. The young woman teacher was as embarrassed as her pupils were shy, and the visitors withdrew without having heard a word of lesson. Withers then called upon Smith, Henniger, and Beal and their wives. Shefford found himself cordially received, and what little he did say showed him how he would be listened to when he cared to talk. These folks were plain and kindly, and he found that there was nothing about them to dislike. The men appeared mild and quiet, and when not conversing, seemed austere. The repose of the women was only on the surface. Underneath, he felt their intensity, especially in many of the younger women whom he met in the succeeding hour. Did he feel this power of restrained emotion? This surprised him, as did also the fact that almost every one of them was attractive, and some of them were exceedingly pretty. He became so interested in them all as a whole that he could not individualize one. They were as widely different in appearance and temperament as women of any other class, but it seemed to Shefford that one common trait united them, and it was a strange, checked yearning for something that he could not discover. Was it happiness? They certainly seemed to be happy, far more than those millions of women who were chasing phantoms. Were they really sealed wives, as Withers believed? And was this unnatural wifehood responsible for the strange intensity? At any rate, he returned to camp with the conviction that he had stumbled upon a remarkable situation. He had been told the last names of only 3 women, and their husbands were in the village. The names of the others were Ruth, Rebecca, Joan. He could not recall them all. They were the mothers of these beautiful children. The fathers, as far as he was concerned, were as intangible as myths. Shefford was an educated clergyman, a man of the world, and as such knew women in his way. Mormons might be strange and different, yet the fundamental truth was that all over the world mothers of children were wives. There was a relation between wife and mother that did not need to be named to be felt. And he divined from this, whatever the situation of these lonely and hidden women, they knew themselves to be wives. Shefford absolutely satisfied himself on that score. If they were miserable, they certainly did not show it. And the question came to him, how just was the criticism of uninformed men? His judgment of Mormons had been established by what he had heard and read, rather than what he knew. He wanted now to have an open mind. He had studied the totemism and exogamy of the primitive races, and here was his opportunity to understand polygamy. 1 wife for 1 man, that was the law. Mormons broke it openly. Gentiles broke it secretly. Mormons acknowledged all their wives and protected their children. Gentiles acknowledged 1 wife only. Unquestionably, the Mormons were wrong. But were not the Gentiles still more wrong? The following day Joe Lake appeared, reluctant to start for Stonebridge with Withers. "Joe, you'd better come along," said the trader dryly. "I reckon you've seen a little too much of the Sago-Lily." Lake offered no reply, but it was evident from his sober face that Withers had not hit short of the mark. Withers rode off with a parting word to Shefford, and finally Joe somberly mounted his bay and trotted down the valley. As Bega had gone off somewhere to visit Indians, Shefford was left alone. He went into the village and made himself useful and agreeable. He made friends with the children, and he talked to the women until he was hoarse. Their ignorance of the world was a spur to him, and never in his life had he had such an attentive audience. And as he showed no curiosity, asked no difficult questions, gradually what reserve he had noted wore away, and the end of the day saw him on a footing with them that Withers had predicted. By the time several days had passed, it seemed from the interest and friendliness of these women that he might have lived long among them. He was possessed of wit and eloquence and information, which he freely gave, and not with selfish motive. He liked these women. He liked to see the somber shade pass from their faces, to see them brighten. He had met the girl Mary at the spring and along the path, but he had not yet seen her face. He was always looking for her, hoping to meet her, and confessed to himself that the best of the day for him were the morning and the evening visits she made to the spring. Nevertheless, for some reason hard to divine, he was reluctant to seek her deliberately. Always while he had listened to her neighbors talk, he had hoped they might let fall something about her, but they did not. He received an impression that she was not so intimate with the others as he had supposed. They all made one big family. Still, she seemed a little outside. He could bring no proofs to strengthen this idea. He merely felt it, and many of his feelings were independent of intelligent reason. Something had been added to curiosity, that was sure. It was his habit to call upon Mother Smith in the afternoons. From the first, her talk to him hinted of a leaning toward thought of making him a Mormon. Her husband and the other men took up her cue and spoke of their religion, casually at first, but gradually opening their minds to free and simple discussion of their faith. Shefford lent respectful attention. He would rather have been a Mormon than an atheist, and apparently they considered him the latter, and were earnest to save his soul. Shefford knew that he could never be one any more than the other. He was just at sea. But he listened, and he found them simple in faith, blind perhaps, but loyal and good. It was noteworthy that Mother Smith happened to be the only woman in the village who had ever mentioned religion to him. She was old, of a past generation. The young women belonged to the present. Shefford pondered the significant difference. Every day made more steadfast his impression of the great mystery that was like a twining shadow round these women. Yet in the same time many little ideas shifted and many new characteristics became manifest. This last was, of course, the result of acquaintance. He was learning more about the villagers. He gathered from keen interpretation of subtle words and looks that here in this lonely village, the same as in all the rest of the world where women were together, there were cliques, quarrels, dislikes, loves, and jealousies. The truth once known to him made him feel natural and fortified his confidence to meet the demands of an increasingly interesting position. He discovered, with somewhat grim amusement, that a clergyman's experience in a church full of women had not been entirely useless. One afternoon he let fall a careless remark that was a subtle question in regard to the girl Mary, whom Withers called the Sago-Lily. In response, he received an answer couched in the sweet poisoned honey of women's jealousy. He said no more. Certain ideas of his were strengthened, and straightway he became thoughtful. That afternoon, late, as he did his camp chores, he watched for her, but she did not come. Then he decided to go see her, but even the decision and the strange thrill it imparted did not change his reluctance. Twilight was darkening the valley when he reached her house, and the shadows were thick under the pinyons. There was no light in the door or window. He saw a white shape on the porch, and as he came down the path it rose. It was the girl Mary, and she appeared startled. "Good evening," he said. "It's Shefford. May I stay and talk a little while?" She was silent for so long that he began to feel awkward. "I'd be glad to have you," she replied finally. There was a bench on the porch, but he preferred to sit upon a blanket on the step. "I've been getting acquainted with everybody except you," he went on. "I have been here," she replied. That might have been a woman's speech, but it certainly had been made in a girl's voice. She was neither shy nor embarrassed nor self-conscious. As she stood back from him, he could not see her face in the dense twilight. "I've been wanting to call on you." She made some slight movement. Shefford felt a strange calm, yet he knew the moment was big and potent. "Won't you sit here?" he asked. She complied with his wish, and then he saw her face, though dimly, in the twilight, and it struck him mute. But he had no glimpse such as flashed upon him from under her hood the other night. He thought of a white flower in shadow and received his first impression of the rare and perfect lily, Withers had said, graced the wild cañon. She was only a girl. She sat very still, looking straight before her, and seemed to be waiting, listening. Shefford saw the quick rise and fall of her bosom. "I want to talk," he began, swiftly, hoping to put her at ease. "Everyone here has been good to me, and I've talked, oh, for hours and hours. But the thing in my mind I haven't spoken of. I've never asked any questions. That makes my part so strange. I want to tell why I came out here. I need someone who will keep my secret and perhaps help me. Would you?" "Yes, if I could," she replied. "You see, I've got to trust you or one of these other women. You're all Mormons. I don't mean that's anything against you. I believe you're all good and noble. But the fact makes a liberty of speech impossible. What can I do?" Her silence probably meant that she did not know. Shefford sensed less strain in her and more excitement. He believed he was on the right track and did not regret his impulse. Even had he regretted it, he would have gone on, for opposed to caution and intelligence was his driving mystic force. Then he told her the truth about his boyhood, his ambition to be an artist, his renunciation to his father's hope, his career as a clergyman, his failure in religion, and the disgrace that had made him a wanderer. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said. The faint starlight shone on her face, in her eyes, and if he ever saw beauty and soul, he saw them then. She seemed deeply moved. She had forgotten herself. She betrayed girlhood then, all the quick sympathy, the wonder, the sweetness of a heart innocent and untutored. She looked at him with great, starry, questioning eyes, as if they had just become aware of his presence, as if a man had been strange to her. "Thank you. It's good of you to be sorry," he said. "My instinct guided me right. Perhaps you'll be my friend." "I will be if I can," she said. "But can you be?" "I don't know. I've never had a friend. But, sir, I mustn't talk of myself. Oh, I'm afraid I can't help you." How strange the pathos of her voice! Almost he believed she was in need of help or sympathy or love. But he could not wholly trust a judgment formed from observation of a class different from hers. "Maybe you can help me. Let's see," he said. "I don't seek to make you talk of yourself. But you're a human being, a girl, almost a woman. You're not dumb, but even a nun can talk." "A nun? What is that?" "Well, a nun is a sister of mercy, a woman consecrated to God, who has renounced the world. In some ways you Mormon women here resemble nuns. It is sacrifice that nails you in this lonely valley. You see how I talk? One word, one thought brings another, and I speak what perhaps should be unsaid, and it's hard because I feel I could unburden myself to you." "Tell me what you want," she said. Shefford hesitated and became aware of the rapid pound of his heart. More than anything he wanted to be fair to this girl. He saw that she was warming to his influence. Her shadowy eyes were fixed upon him. The starlight, growing brighter, shone on her golden hair and white face. "I'll tell you presently," he said. "I've trusted you. I'll trust you with all. But let me have my own time. This is so strange a thing, my wanting to confide in you. It's selfish, perhaps. I have my own axe to grind. I hope I won't wrong you. That's why I'm going to be perfectly frank. I might wait for days to get better acquainted. But the impulse is on me. I've been so interested in all you Mormon women. The fact, the meaning of this hidden village is so terrible to me. But that's none of my business. I have spent many afternoons and evenings with these women at different cottages. You do not mingle with them. They are lonely, but have no such loneliness as yours. I have passed here every night. No light, no sound. I can't help thinking. Don't censor me or be afraid or draw within yourself just because I must think. I may be all wrong, but I'm curious. I wonder about you. Who are you? Mary. Mary what? Maybe I really don't want to know. I came with selfish motive, and now I'd like what shall I say? Make your life a little less lonely for the while I'm here. That's all. It needn't offend. And if you accept it, how much easier I can tell you my secret. You are a Mormon, and well, I'm only a wanderer in these wilds. But we might help each other. Have I made a mistake?" "No, no," she cried almost wildly. "We can be friends then? You will trust me, help me?" "Yes, if I dare." "Surely you may dare what the other women would." She was silent, and the wistfulness of her silence touched him. He felt contrition. He did not stop to analyze his own emotions, but he had an inkling that once this strange situation was ended he would have food for reflection. What struck him most now was the girl's blanched face, the strong, nervous clasp of her hands, the visible tumult of her bosom. Excitement alone could not be accountable for this. He had not divined the cause for such agitation. He was puzzled, troubled, and drawn irresistibly. He had not said what he had planned to say. The moment had given birth to his speech, and it had flowed. What was guiding him? "Mary," he said earnestly, "tell me, have you mother, father, sister, brother? Something prompts me to ask that." "All dead, gone, years ago," she answered. "How old are you?" "18, I think. I'm not sure." "You are lonely?" His words were gentle and divining. "Oh, God!" she cried. "Lonely?" Then, as a man in a dream, he beheld her weeping. There was in her the unconsciousness of a child and the passion of a woman. He gazed out into the dark shadows and up at the white stars, and then at the bowed head with its mass of glinting hair. But her agitation was no longer strange to him. A few gentle and kind words had proved her undoing. He knew then that whatever her life was, no kindness or sympathy entered it. Presently she recovered, and sat as before, only whiter of face it seemed, and with something tragic in her dark eyes. She was growing cold and still again, aloof, more like those other Mormon women. "I understand," he said. "I'm not sorry I spoke. I felt your trouble, whatever it is. Do not retreat into your cold shell, I beg of you. Let me trust you with my secret." He saw her shake out of the cold apathy. She wavered. He felt an inexplicable sweetness in the power his voice seemed to have upon her. She bowed her head in acquiescence, and Shefford began his story. Did she grow still like stone, or was that only his vivid imagination? He told her of Venters and Bess, of Lassiter and Jane, of little Fay Larkin, of the romance, and then the tragedy of Surprise Valley. "So when my church disowned me," he concluded, "I conceived the idea of wandering into the wilds of Utah to save Fay Larkin from that cañon prison. It grew to be the best and strongest desire of my life. I think if I could save her that it would save me. I never loved any girl. I can't say that I love Fay Larkin. How could I when I've never seen her? And she's only a dream girl, but I believe if she were to become a reality, a flesh and blood girl, that I would love her." That was more than Shefford had ever confessed to anyone, and it stirred him to his depths. Mary bent her head on her hands in strange, stone-like rigidity. "So here I am in the cañon country," he continued. "Withers tells me it is a country of rainbows, both in the evanescent air and in the changeless stone. Always as a boy there had been for me some haunting promise, some treasure at the foot of the rainbow. I shall expect the curve of a rainbow to lead me down into Surprise Valley. A dreamer you will call me, but I have had strange dreams come true. Mary, do you think this dream will come true?" She was silent so long that he repeated his question. "Only in heaven," she whispered. He took her reply strangely, and a chill crept over him. "You think my plan to seek, to strive, to find, you think that idle, vain? I think it noble. Thank God I've met a man like you." "Don't praise me," he exclaimed hastily. "Only help me. Mary, will you answer a few little questions? I swear by my honor I'll never reveal what you tell me." "I'll try." He moistened his lips. Why did she seem so strange, so far away? The hovering shadow made him nervous. Always he had been afraid of the dark. His mood now admitted of unreal fancies. "Have you ever heard of Fay Larkin?" he asked, very low. "Yes." "Was there only one Fay Larkin?" "Only one." "Did you ever see her?" "Yes," came the faint reply. He was grateful. How she might be breaking a faith with creed or duty! He had not dared to hope so much. All his inner being trembled at the portent of his next query. He had not dreamed it would be so hard to put, or would affect him so powerfully. A warmth, a glow, a happiness pervaded his spirit, and the chill, the gloom were as if they had never been. "Where is Fay Larkin now?" he asked huskily. He bent over her, touched her, leaned close to catch her whisper. "She is dead." Slowly Shefford rose, with a sickening shock, and then in bitter pain he strode away into the starlight. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sago-Lilies, Part 1. The Indian returned to camp that night, and early the next day, which was Sunday, Withers rode in, accompanied by a stout, gray-bearded personage wearing a long black coat. "Bishop Kane, this is my new man, John Shefford," said the trader. Shefford acknowledged the introduction with the respectful courtesy evidently in order, and found himself being studied intently by clear blue eyes. The bishop appeared old, dry, and absorbed in thought. He spoke quaintly, using in every speech some biblical word or phrase, and he had an air of authority. He asked Shefford to hear him preach at the morning service, and then he went off into the village. "Guess he liked your looks," remarked Withers. "He certainly sized me up," replied Shefford. "Well, what could you expect? Sure, I never heard of a deal like this. A handsome young fellow left alone with a lot of pretty Mormon women. You'll understand when you learn to know Mormons. Bishop Kane's a square old chap, crazy on religion maybe, but otherwise he's a good fellow. I made the best stand I could for you. The Mormons over at Stonebridge were huffy because I hadn't consulted them before fetching you over here. If I had, of course, you'd never have gotten here. It was Joe Lake who made it all right with them. Joe's well thought of, and he certainly stood up for you." "I owe him something, then," replied Shefford. "Hope my obligations don't grow beyond me. Did you leave Joe at Stonebridge?" "Yes, he wanted to stay. I had work there that'll keep him a while. Shefford, we've got news of Shadd. Bad news. The half-breed's cutting up rough. His gang shot up some Piutes over here across the line. Then he got run out of Durango a few weeks ago for murder. A posse of cowboys trailed him, but he slipped them. He's a fox. You know he was trailing us here. He left the trail, Nas Ta Bega said. I learned at Stonebridge that Shadd is well disposed toward Mormons. It takes the Mormons to handle Indians. Shadd knows of this village, and that's why he shunted off our trail. But he might hang down in the pass and wait for us. I think I'd better go back to Kayenta alone, across country. You stay here till Joe and the Indian think it's safe to leave. You'll be going up on the slope of Navajo to load a pack train, and from there it may be well to go down West Cañon to Red Lake and home over the divide, the way you came. Joe'll decide what's best. You might as well buckle on a gun and get used to it. Sooner or later, you'll have to shoot your way through." Shefford did not respond with his usual enthusiasm, and the omission caused the trader to scrutinize him closely. "What's the matter?" he queried. "There's no light in your eye today. You look a little shady." "I didn't rest well last night," replied Shefford. "I'm depressed this morning, but I'll cheer up directly." "Did you get along with the women?" "Very well indeed, and I've enjoyed myself. It's a strange, beautiful place." "Do you like the women?" "Yes." "Have you seen much of the Sago-Lily?" "No. I carried her bucket one night and saw her only once again. I've been with the other women most of the time." "It's just as well you didn't run often into Mary. Joe's sick over her. I never saw a girl with a face and form to equal hers. There's danger here for any man, Shefford, even for you who think you've turned your back on the world. Any of these Mormon women may fall in love with you. They can't love their husbands. That's how I figure it. Religion holds them, not love. And the peculiar thing is this. Their second, third, and fourth wives, all sealed. That means their husbands are old, have picked them out for youth and physical charms, have chosen the very opposite to their first wives, and then have hidden them here in this lonely hole. Did you ever imagine so terrible a thing?" "No, Withers, I did not." "Maybe that's what depressed you. Anyway, My hunch is worth taking. Be as nice as you can, Shefford. Lord knows it would be good for these poor women if every last one of them fell in love with you. That won't hurt them so long as you keep your head. Savvy? Perhaps I seem rough and coarse to a man of your class. Well, that may be. But human nature is human nature. And in this strange and beautiful place you might love an Indian girl, let alone the Sago-Lily. That's all. I sure feel better with that load off my conscience. Hope I don't offend. No, indeed, I thank you, Withers, replied Shefford, with his hand on the trader's shoulder. You are right to caution me. I seem to be wild, thirsting for adventure, chasing a gleam. In these unstable days I can't answer for my heart, but I can for my honor. These unfortunate women are as safe with me as they are with you and Joe. Withers uttered a blunt laugh. See here, son. Look things squarely in the eye. Men of violent, lonely, toilsome lives store up hunger for the love of women. Love of the strange woman, if you want to put it that way. It's nature. It seems all the beautiful young women in Utah are corralled in this valley. When I come over here, I feel natural, but I'm not happy. I'd like to make love to that flower-faced girl, and I'm not ashamed to own it. I've told Molly, my wife, and she understands. As for Joe, it's much harder for him. Joe's never had a wife or sweetheart. I tell you he's sick, and if I stay here a month, I'd be sick. Withers had spoken with fire in his eyes and a grim humor on his lips, with uncompromising, brutal truth. What he admitted was astounding to Shefford, but once spoken, not at all strange. The trader was a man who spoke his inmost thought, and what he said suddenly focused Shefford's mental vision clear and whole upon the appalling significance of the tragedy of those women, especially of the girl whose life was lonelier, sadder, darker than that of the others. Withers, trust me, replied Shefford. All right, make the best of a bad job, said the trader, and went off about his tasks. Shefford and Withers attended the morning service, which was held in the schoolhouse. Exclusive of the children, every inhabitant of the village was there. The women, except the few eldest, were dressed in white and looked exceedingly well. Manifestly, they had bestowed care upon this Sabbath morning's toilet. One thing surely this dress occasion brought out, and it was evident that the Mormon women were not poor, whatever their misfortunes might be. Jewelry was not wanting, nor fine lace, and they all wore beautiful wild flowers of a kind unknown to Shefford. He received many a bright smile. He looked for Mary, hoping to see her face for the first time in the daylight, but she sat far forward and did not turn. He saw her graceful white neck, the fine lines of her throat, and her colorless cheek. He recognized her, yet in the light she seemed a stranger. The service began with a short prayer and was followed by the singing of a hymn. Nowhere had Shefford heard better music or sweeter voices. How deeply they affected him! Had any man ever fallen into a stranger adventure than this? He had only to shut his eyes to believe it all a creation of his fancy. The square log cabin and its red mud between the chinks and a roof like an Indian Hogan. The old bishop in his black coat, standing solemnly, his hand beating time to the tune. The few old women, dignified and stately. The many young women, fresh and handsome, lifting their voices. Shefford listened intently to the bishop's sermon. In some respects it was the best he had ever heard. In others it was impossible for an intelligent man to regard seriously. It was very long, lasting an hour and a half, and the parts that were helpful to Shefford came from the experience and wisdom of a man who had grown old in the desert. The physical things that had molded characters of iron, the obstacles that only strong, patient men could have overcome, the making of homes in a wilderness, showed the greatness of this alien band of Mormons. Shefford conceded greatness to them, but the strange religion, the narrowing down of the world to the soil of Utah, the intimations of prophets on earth who had direct converse with God. The austere, self-conscious omnipotence of this old bishop. These were matters that Shefford felt he must understand better and see more favorably if he were not to consider them impossible. Immediately after the service, forgetting that his intention had been to get the long-waited-for look at Mary in the light of the sun, Shefford hurried back to camp and to a secluded spot among the cedars. Strikingly, it had come to him that the fault he had found in Gentile religion he now found in the Mormon religion. An old question returned to haunt him. Were all religions the same in blindness? As far as he could see, religion existed to uphold the founders of a church, a creed. The church of his own kind was a place where narrow men and women went to think of their own salvation. They did not go there to think of others. And now Shefford's keen mind saw something of Mormonism and found it wanting. Bishop Kane was a sincere, good, mistaken man. He believed what he preached, but that would not stand logic. He taught blindness, and mostly it appeared to be directed at the women. Was there no religion divorced from power? No religion as good for one man as another? No religion in the spirit of brotherly love? Nas Ta Bega's by nay, brother, that was love, if not religion, and perhaps the one and the other were the same. Shefford kept in mind an intention to ask Nas Ta Bega what he thought of the Mormons. Later, when opportunity afforded, he did speak to the Indian. Nas Ta Bega threw away his cigarette and made an impressive gesture that conveyed as much sorrow as scorn. The first Mormon said God spoke to him and told him to go to a certain place and dig. He went there and found the Book of Mormon. It said, "Follow me, marry many wives, go into the desert and multiply. Send your sons out into the world and bring us young women, many young women." And when the first Mormon became strong with many followers, he said again, "Give to me part of your labor, of your cattle and sheep, of your silver, that I may build me great cathedrals for you to worship in. And I will commune with God and make it right and good that you have more wives. That is Mormonism." "Nas Ta Bega, you mean the Mormons are a great and good people blindly following a leader?" "Yes, and the leader builds for himself, not for them." "That is not religion. He has no God but himself." "They have no God. They are blind like the Mokis, who have the creeping growths on their eyes. They have no God they can see and hear and feel, who is with them day and night." It was late in the afternoon when Bishop Kane rode through the camp and halted on his way to speak to Shefford. He was kind and fatherly. "Young man, are you open to faith?" he questioned gravely. "I think I am," replied Shefford, thankful he could answer readily. "Then come into the fold. You are a lost sheep. Away on the desert I heard its cry. God bless you. Visit me when you ride to Stonebridge." He flicked his horse with a cedar branch and trotted away beside the trader, and presently the green-choked neck of the valley hid them from view. Shefford could not have said that he was glad to be left behind, and yet neither was he sorry. That Sabbath evening, as he sat quietly with Nas Ta Bega, watching the sunset gilding the peaks, he was visited by 3 of the young Mormon women, Ruth, Joan, and Hester. They deliberately sought him and merrily led him off to the village and to the evening service of singing and prayer. Afterward, he was surrounded and made much of. He had been popular before, but this was different. When he thoughtfully wended his way campward under the quiet stars, he realized that the coming of Bishop Kane had made a subtle change in the women. That change was at first hard to define, but from every point by which he approached it, he came to the same conclusion. The bishop had not objected to his presence in the village. The women became natural, free, unrestrained. A dozen or 20 young and attractive women thrown much into companionship with one man. He might become a Mormon. The idea made him laugh, but upon reflection it was not funny. It sobered him. What a situation! He felt instinctively that he ought to fly from this hidden valley, but he could not have done it, even if he had not been in the trader's employ. The thing was provokingly seductive. It was like an Arabian Nights tale. What could these strange, fatally bound women do? Would any one of them become involved in sweet toils such as were possible to him? He was no fool. Already eyes had flashed and lips had smiled. 1,000 like thoughts whirled through his mind, and when he had calmed down somewhat, two things were not lost upon him: an intricate, fascinating situation with no end to its possibilities threatened and attracted him, and the certainty that, whatever change the bishop had inaugurated, it had made these poor women happier. The latter fact weighed more with Shefford than fears for himself. His word was given to Withers. He would have felt just the same without having bound himself. Still, in the light of the trader's blunt philosophy and of his own assurance that he was no fool, Shefford felt it incumbent upon him to accept a belief that there were situations no man could resist without an anchor. The ingenuity of man could not have devised a stranger, a more enticing, a more overpoweringly fatal situation. Fatal in that it could not be left untried. Shefford gave in, clicked his teeth as he let himself go, and suddenly he thought of her whom these bitter women called the Sago-Lily. The regret that had been his returned with thought of her, the saddest disillusion of his life. The keenest disappointment, the strangest pain would always be associated with her. He had meant to see her face for once, clear in the sunlight, so that he could always remember it and then never go near her again. And now it came to him that if he did see much of her, these other women would find him like the stone wall in the valley. Folly, perhaps it was, but she would be safe, maybe happier. When he decided, it was certain that he trembled. Then he buried the memory of Fay Larkin. Next day, Shefford threw himself with all the boy left in him into the work and play of the village. He helped the women and made games for the children. And he talked or listened. In the early evening he called on Ruth, chatted a while, and went on to see Joan, and from her to another. When the valley became shrouded in darkness, he went unseen down the path to Mary's lonely home. She was there, a white shadow against the black. When she replied to his greeting, her voice seemed full, broken, eager to express something that would not come. She was happier to see him than she should have been, Shefford thought. He talked swiftly, eloquently, about whatever he believed would interest her. He stayed long, and finally left, not having seen her face except in pale starlight and shadow, and the strong clasp of her hand remained with him as he went away under the pinyons. Days passed swiftly. Joe Lake did not return. The Indian rode in and out of camp, watered and guarded the pack burros and the mustangs. Shefford grew strong and active. He made gardens for the women. He cut cords of firewood. He dammed the brook and made an irrigation ditch. He learned to love these fatherless children, and they loved him. In the afternoon there was leisure for him and for the women. He had no favorites, and let the occasion decide what he should do and with whom he should be. They had little parties at the cottages and picnics under the cedars. He rode up and down the valley with Ruth, who could ride a horse as no other girl he had ever seen. He climbed with Hester. He walked with Joan. Mostly, he contrived to include several at once in the little excursions, though it was not rare for him to be out alone with one. It was not a game he was playing. More and more, as he learned to know these young women, he liked them better. He pitied them. He was good for them. It shamed him, hurt him, somehow, to see how they tried to forget something when they were with him. Not improbably, A little of it was coquetry, as natural as a laugh to any pretty woman. But that was not what hurt him. It was to see Ruth or Rebecca, as the case might be, full of life and fun, thoroughly enjoying some jest or play, all of a sudden be strangely recalled from the wholesome pleasure of a girl to become a deep and somber woman. The crimes in the name of religion. How he thought of the blood and the ruin laid at the door of religion. He wondered if that were so with Nas Ta Bega's religion, and he meant to find out some day. The women he liked best, he imagined, the least religious, and they made less effort to attract him. Every night in the dark he went to Mary's home and sat with her on the porch. He never went inside. For all he knew, his visits were unknown to her neighbors. Still, it did not matter to him if they found out. To her, he could talk as he had never talked to anyone. She liberated all his thought and fancy. He filled her mind. As there had been a change in the other women, so was there in Mary. However, it had no relation to the bishop's visit. The time came when Shefford could not but see that she lived and dragged through the long day for the sake of those few hours in the shadow of the stars with him. She seldom spoke. She listened. Wonderful to him, sometimes she laughed, and it seemed the sound was a ghost of childhood pleasure. When he stopped to consider that she might fall in love with him, he drove the thought from him. When he realized that his folly had become sweet and that the sweetness imperiously drew him, he likewise cast off that thought. The present was enough, and if he had any treasure of mind and heart, he gave them to her. She never asked him to stay, but she showed that she wanted him to. That made it hard to go. Still, he never stayed late. The moment of parting was like a break. Her goodbye was sweet, low music. It lingered on his ear. It bade him come tomorrow night, and it sent him away into the valley to walk under the stars, a man fighting against himself. One night at a parting, as he tried to see her face in the wan glow of a clouded moon, he said, "I have been trying to find a Sago-Lily." "Have you never seen one?" she asked. No. He meant to say something with a double meaning in reference to her face and the name of the flower, but her unconsciousness made him hold his tongue. She was wholly unlike the other women. "I'll show you where the lilies grow," she said. "When?" "Tomorrow, early in the afternoon. I'll come to the spring. Then I'll take you." End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sago-Lilies, Part 2. Next morning Joe Lake returned and imparted news that was perturbing to Shefford. Reports of shad had come in to Stonebridge from different Indian villages. Joe was not inclined to linger long at the camp and favored taking the trail with the pack train. Shefford discovered that he did not want to leave the valley, and the knowledge made him reflective. That morning he did not go into the village and stayed in camp alone. A depression weighed upon him. It was dispelled, however, early in the afternoon by the sight of a slender figure in white swiftly coming down the path to the spring. He had an appointment with Mary to go see the Sago-Lilies. Everything else slipped his mind. Mary wore the long black hood that effectually concealed her face. It made of her a woman, a Mormon woman, and strangely belied the lithe form and the braid of gold hair. "Good day," she said, putting down her bucket. "Do you still want to go to see the lilies?" "Yes," replied Shefford with a short laugh. "Can you climb?" "I'll go where you go." Then she set off under the cedars, and Shefford stalked at her side. He was aware that Nas Ta Bega watched them walk away. This day, so far at least, Shefford did not feel talkative, and Mary had always been one who mostly listened. They came at length to a place where the wall rose in low, smooth swells, not steep, but certainly at an angle Shefford would not of his own accord have attempted to scale. Light, quick, and sure as a mountain sheep, Mary went up the first swell to an offset above. Shefford, in amaze and admiration, watched the little moccasins as they flashed and held on to the smooth rock. When he essayed to follow her, he slipped and came to grief. A second attempt resulted in like failure. Then he backed away from the wall to run forward fast and up the slope, only to slip halfway up and fall again. He made light of the incident, but she was solicitous. When he assured her he was unhurt, she said he had agreed to go where she went. "But I'm not a bird," he protested. "Take off your boots, then you can climb. When we get over the wall, it'll be easy," she said. In his stocking feet he had no great difficulty walking up the first bulge of the walls, and from there she led him up the strange waves of wind-worn rock. He could not attend to anything save the red, polished rock under him, and so saw little. The ascent was longer than he would have imagined and steep enough to make him pant. But at last a huge round summit was reached. From here he saw down into the valley where the village lay, but for the lazy columns of blue smoke curling up from the pinyons, the place would have seemed uninhabited. The wall on the other side was about level with the one upon which he stood. Beyond rose other walls and cliffs, up and up to the great towering peaks between which the green and black mountain loomed. Facing the other way, Shefford had only a restricted view. There were low crags and smooth stone ridges, between which were aisles green with cedar and pinyon. Shefford's companion headed toward one of these, and when he had followed her a few steps, he could no longer see down into the valley. The Mormon village where she lived was as if it were lost, and when it vanished, Shefford felt a difference. Scarcely had the thought passed when Mary removed the dark hood. Her small head glistened like gold in the sunlight. Shefford caught up with her and walked at her side, but could not bring himself at once deliberately to look at her. They entered a narrow, low-walled lane, where cedars and pinyons grew thickly, their fragrance heavy in the warm air, and flowers began to show in the grassy patches. "This is Indian paintbrush," she said, pointing to little, low, scarlet flowers. A gray sage bush with beautiful purple blossoms she called purple sage. Another bush with yellow flowers she named buckbrush. And there were vermilion cacti and low flat mounds of lavender daisies which she said had no name. A whole mossy bank was covered with lace-like green leaves and tiny blossoms the color of violets, which she called loco. "Loco? Is this what makes horses go crazy when they eat it?" he asked. "It is indeed," she said, laughing. When she laughed it was impossible not to look at her. She walked a little in advance. Her white cheek and temple seemed framed in the gold of her hair. How white her skin! But it was like pearl, faintly veined and flushed. The profile, clear-cut and pure, appeared cold, almost stern. He knew now that she was singularly beautiful, though he had yet to see her full face. They walked on. Quite suddenly the lane opened out between two rounded bluffs, and Shefford looked down upon a grander and more awe-inspiring scene than ever he had viewed in his dreams. What appeared to be Green Mountainside sloped endlessly down to a plain, and that rolled and billowed away to a boundless region of strangely carved rock. The greatness of the scene could not be grasped in a glance. The slope was long, the plain not as level as it seemed to be on first sight. Here and there round red rocks, isolated and strange, like lonely castles, rose out of the green. Beyond the green, all the earth seemed naked, showing smooth, glistening bones. It was a formidable wall of rock that flung itself up in the distance, carved into 1,000 cañon and walls and domes and peaks, and there was not a straight nor a broken nor a jagged line in all that wildness. The color low down was red, dark blue, and purple in the clefts, yellow upon the heights, and in the distance rainbow-hued, a land of curves and color. Shefford uttered an exclamation. "That's Utah," said Mary. "I come often to sit here. You see that winding blue line there? That's San Juan Cañon, and the other dark line, that's Escalante Cañon. They wind down into this great purple chasm, way over here to the left, and that's the Grand Cañon. They say not even the Indians have been in there." Shefford had nothing to say. The moment was one of subtle and vital assimilation. Such places as this to be unknown to men. What strength, what wonder, what help, what glory, just to sit there an hour, slowly and appallingly to realize. Something came to Shefford from the distance, out of the purple cañon, and from those dim, wind-worn peaks. He resolved to come here to this promontory again and again, alone and in humble spirit, and learn to know why he had been silenced, why peace pervaded his soul. It was with this emotion upon him that he turned to find his companion watching him. Then, for the first time, he saw her face fully and was thrilled that chance had reserved the privilege for this moment. It was a girl's face he saw, flower-like, lovely, and pure as a Madonna's, and strangely, tragically sad. The eyes were large, dark gray, the color of the sage. They were as clear as the air which made distant things close, and yet they seemed full of shadows, like a ruffled pool under midnight stars. They disturbed him. Her mouth had the sweet curves and redness of youth, but it showed bitterness, pain, and repression. "Where are the Sago-Lilies?" he asked suddenly. "Farther down. It's too cold up here for them. Come," she said. He followed her down a winding trail, down and down, till the green plain rose to blot out the scrawled wall of rock, down into a verdant cañon, where a brook made swift music over stones, where the air was sultry and hot, laden with the fragrant breath of flower and leaf. This was a cañon of summer, and it bloomed. The girl bent and plucked something from the grass. "Here's a white lily," she said. "There are 3 colors. The yellow and pink ones are deeper down in the cañon." Shefford took the flower and regarded it with great interest. He had never seen such an exquisite thing. It had 3 large petals, curving cup-like, of a whiteness purer than new-fallen snow, and a heart of rich, warm gold. Its fragrance was so faint as to be almost indistinguishable, yet of a haunting, unforgettable sweetness. And even while he looked at it, the petals drooped, and their whiteness shaded, and the gold paled. In a moment the flower was wilted. "I don't like to pluck the lilies," said Mary. "They die so swiftly." Shefford saw the white flowers everywhere in the open, sunny places along the brook. They swayed with stately grace in the slow, warm wind. They seemed like 3 pointed stars shining out of the green. He bent over one with a particularly lofty stem, and after a close survey of it, he rose to look at her face. His action was plainly one of comparison. She laughed and said it was foolish for the women to call her the Sago-Lily. She had no coquetry. She spoke as she would have spoken of the stones at her feet. She did not know that she was beautiful. Shefford imagined there was some resemblance in her to the lily, the same whiteness, the same rich gold, and more striking than either, a strange, rare quality of beauty, of life, intangible as something fleeting, the spirit that had swiftly faded from the plucked flower. Where had the girl been born? What had her life been? Shefford was intensely curious about her. She seemed as different from any other woman he had known as this rare cañon lily was different from the tame flowers at home. On the return up the slope she outstripped him. She climbed lightly and tirelessly. When he reached her upon the promontory, there was a stain of red in her cheeks, and her expression had changed. "Let's go back up over the rocks," she said. I've not climbed for so long." "I'll go where you go," he replied. Then she was off, and he followed. She took to the curves of the bare rocks and climbed. He sensed a spirit released in her. It was so strange, so keen, so wonderful to be with her, and when he did catch her, he feared to speak lest he break his mood. Her eyes grew dark and daring, and often she stopped to look away across the wavy sea of stones to something beyond the great walls. When they got high, the wind blew her hair loose, and it flew out, a golden stream, with the sun bright upon it. He saw that she changed her direction, which had been in line with the two peaks, and now she climbed toward the heights. They came to a more difficult ascent, where the stone still held to the smooth curves, yet was marked by steep bulges and slants and crevices. Here she became a wild thing. She ran, she leaped. She would have left him far behind had he not called. Then she appeared to remember him and waited. Her face had now lost its whiteness. It was flushed, rosy, warm. "Where did you ever learn to run over rocks this way?" he panted. "All my life I've climbed," she said. "Ah, it's good to be up on the walls again, to feel the wind, to see." Thereafter he kept close to her, no matter what the effort. He would not miss a moment of her, if he could help it. She was wonderful. He imagined she must be like an Indian girl or a savage who loved the lofty places and the silence. When she leaped, she uttered a strange, low, sweet cry of wildness and exultation. Shefford guessed she was a girl freed from her prison, forgetting herself, living again youthful hours. She did not forget him. She waited for him at the bad places, lent him a strong hand, and sometimes let it stay long in his clasp. Tireless and agile, sure-footed as a goat, fleet and wild, she leaped and climbed and ran until Shefford marveled at her. This adventure was indeed fulfillment of a dream. Perhaps she might lead him to the treasure at the foot of the rainbow. But that thought, sad with memory, daring forth from its grave, was irrevocably linked with a girl who was dead. He could not remember her in the presence of this wonderful creature, who was as strange as she was beautiful. When Shefford reached for the brown hand stretched forth to help him in a leap, when he felt its strong clasp, the youth and vitality and life of it, he had the fear of a man who was running toward a precipice and who could not draw back. This was a climb, a lark, a wild race to the Mormon girl, bound now in the village, and by the very freedom of it she betrayed her bonds. To Shefford it was also a wild race, but toward one sure goal he dared not name. They went on, and at length, hand in hand, even where no steep step or wide fissure gave reason for the clasp. But she seemed unconscious. They were nearing the last height, a bare eminence, when she broke from him and ran up the smooth stone. When he surmounted it, she was standing on the very summit, her arms wide, her full breast heaving, her slender body straight as an Indian's, her hair flying in the wind and blazing in the sun. She seemed to embrace the west, to reach for something afar, to offer herself to the wind and distance. Her face was scarlet from the exertion of the climb. Her broad brow was moist. Her eyes had the piercing light of an eagle's, though now they were dark. Shefford instinctively grasped the essence of this strange spirit, primitive and wild. She was not the woman who had met him at the spring. She had dropped some side of her with that Mormon hood, and now she stood totally strange. She belonged up here, he divined. She was part of that wildness. She must have been born and brought up in loneliness, where the wind blew and the peaks loomed and silence held dominion. The sinking sun touched the rim of the distant wall, and as if in parting, regret shone with renewed golden fire, and the girl was crowned as with a glory. Shefford loved her then. Realizing it, he thought he might have loved her before, but that did not matter when he was certain of it now. He trembled a little, fearfully, though without regret. Everything pertaining to his desert experience had been strange. This was the strangest of all. The sun sank swiftly, and instantly there was a change in the golden light. Quickly it died out. The girl changed as swiftly. She seemed to remember herself, and sat down as if suddenly weary. Shefford went closer and seated himself beside her. "The sun has set. We must go," she said, but she made no movement. "Whenever you are ready," replied he. Just as the blaze died out of her eyes, so the flush faded out of her face. The whiteness stole back, and with it the sadness. He had to bite his tongue to keep from telling her what he felt, to keep from pouring out 1,000 questions. But the privilege of having seen her, of having been with her when she had forgotten herself, that he believed was enough. It had been wonderful. It had made him love her. But it need not add to the tragedy of her life. Whatever that was, he tried to eliminate himself, and he watched her. Her eyes were fixed upon the gold-rimmed ramparts of the distant wall in the west. Plain it was how she loved that wild upland, and there seemed to be some haunting memory of the past in her gaze, some happy part of life, agonizing to think of now. "We must go," she said, and rose. Shefford rose to accompany her. She looked at him, and her haunting eyes seemed to want him to know that he had helped her to forget the present, to remember girlhood, and that somehow she would always associate a wonderful, happy afternoon with him. He divined that her silence then was a Mormon seal on lips. "Mary, this has been the happiest, the best, the most revealing day of my life," he said simply. Swiftly, as if startled, she turned and faced down the slope. At the top of the wall above the village she put on the dark hood, and with it that somber something which was Mormon. Twilight had descended into the valley, and shadows were so thick Shefford had difficulty in finding Mary's bucket. He filled it at the spring and made offer to carry it home for her, which she declined. "You'll come tonight later?" she asked. "Yes," he replied, hurriedly promising. Then he watched her white form slowly glide down the path to disappear in the shadows. Nas Ta Bega and Joe were busy at the campfire. Shefford joined them. This night he was uncommunicative. Joe peered curiously at him in the flare of the blaze. Later, after the meal, when Shefford appeared restless and strode to and fro, Joe spoke up gruffly. "Better hang around camp tonight." Shefford heard but did not heed. Nevertheless, the purport of the remark, which was either jealousy or admonition, haunted him with the possibility of its meaning. He walked away from the campfire under the dark pinyons out into the starry open, and every step was hard to take unless it pointed toward the home of the girl whose beauty and sadness and mystery had bewitched him. After what seemed hours, he took the well-known path toward her cabin, and then every step seemed lighter. He divined he was rushing to some fate, he knew not what. The porch was in shadow. He peered in vain for the white form against the dark background. In the silence he seemed to hear his heartbeats thick and muffled. Some distance down the path he heard the sound of hoofs. Withdrawing in the gloom of a cedar, he watched. Soon he made out moving horses with riders. They filed past him to the number of half a score. Like a flash of fire, the truth burned him. Mormons come for one of those mysterious night visits to sealed wives. Shefford stalked far down the valley into the lonely silence and the night shadows under the walls. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 1 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hogan of Nas Ta Bega, Part 1. The home of Nas Ta Bega lay far up the cedared slope, with the craggy yellow cliffs and the black cañon and the pine-fringed top of Navajo Mountain behind, and to the fore the vast rolling descent of cedar groves and sage flats and sandy washes. No dim dark range made bold outline along the horizon. The stretch of gray and purple and green extended to the blue line of sky. Down the length of one sage level, Shefford saw a long lane where the brush and the grass had been beaten flat. This, the Navajo said, was a track where the young braves had raced their mustangs and had striven for supremacy before the eyes of maidens and the old people of the tribe. "Nas Ta Bega, did you ever race here?" asked Shefford. "I am a chief by birth, but I was stolen from my home, and now I cannot ride well enough to race the braves of my tribe," the Indian replied bitterly. In another place Joe Lake halted his horse and called Shefford's attention to a big yellow rock lying along the trail, and then he spoke in Navajo to the Indian. "I've heard of this stone. Isende aha," said Joe, after Nas Ta Bega had spoken. "Get down and let's see." Shefford dismounted, but the Indian kept his seat in the saddle. Joe placed a big hand on the stone and tried to move it. According to Shefford's eye measurement, the stone was nearly oval, perhaps 3 feet high by a little over 2 in width. Joe threw off his sombrero, took a deep breath, and bending over, clasped the stone in his arms. He was an exceedingly heavy and powerful man, and it was plain to Shefford that he meant to lift the stone if that were possible. Joe's broad shoulders strained, flattened, his arms bulged, his joints cracked, and his neck corded, and his face turned black. By gigantic effort he lifted the stone and moved it about 6 inches. Then, as he released his hold, he fell, and when he sat up, his face was wet with sweat. "Try it," he said to Shefford with his lazy smile. "See if you can heave it." Shefford was strong, and there had been a time when he took pride in his strength. Something in Joe's supreme effort and in the gloom of the Indian's eyes made Shefford curious about this stone. He bent over and grasped it as Joe had done. He braced himself and lifted with all his power until a red blur obscured his sight and shooting stars seemed to explode in his head, but he could not even stir the stone. "Shefford, maybe you'll be able to heft it some day," observed Joe. Then he pointed to the stone and addressed Nas Ta Bega. The Indian shook his head and spoke for a moment. "This is the Ascende Aha of the Navajos," explained Joe. "The young braves are always trying to carry this stone. As soon as one of them can carry it, he is a man. He who carries it farthest is the biggest man. And just so soon as any Indian can no longer lift it, he is old. Nas Ta Bega says the stone has been carried 2 miles in his lifetime. His own father carried it the length of 6 steps." "Well, it's plain to me that I am not a man," said Shefford, "or else I am old." Joe Lake drawled his lazy laugh, and mounting, rode up the trail, but Shefford lingered beside the Indian. "Bi Nai," said Nas Ta Bega, "I am chief of my tribe, but I have never been a man. I never lifted that stone. See what the paleface education has done for the Indian." The Navajo's bitterness made Shefford thoughtful. Could greater injury be done to a man than this, to rob him of his heritage of strength? Joe drove the bobbing pack train of burros into the cedars, where the smoke of the Hogans curled upward, and soon the whistling of mustangs, the barking of dogs, the bleating of sheep told of his reception, and presently Shefford was in the midst of an animated scene. Great, woolly, fierce dogs, like wolves, ran out to meet the visitors. Sheep and goats were everywhere, and little lambs scarcely able to walk, with others frisky and frolicsome. There were pure white lambs, and some that appeared to be painted, and some so beautiful with their fleecy white, all except black faces or ears or tails or feet. They ran right under Nack yal's legs and bumped against Shefford and kept bleating their thin piped welcome. Under the cedars surrounding the several hogans were mustangs that took Shefford's eye. He saw an iron gray with white mane and the tail sweeping to the ground, and a fiery black, wilder than any other beast he had ever seen, and a pinto as wonderfully painted as the little lambs, and, most striking of all, a pure, cream-colored mustang, with grace and fine lines and beautiful mane and tail, and, strange to see, eyes as blue as azure. This albino mustang came right up to Shefford, an action in singular contrast with that of the others, and showed a tame and friendly spirit toward him and Nack yal. Indeed, Shefford had reason to feel ashamed of Nack yal's temper or jealousy. The first Indians to put in an appearance were a flock of children, half naked, with tangled manes of raven black hair and skin like golden bronze. They appeared bold and shy by turns. Then a little sinewy man, old and beaten and gray, came out of the principal Hogan. He wore a blanket round his bent shoulders. His name was Hosteen Doetin, and it meant gentle man. His fine, old, wrinkled face lighted with a smile of kindly interest. His squaw followed him, and she was as venerable as he. Shefford caught a glimpse of the shy, dark Glen Nespa, Nas Ta Bega's sister, but she did not come out. Other Indians appeared, coming from adjacent hogans. Nas Ta Bega turned the mustangs loose among those Shefford had noticed, and presently there rose a snorting, whistling, kicking, plunging melee. A cloud of dust hid them, and a thudding of swift hoofs told of a run through the cedars. Joe Lake began picking over stacks of goatskins and bags of wool that were piled against the hogan. "Reckon we'll have one grand job packing out this load," he growled. "It's not so heavy, but awkward to pack." It developed presently from talk with the old Navajo that this pile was only half of the load to be packed to Kayenta, and the other half was round the corner of the mountain in the camp of Piutes. Hosteen Doetin said he would send to the camp and have the Piutes bring their share over. The suggestion suited Joe, who wanted to save his burros as much as possible. Accordingly, a messenger was dispatched to the Piute camp, and Shefford, with time on his hands and poignant memory to combat, decided to recall his keen interest in the Navajo and learn, if possible, what the Indian's life was like. What would a day of his natural life be? In the gray of dawn, when the hush of the desert night still lay deep over the land, the Navajo stirred in his blanket and began to chant to the morning light. It began very soft and low, a strange, broken murmur like the music of a brook, and as it swelled, that weird and mournful tone was slowly lost in one of hope and joy. The Indian soul was coming out of night, blackness, the sleep that resembled death, into the day, the light that was life. Then he stood in the door of his hogan, his blanket round him, and faced the east. Night was lifting out of the clefts and ravines. The rolling cedar ridges and the sage flats were softly gray, with thin veils like smoke mysteriously rising and vanishing. The colorless rocks were changing. A long, horizon-wide gleam of light, rosiest in the center, lay low down in the east and momentarily brightened. One by one the stars in the deep blue sky paled and went out, and the blue dome changed and lightened. Night had vanished on invisible wings, and silence broke to the music of a mockingbird. The rose in the east deepened. A wisp of cloud turned gold. Dim, distant mountains showed dark against the red, and low down in a notch a rim of fire appeared. Over the soft ridges and valleys crept a wondrous transfiguration. It was as if every blade of grass, every leaf of sage, every twig of cedar, the flowers, the trees, the rocks came to life at the sight of the sun. The red disk rose, and a golden fire burned over the glowing face of that lonely waste. The Navajo, dark, stately, inscrutable, faced the sun, his god. This was his great spirit. The desert was his mother, but the sun was his life. To the keeper of the winds and rains, to the master of light, to the maker of fire, to the giver of life, the Navajo sent up his prayer. Of all the good things of the earth, let me always have plenty. Of all the beautiful things of the earth, let me always have plenty. Peacefully let my horses go, and peacefully let my sheep go. God of the heavens, give me many sheep and horses. God of the heavens, help me to talk straight. Goddess of the earth, my mother, let me walk straight. Now all is well. Now all is well. Now all is well. Now all is well. Hope and faith were his. A chief would be born to save the vanishing tribe of Navajos. A bride would rise from a wind, kiss of the lilies in the moonlight. He drank from the clear, cold spring bubbling from under mossy rocks. He went into the cedars, and the tracks in the trails told him of the visitors of night. His mustangs whistled to him from the ridge tops, standing clear with heads up and manes flying, and then trooped down through the sage. The shepherd dogs, guardians of the flocks, barked him a welcome, and the sheep bleated, and the lambs pattered round him. In the Hogan, by the warm red fire, his woman baked his bread and cooked his meat, and he satisfied his hunger. Then he took choice meat to the Hogan of a sick relative, and joined in the song and dance and the prayer that drove away the evil spirit of illness. Down in the valley, in a sandy, sunny place, was his cornfield, and here he turned in the water from the ditch and worked a while, and went his contented way. He loved his people, his women, and his children. To his son he said, "Be bold and brave, grow like the pine, work and ride and play, that you may be strong. Talk straight, love your brother, give half to your friend, honor your mother, that you may honor your wife. Pray and listen to your gods." Then with his gun and his mustang he climbed the slope of the mountain. He loved the solitude, but he was never alone. There were voices on the wind and steps on his trail. The lofty pine, the lichened rock, the tiny bluebell, the seared crag, all whispered their secrets. For him their spirits spoke. In the morning light, old Stoneface, the mountain, was a red god calling him to the chase. He was a brother of the eagle, at home on the heights where the winds swept and the earth lay revealed below. In the golden afternoon, with the warm sun on his back and the blue cañon at his feet, he knew the joy of doing nothing. He did not need rest, for he was never tired. The sage, sweet breath of the open was thick in his nostrils. The silence that had so many whisperings was all about him. The loneliness of the wild was his. His falcon eye saw mustang and sheep, the puffs of dust down on the cedar level, the Indian riding on a distant ridge, the gray walls and the blue clefts. He was home, still free, still wild, still untainted. He saw with the eyes of his ancestors. He felt them around him. They had gone into the elements from which their voices came on the wind. They were the watchers on his trails. At sunset he faced the west, and this was his prayer. Great Spirit, God of my fathers, keep my horses in the night. Keep my sheep in the night. Keep my family in the night. Let me wake to the day. Let me be worthy of the light. Now all is well. Now all is well. Now all is well. Now all is well. And he watched the sun go down, and the gold sink from the peaks, and the red die out of the west, and the gray shadows creep out of the cañon to meet the twilight and the slow, silent, mysterious approach of night with its gift of stars. Night fell. The white stars blinked. The wind sighed in the cedars. The sheep bleated. The shepherd dogs bayed the morning coyotes. And the Indian lay down in his blankets with his dark face tranquil in the starlight. All was well in his lonely world. Phantoms hovered. Illness lingered. Injury and pain and death were there. The shadows of a strange white hand flitted across the face of the moon. But now all was well. The Navajo had prayed to the God of his fathers. Now all was well. And this, thought Shefford, in revolt, was what the white man had killed in the Indian tribes, was reaching out now to kill in this wild remnant of the Navajos. The padre, the trapper, the trader, the prospector, and the missionary. So the white man had come, some of him good, no doubt, but more of him evil, and the young brave learned a thirst that could never be quenched at the cold, sweet spring of his forefathers, and the young maiden burned with a fever in her blood and lost the sweet, strange, wild fancies of her tribe. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hogan of Bega, Part 2. Joe Lake came to Shefford and said, "Withers told me you had a mix-up with a missionary at Red Lake." "Yes, I regret to say," replied Shefford. "About Glen Nespa?" "Yes, Bega's sister." "Withers just mentioned it. Who was the missionary?" "Willets, so Presby the trader said." "What'd he look like?" Shefford recalled the smooth brown face, the dark eyes, the weak chin, the mild expression, and the soft, lax figure of the missionary. "Can't tell by what you said," went on Joe, "but I'll bet a peso to a horsehair that that's the fellow who's been here. Old Hosteen Doetin just told me. First visit he ever had from the priest with the long gown. That's what he called the missionary. These old fellows will never forget what's come down from father to son about the Spanish padres. Well, anyway, Willets has been here twice after Glen Nespa. The old chap is impressed, but he doesn't want to let the girl go. I'm inclined to think Glen Nespa would as lief go as stay. She may be a Navajo, but she's a girl. She won't talk much." "Where's Bega?" asked Shefford. "He rode off somewhere yesterday, perhaps to the Piute camp. These Indians are slow. They may take a week to pack that load over here. But if Bega or someone doesn't come with a message today, I'll ride over there myself." "Joe, what do you think about this missionary?" queried Shefford bluntly. "Reckon there's not much to think, unless you see him or find out something. I heard of Willets before Withers spoke of him. He's friendly with Mormons. I understand he's worked for Mormon interests, some way or other. That's on the quiet, savvy? This matter of him coming after Glen Nespa, reckon that's all right. The missionaries all go after the young people. What'd be the use to try to convert the old Indians? No, the missionary's work is to educate the Indian, and of course, the younger he is, the better." "You approve of the missionary?" "Shefford, if you understood a Mormon, you wouldn't ask that. Did you ever read or hear of Jacob Hamblin? Well, he was a Mormon missionary among the Navajos. The Navajos were as fierce as Apaches till Hamblin worked among them. He made them friendly to the white man." "That doesn't prove he made converts of them," replied Shefford, still bluntly. "No, for the matter of that, Hamblin let religion alone. He made presents, then traded with them, then taught them useful knowledge. Mormon or not, Shefford, I'll admit this. A good man, strong with his body and learned in ways with his hands and with some knowledge of medicine, can better the condition of these Indians. But just as soon as he begins to preach his religion, then his influence wanes. That's natural. These heathens have their ideals, their gods." "Which the white man should leave them," replied Shefford feelingly. "That's a matter of opinion. But don't let's argue. Willets is after Glen Nespa, and if I know Indian girls, he'll persuade her to go to his school." "Persuade her?" Then Shefford broke off and related the incident that had occurred at Red Lake. "Reckon any means justifies the end," replied Joe imperturbably. "Let him talk love to her, or rope her, or beat her, so long as he makes a Christian of her." Shefford felt a hot flush and had difficulty in controlling himself. From this single point of view the Mormon was impossible to reason with. "That, too, is a matter of opinion. We won't discuss it," continued Shefford. "But if old Hosteen Doetin objects to the girl leaving, and if Nas Ta Bega does the same, won't that end the matter?" "Reckon not. The end of the matter is Glen Naspa. If she wants to go, she'll go." Shefford thought best to drop the discussion. For the first time he had occasion to be repelled by something in this kind and genial Mormon, and he wanted to forget it, just as he had never talked about men to the sealed wives in the hidden valley, so he could not talk of women with Joe Lake. Nas Ta Bega did not return that day, but next morning a messenger came calling Lake to the Piute camp. Shefford spent the morning high on the slope, learning more with every hour in the silence and loneliness that he was stronger of soul than he had dared to hope, and that the added pain which had come to him could be borne. Upon his return to camp in the cedar grove, he caught sight of Glen Naspa with the white man. They did not see him. When Shefford recognized Willetts, an embarrassment as well as an instinct made him halt and step into a bushy, low-branched cedar. It was not his intention to spy on them. He merely wanted to avoid a meeting. But the missionary's hand on the girl's arm and her uplifted head, her pretty face, strange, intent, troubled, struck Shefford with an unusual and irresistible curiosity. Willetts was talking earnestly. Glen Naspa was listening intently. Shefford watched long enough to see that the girl loved the missionary and that he reciprocated, or was pretending. His manner scarcely savored of pretense, Shefford concluded as he slipped away under the trees. He did not go at once into camp. He felt troubled and wished that he had not encountered the two. His duty in the matter, of course, was to tell Nas Ta Bega what he had seen. Upon reflection, Shefford decided to give the missionary the benefit of the doubt, and if he really cared for the Indian girl and admitted or betrayed it, think all the better of him for the fact. Glen Naspa was certainly pretty enough and probably lovable enough to please any lonely man in this desert. The pain and the yearning in Shefford's heart made him lenient. He had to fight himself, not to forget, for that was impossible, but to keep rational and sane when a white flower-like face haunted him and a voice called. The cracking of hard hoofs on stones caused him to turn toward the camp, and as he emerged from the cedar grove, he saw 3 Indian horsemen ride into the cleared space before the Hogans. They were superbly mounted and well armed, and impressed him as being different from Navajos. Perhaps they were Piutes. They dismounted and led the mustangs down to the pool below the spring. Shefford saw another mustang standing bridle down and carrying a pack behind the saddle. Some squaws with children hanging behind their skirts were standing at the door of Hosteen Doetin's Hogan. Shefford glanced in to see Glen Naspa, pale, quiet, almost sullen. Willetts stood with his hands spread. The old Navajo's seamed face worked convulsively as he tried to lift his bent form to some semblance of dignity, and his voice rolled out sonorously, "Me no savvy Jesus Christ. Me hungry. Me no eat Jesus Christ." Shefford drew back as if he had received a blow. That had been Hosteen Doetin's reply to the importunities of the missionary. The old Navajo could work no longer. His sons were gone. His squaw was worn out. He had no one save Glen Naspa to help him. She was young, strong. He was hungry. What was the white man's religion to him? With long, swift stride, Shefford entered the Hogan. Willetts, seeing him, did not look so mild as Shefford had him pictured in memory, nor did he appear surprised. Shefford touched Hosteen Doetin's shoulder and said, "Tell me." The aged Navajo lifted a shaking hand. "Me no savvy Jesus Christ. Me hungry. Me no eat Jesus Christ." Shefford then made signs that indicated the missionary's intention to take the girl away. "Him come, big talk, Jesus, all Jesus. Me no want Glen Naspa go," replied the Indian. Shefford turned to the missionary. "Willetts, is he a relative of the girl?" "There's some blood tie. I don't know what, but it's not close," replied Willetts. "Then don't you think you'd better wait till Nas Ta Bega returns? He's her brother." "What for?" demanded Willetts. "That Indian may be gone a week. She's willing to accompany the missionary." Shefford looked at the girl. "Glen Naspa, do you want to go?" She was shy, ashamed, and silent, but manifestly willing to accompany the missionary. Shefford pondered a moment. How he hoped Nas Ta Bega would come back. It was thought of the Indian that made Shefford stubborn. What his stand ought to be was hard to define, unless he answered to impulse, and here in the wilds he had become imbued with the idea that his impulses and instincts were no longer false. "Willetts, what do you want with the girl?" queried Shefford, coolly, and at the question he seemed to find himself. He peered deliberately and searchingly into the other's face. The missionary's gaze shifted, and a tinge of red crept up from under his collar. "Absurd thing to ask a missionary," he burst out impatiently. "Do you care for Glen Naspa?" "I care as God's disciple who cares to save the soul of heathen," he replied with the lofty tone of prayer. "Has Glen Naspa no other interest in you except to be taught religion?" The missionary's face flamed, and his violent tremor showed that under his exterior there was a different man. "What right have you to question me?" he demanded. "You're an adventurer, an outcast. I have my duty here. I'm a missionary with church and state and government behind me." "Yes, I'm an outcast," replied Shefford bitterly. "And you may be all you say. But we're alone now, out here on the desert. And this girl's brother is absent. You haven't answered me yet. Is there anything between you and Glen Naspa except religion?" "No, you insulting beggar." Shefford had forced the reply that he had expected, and which damned the missionary beyond any consideration. "Willetts, you are a liar," said Shefford steadily. "And what are you?" cried Willetts in shrill fury. "I heard all about you. Heretic, atheist, driven from your church, hated and scorned for your blasphemy." Then he gave way to ungovernable rage and cursed Shefford as a religious fanatic might have cursed the most debased sinners. Shefford heard with the blood beating, strangling the pulse in his ears. Somehow the missionary had learned his secret, more likely from the Mormons in Stonebridge. And the terms of disgrace were coals of fire upon Shefford's head. Strangely, however, he did not bow to them, as had been his humble act in the past, when his calumniators had arraigned and flayed him. Passion burned in him now, for the first time in his life, made a tiger of him, and these raw emotions, new to him, were difficult to control. "You can't take the girl," he replied when the other had ceased, "not without her brother's consent." "I will take her." Shefford threw him out of the Hogan and strode after him. Willetts had stumbled. When he straightened up, he was white and shaken. He groped for the bridle of his horse while keeping his eyes upon Shefford, and when he found it, he whirled quickly, mounted, and rode off. Shefford saw him halt a moment under the cedars to speak with the three strange Indians, and then he galloped away. It came to Shefford then that he had been unconscious of the last strained moment of that encounter. He seemed all cold, tight, locked, and was amazed to find his hand on his gun. Verily, the wild environment had liberated strange instincts and impulses which he had answered. That he had no regrets proved how he had changed. Shefford heard the old woman scolding. Peering into the Hogan, he saw Glen Naspa flounce sullenly down, for all the world like any other thwarted girl. Hosteen Doetin came out and pointed down the slope at the departing missionary. "Heap talk Jesus. All all Jesus!" he exclaimed contemptuously. Then he gave Shefford a hard rap on the chest. "Small talk. Heap man." The matter appeared to be adjusted for the present, but Shefford felt that he had made a bitter enemy, and perhaps a powerful one. He prepared and ate his supper alone that evening, for Joe Lake and Nas Ta Bega did not put in an appearance. He observed that the three strange Indians whom he took for Piutes kept to themselves, and so far as he knew, had no intercourse with any one at the camp. This would not have seemed unusual, considering the taciturn habit of Indians, had he not remembered seeing Willetts speak to the trio. What had he to do with them? Shefford was considering the situation with vague doubts when, to his relief, the three strangers rode off into the twilight. Then he went to bed. He was awakened by violence. It was the gray hour before dawn. Dark forms knelt over him. A cloth pressed down hard over his mouth. Strong hands bound it while other strong hands held him. He could not cry out. He could not struggle. A heavy weight, evidently a man, held down his feet. Then he was rolled over, securely bound, and carried to be thrown like a sack over the back of a horse. All this happened so swiftly as to be bewildering. He was too astounded to be frightened. As he hung head downward, he saw the legs of a horse and a dim trail. A stirrup swung to and fro, hitting him in the face. He began to feel exceedingly uncomfortable, with a rush of blood to his head and cramps in his arms and legs. This kept on and grew worse for what seemed a long time. Then the horse was stopped, and a rude hand tumbled him to the ground. Again he was rolled over on his face. Strong fingers plucked at his clothes, and he believed he was being searched. His captors were as silent as if they had been dumb. He felt when they took his pocketbook and his knife and all that he had. Then they cut, tore, and stripped off all his clothing. He was lifted, carried a few steps, and dropped upon what seemed a soft, low mound, and left lying there, still tied and naked. Shefford heard the rustle of sage and the dull thud of hoofs as his assailants went away. His first sensation was one of immeasurable relief. He had not been murdered. Robbery was nothing. And though roughly handled, he had not been hurt. He associated the assault with the three strange visitors of the preceding day. Still, he had no proof of that. Not the slightest clue remained to help him ascertain who had attacked him. It might have been a short while or a long one. His mind was so filled with growing conjectures. But a time came when he felt cold. As he lay face down, only his back felt cold at first. He was grateful that he had not been thrown upon the rocks. The ground under him appeared soft, spongy, and gave somewhat as he breathed. He had really sunk down a little in this pile of soft earth. The day was not far off, as he could tell by the brightening of the gray. He began to suffer with the cold, and then slowly he seemed to freeze and grow numb. In an effort to roll over upon his back, he discovered that his position, or his being bound, or the numbness of his muscles, was responsible for the fact that he could not move. Here was a predicament. It began to look serious. What would a few hours of the powerful sun do to his uncovered skin? Somebody would trail and find him. Still, he might not be found soon. He saw the sky lighten, turn rosy, and then gold. The sun shone upon him, but some time elapsed before he felt its warmth. All of a sudden a pain, like a sting, shot through his shoulder. He could not see what caused it. Probably a bee. Then he felt another upon his leg, and about simultaneously with it a tiny, fiery stab in his side. A sickening sensation pervaded his body, slowly moving, as if poison had entered the blood of his veins. Then a puncture as from a hot wire entered the skin of his breast. Unmistakably it was a bite. By dint of great effort he twisted his head to see a big red ant on his breast. Then he heard a faint sound, so exceedingly faint that he could not tell what it was like. But presently his strained ears detected a slow, swift rustling, creeping sound like the slipping rattle of an infinite number of tiny bits of moving gravel. Then it was a sound like the sweeping of wind-blown sand. Several hot bites occurred at once, and then, with his head twisted, he saw a red stream of ants pour out of the mound and spill over his quivering flesh. In an instant he realized his position. He had been dropped intentionally upon an ant heap, which had sunk with his weight, wedging him between the crusts, at the mercy of those terrible desert ants. A frantic effort to roll out proved futile, as did another and another. His violent muscular contractions infuriated the ants, and in an instant he was writhing in pain so horrible and so unendurable that he nearly fainted. But he was too strong to faint suddenly. A bath of vitriol, a stripping of his skin, and red embers of fire thrown upon raw flesh could not have equaled this. There was fury in the bites and poison in the fangs of these ants. Was this an Indian's brutal trick, or was it the missionary's revenge? Shefford realized that it would kill him soon. He sweat what seemed blood, although perhaps the blood came from the bites. A strange, hollow, buzzing roar filled his ears, and it must have been the pouring of the angry ants from their mound. Then followed a time that was all hell, worse than fire, for fire would have given merciful death, agony under which his physical being began spasmodically to jerk and retch, and his eyeballs turned and his breast caved in. A cry rang through the roar in his ears. "Bi Nai! Bi Nai!" His fading sight seemed to shade round the dark face of Bega. Then powerful hands dragged him from the mound, through the grass and sage, rolled him over and over, and brushed his burning skin with strong, swift sweep. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 9 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Desert Crucible. That hard experience was but the beginning of many cruel trials for John Shefford. He never knew who his assailants were, nor their motive other than robbery, and they had gotten little, for they had not found the large sum of money sewed in the lining of his coat. Joe Lake declared it was Shadd's work, and the Mormon showed the stern nature that lay hidden under his mild manner. Bega shook his head and would not tell what he thought, but a somber fire burned in his eyes. The three started with a heavily laden pack train and went down the mountain slope into West Cañon. The second day they were shot at from the rim of the walls. Lake was wounded, hindering the swift flight necessary to escape deeper into the cañon. Here they hid for days while the Mormon recovered and the Indian took stealthy trips to try to locate the enemy. Lack of water and grass for the burros drove them on. They climbed out of a side cañon, losing several burros on a rough trail, and had proceeded to within half a day's journey of Red Lake when they were attacked while making camp in a cedar grove. Shefford sustained an exceedingly painful injury to his leg, but fortunately the bullet went through without breaking a bone. With that burning pain there came to Shefford the meaning of fight, and his rifle grew hot in his hands. Night alone saved the trio from certain fatality. Under the cover of darkness the Indian helped Shefford to escape. Joe Lake looked out for himself. The pack train was lost, and the mustangs, except Nack Yal. Shefford learned what it meant to lie out at night, listening for pursuit, cold to his marrow, sick with dread, and enduring frightful pain from a ragged bullet hole. Next day the Indian led him down into the red basin, where the sun shone hot and the sand reflected the heat. They had no water. A wind arose, and the valley became a place of flying sand. Through a heavy, stifling pall, Bega somehow got Shefford to the trading post at Red Lake. Presby attended to Shefford's injury and made him comfortable. Next day, Joe Lake limped in, surly and somber, with the news that Shadd and 8 or 10 of his outlaw gang had gotten away with the pack train. In short time Shefford was able to ride, and with his companions went over the pass to Kayenta. Withers already knew of his loss, and all he said was that he hoped to meet Shadd some day. Shefford showed a reluctance to go again to the hidden village in the silent cañon with the rounded walls. The trader appeared surprised, but did not press the point. Shefford meant sooner or later to tell him, yet never quite reached the point. The early summer brought more work for the little post, and Shefford toiled with the others. He liked the outdoor tasks, and at night was grateful that he was too tired to think. Then followed trips to Durango and Bluff and Monticello. He rode 50 miles a day for many days. He knew how a man fares who packs light and rides far and fast. When the Indian was with him, he got along well. But Nas Ta Bega would not go near the towns. Thus, many mishaps were Shefford's fortune. Many and many a mile he trailed his mustang, for Nack Yal never forgot the Sagi, and always headed for it when he broke his hobbles. Shefford accompanied an Indian teamster into Durango with a wagon and 4 wild mustangs. Upon the return, with a heavy load of supplies, accident put Shefford in charge of the outfit. In despair, he had to face the hardest task that could have been given him: to take care of a crippled Indian, catch water, feed, harness, and drive 4 wild mustangs that did not know him, and tried to kill him at every turn, and get that precious load of supplies home to Kayenta. That he accomplished it proved the hint the possibilities of a man, for both endurance and patience. From that time he never gave up in the front of any duty. In the absence of an available Indian, he rode to Durango and back in record time. Upon one occasion, he was lost in a cañon for days, with no food and little water. Upon another, he went through a sandstorm in the open desert, facing it for 40 miles and keeping to the trail. When he rode into Kayenta that night, the trader, in grim praise, said there was no worse to endure. At Monticello, Shefford stood off a band of desperadoes, and this time Shefford experienced a strange, sickening shock in the wounding of a man. Later he had other fights, but in none of them did he know whether or not he had shed blood. The heat of midsummer came, when the blistering sun shone, and a hot blast blew across the sand, and the furious storms made floods in the washes. Day and night Shefford was always in the open, and anyone who had ever known him in the past would have failed to recognize him now. In the early fall, with Nas Ta Bega as companion, he set out to the south of Kayenta upon long-neglected business of the trader. They visited Red Lake, Blue Cañon, Keams Cañon, Oribe, the Moki village, Tuba, Moenkopi, and Moen Ave. This trip took many weeks and gave Shefford all the opportunity he wanted to study the Indians and the conditions nearer to the border of civilization. He learned the truth about the Indians and the missionaries. Upon the return trip, he rode over the trail he had followed alone to Red Lake, and thence on to the Sagi, and it seemed that years had passed since he first entered this wild region which had come to be home, years that had molded him in the stern and fiery crucible of the desert. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Stonebridge, Part 1. In October, Shefford arranged for a hunt in the Cresaw Mountains with Joe Lake and Nas Ta Bega. The Indian had gone home for a short visit, and upon his return, the party expected to start. But Nas Ta Bega did not come back. Then the arrival of a Piute with news that excited Withers and greatly perturbed Lake convinced Shefford that something was wrong. The little trading post seldom saw such disorder. Certainly, Shefford had never known the trader to neglect work. Joe Lake threw a saddle on a mustang he would have scorned to notice in an ordinary moment, and without a word of explanation or farewell, rode hard to the north on the Stonebridge trail. Shefford had long since acquired patience. He was curious, but he did not care particularly what was in the wind. However, when Withers came out and sent an Indian to drive up the horses, Shefford could not refrain from a query. "I hate to tell you," replied the trader. "Go on," added Shefford quickly. "Did I tell you about the government sending a Supreme Court judge out to Utah to prosecute the polygamists?" "No," replied Shefford. "I forgot to, I reckon. You've been away a lot. Well, there's been hell up in Utah for 6 months. Lately this judge and his men have worked down into southern Utah. He visited Bluff and Monticello a few weeks ago. Now, what do you think?" "Withers, is he coming to Stonebridge?" "He's there now. Someone betrayed the whereabouts of the hidden village over in the canyon. All the women have been arrested and taken to Stonebridge. The trial begins today." "Arrested?" echoed Shefford blankly. "Those poor, lonely, good women. What on earth for?" "Sealed wives," exclaimed Withers tersely. "The judge is after the polygamists. They say he's absolutely relentless." "But women can't be polygamists. Their husbands are the ones wanted." "Sure. But the prosecutors have got to find the sealed wives, the second wives, to find the law-breaking husbands. That'll be a job, or I don't know Mormons. Are you going to ride over to Stonebridge with me?" Shefford shrank at the idea. Months of toil and pain and travail had not been enough to make him forget the strange girl he had loved. But he had remembered only at poignant intervals, and the lapse of time had made thought of her a dream like that sad dream which had lured him into the desert. With the query of the trader came a bittersweet regret. "Better come with me," said Withers. "Have you forgotten the Sago-Lily? She'll be put on trial. That girl, that child. Shefford, you know she hasn't any friends, and now no Mormon man to protect her, for fear of prosecution." "I'll go," replied Shefford shortly. The Indian brought up the horses. Nack yal was thin from his long travels during the hot summer, but he was hard as iron, and the way he pointed his keen nose toward the Sagi showed how he wanted to make for the upland country, with its clear springs and valleys of grass. Withers mounted his bay, and with a hurried farewell to his wife, spurred the mustang into the trail. Shefford took time to get his weapons and the light pack he always carried, and then rode out after the trader. The pace Withers set was the long, steady lope to which these Indian mustangs had been trained all their lives. In an hour they reached the mouth of the Sagi, and at sight of it, it seemed to Shefford that the hard half-year of suffering since he had been there had disappeared. Withers, to Shefford's regret, did not enter the Sagi. He turned off to the north and took a wild trail into a split of the red wall, and wound in and out, and climbed a crack so narrow that the light was obscured and the cliffs could be reached from both sides of a horse. Once up on the wild plateau, Shefford felt again in a different world from the barren desert he had lately known. The desert had crucified him and had left him to die or survive, according to his spirit and his strength. If he had loved the glare, the endless level, the deceiving distance, the shifting sand, it had certainly not been as he loved this softer, wilder, more intimate upland. With the red peaks shining up into the blue, and the fragrance of cedar and pinyon, and the purple sage and flowers and grass, and splash of clear water over stones, with these there came back to him something that he had lost and which had haunted him. It seemed he had returned to this wild upland of color and cañon and lofty crags and green valleys and silent places with a spirit gained from victory over himself in the harsher and sterner desert below. And, strange to him, he found his old self, the dreamer, the artist, the lover of beauty, the searcher, for he knew not what, come to meet him on the fragrant wind. He felt this, saw the old wildness with glad eyes, yet the greater part of his mind was given over to the thought of the unfortunate women he expected to see in Stonebridge. Withers was harder to follow, to keep up with, than an Indian. For one thing, he was a steady and tireless rider, and for another, there were times when he had no mercy on a horse. Then an Indian always found easier steps in a trail and shorter cuts. Withers put his mount to some bad slopes, and Shefford had no choice but to follow. But they crossed the great broken bench of upland without mishap, and came out upon a promontory of a plateau from which Shefford saw a wide valley and the dark green alfalfa fields of Stonebridge. Stonebridge lay in the center of a fertile valley surrounded by pink cliffs. It must have been a very old town, certainly far older than Bluff or Monticello, though smaller, and evidently it had been built to last. There was one main street, very wide, that divided the town and was crossed at right angles by a stream spanned by a small, natural stone bridge. A line of poplar trees shaded each footpath. The little log cabins and stone houses and cottages were half hidden in foliage now tinted with autumn colors. Toward the center of the town, the houses and stores and shops fronted upon the street and along one side of a green square or plaza. Here were situated several edifices, the most prominent of which was a church built of wood, whitewashed, and remarkable, according to Withers, for the fact that not a nail had been used in its construction. Beyond the church was a large, low structure of stone, with a split shingle roof, and evidently this was the town hall. Shefford saw, before he reached the square, that this day in Stonebridge was one of singular action and excitement for a Mormon village. The town was full of people, and judging from the horses hitched everywhere and the big canvas-covered wagons, many of the people were visitors. A crowd surrounded the hall, a dusty, booted, spurred, shirt-sleeved, and sombreroed assemblage that did not wear the hallmark Shefford had come to associate with Mormons. They were riders, cowboys, horse wranglers, and some of them Shefford had seen in Durango. Navajos and Piutes were present also, but they loitered in the background. Withers drew Shefford off to the side, where, under a tree, they hitched their horses. "Never saw Stonebridge full of a riff-raff gang like this today," said Withers. "I'll bet the Mormons are wild. There's a tough outfit from Durango. If they can get anything to drink, or if they've got it, Stonebridge will see smoke today. Come on, I'll get in that hall." But before Withers reached the hall, he started violently and pulled up short, then, with apparent unconcern, turned to lay a hand upon Shefford. The trader's face had blanched, and his eyes grew hard and shiny like flint. He gripped Shefford's arm. "Look over to your left," he whispered. "See that gang of Indians there by the big wagon? See the short Indian with the chaps? He's got a face big as a ham, dark, fierce. That's Shadd. You ought to know him. Shadd and his outfit here. How's that for nerve? But he pulls a rein with the Mormons." Shefford's keen eye took in a lounging group of 10 or 12 Indians and several white men. They did not present any great contrast to the other groups, except that they were isolated, appeared quiet and watchful, and were all armed. A bunch of lean, racy mustangs, restive and spirited, stood nearby in charge of an Indian. Shefford had to take a second and closer glance to distinguish the half-breed. At once he recognized in Shadd the broad-faced, squat Indian who had paid him a threatening visit that night long ago in the mouth of the Sagi. A fire ran along Shefford's veins and seemed to concentrate in his breast. Shadd's dark, piercing eyes alighted upon Shefford and rested there. Then the half-breed spoke to one of his white outlaws and pointed at Shefford. His action attracted the attention of others in the gang, and for a moment Shefford and Withers were treated to a keen-eyed stare. The trader cursed low. "Maybe I wouldn't like to mix it with that damned breed," he said. "But what chance have we with that gang? Besides, we're here on other and more important business. All the same, before I forget, let me remind you that Shadd has had you spotted ever since you came out here. A friendly Piute told me only lately. Shefford, did any Indian between here and Flagstaff ever see that bunch of money you persist in carrying?" "Why, yes, I suppose so. Way back in Tuba when I first came out," replied Shefford. Well, Shadd's after that. Come on now, let's get inside the hall." The crowd opened for the trader, who appeared to be known to everybody. A huge man with a bushy beard blocked the way to a shut door. "Hello, Meade," said Withers. "Let us in." The man opened the door, permitted Withers and Shefford to enter, and then closed it. Shefford, coming out of the bright glare of the sun into the hall, could not see distinctly at first. His eyes blurred. He heard a subdued murmur of many voices. Withers appeared to be affected with the same kind of blindness, for he stood bewildered a moment. But he recovered sooner than Shefford. Gradually the darkness shrouding many obscure forms lifted. Withers drew him through a crowd of men and women to one side of the hall, and squeezed along a wall to a railing where progress was stopped. Then Shefford raised his head to look with bated breath and strange curiosity. The hall was large and had many windows. Men were in consultation upon a platform. Women, to the number of 20, sat close together upon benches. Back of them stood another crowd. But the women on the benches held Shefford's gaze. They were the prisoners. They made a somber group. Some were hooded, some veiled, all clad in dark garments, except one on the front bench, and she was dressed in white. She wore a long hood that concealed her face. Shefford recognized the hood and then the slender shape. She was Mary, she whom her jealous neighbors had named the Sago-Lily. At sight of her, a sharp pain pierced Shefford's breast. His eyes were blurred when he forced them away from her, and it took a moment for him to see clearly. Withers was whispering to him or to someone near at hand, but Shefford did not catch the meaning of what was said. He paid more attention, however. Withers ceased speaking. Shefford gazed upon the crowd back of him. The women were hooded, and it was not possible to see what they looked like. They were many stalwart, clean-cut young Mormons of Joe Lake's type, and these men appeared troubled, even distressed, and at a loss. There was little about them resembling the stern, quiet, somber austerity of the more mature men, and nothing at all of the strange, aloof, serene impassiveness of the gray-bearded old patriarchs. These venerable men were the Mormons of the old school, the sons of the pioneers, the ruthless fanatics. Instinctively, Shefford felt that it was in them that polygamy was embodied. They were the husbands of the sealed wives. He conceived an absorbing curiosity to learn if his instinct was correct, and hard upon that followed a hot, hateful eagerness to see which one was the husband of Mary. "There's Bishop Kane," whispered Withers, nudging Shefford, "and there's Waggoner with him." Shefford saw the bishop, and then beside him a man of striking presence. "Who's Waggoner?" asked Shefford, as he looked. "He owns more than any Mormon in southern Utah," replied the trader. "He's the biggest man in Stonebridge, that's sure, but I don't know his relation to the church. They don't call him elder or bishop, but I'll bet he's some pumpkins. He never had any use for me or any Gentile, a close-fist, tight-lipped Mormon, a skinflint if I ever saw one. Just look him over." Shefford had been looking, and considered it unlikely that he would ever forget this individual called Waggoner. He seemed old, 60 at least, yet at that only in the prime of a wonderful physical life. Unlike most of the others, he wore his grizzled beard close cropped. so close that it showed the lean, wolfish line of his jaw. All his features were of striking sharpness. His eyes, of a singularly brilliant blue, were yet cold and pale. The brow had a serious, thoughtful cast. Long furrows sloped down the cheeks. It was a strange, secretive face, full of power that Shefford had not seen in another man's, full of intelligence and thought that had not been used as Shefford had known them used among men. The face mystified him. It had so much more than the strange aloofness so characteristic of his fellows. "Waggoner had 5 wives and 55 children before the law went into effect," whispered Withers. "Nobody knows, and nobody will ever know how many he's got now. That's my private opinion." Somehow, after Withers told that, Shefford seemed to understand the strange power in Waggoner's face. Absolutely, it was not the force, the strength given to a man from his years of control of men. Shefford, long schooled now in his fair-mindedness, fought down the feeling of other years and waited with patience. Who was he to judge Waggoner or any other Mormon? But whenever his gaze strayed back to the quiet, slender form in white, when he realized again and again the appalling nature of this court, his heart beat heavy and labored within his breast. Then a bustle among the men upon the platform appeared to indicate that proceedings were about to begin. Some men left the platform. Several sat down at a table upon which were books and papers, and others remained standing. These last were all roughly garbed in riding boots and spurs, and Shefford's keen eye detected the bulge of hidden weapons. They looked like deputy marshals upon duty. Somebody whispered that the judge's name was Stone. The name fitted him. He was not young and looked a man suited to the prosecution of these secret Mormons. He had a ponderous brow, a deep, cavernous eye that emitted gleams but betrayed no color or expression. His mouth was the saving human feature of his stony face. Shefford took the man upon the judge's right hand to be a lawyer, and the one on his left an officer of the court, perhaps a prosecuting attorney. Presently this fellow pounded upon the table and stood up as if to address a courtroom. Certainly he silenced that hall full of people. Then he perfunctorily and briefly stated that certain women had been arrested upon suspicion of being sealed wives of Mormon polygamists, and were to be herewith tried by a judge of the United States Court. Shefford felt how the impressive words affected that silent hall of listeners, but he gathered from the brief preliminaries that the trial could not be otherwise than a crude, rapid investigation, and perhaps for that the more sinister. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Stonebridge, Part 2. The first woman on the foremost bench was led forward by a deputy to a vacant chair on the platform just in front of the judge's table. She was told to sit down and showed no sign that she had heard. Then the judge courteously asked her to take the chair. She refused, and Stone nodded his head as if he had experienced that sort of thing before. He stroked his chin wearily, and Shefford conceived an idea that he was a kind man, if he was a relentless judge. "Please remove your veil," requested the prosecutor. The woman did so, and proved to be young and handsome. Shefford had a thrill as he recognized her. She was Ruth, who had been one of his best-known acquaintances in the hidden village. She was pale, angry, almost sullen, and her breast heaved. She had no shame, but she seemed to be outraged. Her dark eyes, scornful and blazing, passed over the judge and his assistants and on to the crowd behind the railing. Shefford, keen as a blade, with all his faculties absorbed, fancied he saw Ruth stiffen and change slightly as her glance encountered someone in that crowd. Then the prosecutor, in deliberate and chosen words, enjoined her to kiss the Bible handed to her and swear to tell the truth. How strange for Shefford to see her kiss the book which she had studied for so many years. Stranger still to hear the low murmur from the listening audience as she took the oath. "What is your name?" asked Judge Stone, leaning back and fixing the cavernous eye upon her. "Ruth Jones," was the cool reply. "How old are you?" "20." "Where were you born?" went on the judge. He allowed time for the clerk to record her answers. "Panguitch, Utah." "Were your parents Mormons?" "Yes." "Are you a Mormon?" "Yes." "Are you a married woman?" "No." The answer was instant, cold, final. It seemed to the truth. Almost Shefford believed she spoke truth. The judge stroked his chin and waited a moment, and then hesitatingly he went on. "Have you any children?" "No." And the blazing eyes met the cavernous ones. That about the children was true enough, Shefford thought, and he could have testified to it. "You live in the hidden village near this town?" "Yes." "What is the name of this village?" "It has none." "Did you ever hear of Fredonia, another village far west of here?" "Yes." "It is in Arizona, near the Utah line. There are few men there. Is it the same kind of village as this one in which you live?" "Yes." "What does Fredonia mean? The name, has it any meaning?" "It means free women." The judge maintained silence for a moment, turned to whisper to his assistants, and presently, without glancing up, said to the woman, "That will do." Ruth was led back to the bench, and the woman next to her brought forward. This was a heavier person, with the figure and step of a matured woman. Upon removing her bonnet, she showed the plain face of a woman of 40, and it was striking only in that strange, stony aloofness noted in the older men. Here, Shefford thought, was the real Mormon, different in a way he could not define from Ruth. This woman seated herself in the chair and calmly faced her prosecutors. She manifested no emotion whatsoever. Shefford remembered her and could not see any change in her deportment. This trial appeared to be of little moment to her, and she took the oath as if doing so had been a habit all her life. "What is your name?" asked Judge Stone, glancing up from a paper he held. "Mary Danton." "Family or married name?" "My husband's name was Danton." "Was? Is he living?" "No." "Where did you live when you were married to him?" "In St. George, and later here in Stonebridge." "You were both Mormons?" "Yes." "Did you have any children by him?" "Yes." "How many?" "Two." "Are they living?" "One of them is living." Judge Stone bent over his paper and then slowly raised his eyes to her face. "Are you married now?" "No." Again the judge consulted his notes and held a whispered colloquy with the two men at his side. "Mrs. Danton, when you were arrested there were 5 children found in your home. To whom do they belong?" "Me." "Are you their mother?" "Yes." "Your husband Danton is the father of only one, the eldest, according to your former statement. Is that correct?" "Yes." "Who, then, is the father, or who are the fathers of your other children?" "I do not know." She said it with the most stony-faced calmness, with utter disregard of what significance her words had. A strong mystic wall of cold flint insulated her. Strangely it came to Shefford how impossible either to doubt or to believe her. Yet he did both. Judge Stone showed a little heat. "You don't know the father of one or all of these children?" he queried, with sharp, rising inflection of voice. "I do not." "Madam, I beg to remind you that you are under oath." The woman did not reply. "These children are nameless, then? Illegitimate?" "They are." "You swear you are not the sealed wife of some Mormon?" "I swear." "How do you live, maintain yourself?" "I work." "What at?" "I weave, sew, bake, and work in my garden." "My men made note of your large and comfortable cabin. Even luxurious, considering this country. How is that?" "My husband left me comfortable." Judge Stone shook a warning finger at the defendant. "Suppose I were to sentence you to jail for perjury for a year, far from your home and children. Would you speak? Tell the truth?" "I am telling the truth. I can't speak what I don't know. Send me to jail." Baffled, with despairing, angry impatience, Judge Stone waved the woman away. "That will do for her. Fetch the next one," he said. One after another he examined 3 more women, and arrived, by various questions and answers, different in tone and temper, at precisely the same point as had been made in the case of Mrs. Danton. Thereupon the proceedings rested a few moments while the judge consulted with his assistants. Shefford was grateful for this respite. He had been worked up to an unusual degree of interest, and now, as the next Mormon woman to be examined was she whom he loved and loved still, he felt rise in him emotion that threatened to make him conspicuous unless it could be hidden. The answers of these Mormon women had been not altogether unexpected by him, but once spoken in cold blood under oath, how tragic, how appallingly significant of the shadow, the mystery, the yoke that bound them. He was amazed, saddened. He felt bewildered. He needed to think out the meaning of the falsehoods of women he knew to be good and noble. Surely religion, instead of fear and loyalty, was the foundation and the strength of this disgrace, this sacrifice. Absolutely, shame was not in these women, though they swore to shameful facts. They had been coached to give these baffling answers, every one of which seemed to brand them, not the brazen mothers of illegitimate offspring, but faithful, unfortunate, sealed wives. To Shefford, the truth was not in their words, but it sat upon their somber brows. Was it only his heightened imagination, or did the silence and the suspense grow more intense when a deputy led that dark-hooded, white-clad, slender woman to the defendant's chair? She did not walk with the poise that had been manifest in the other women, and she sank into the chair as if she could no longer stand. "Please remove your hood," requested the prosecutor. How well Shefford remembered the strong, shapely hands. He saw them tremble at the knot of ribbon, and that tremor was communicated to him in a sympathy which made his pulses beat. He held his breath while she removed the hood. And then there was revealed, he thought, the loveliest and the most tragic face that ever was seen in a courtroom. A low, whispering murmur that swelled like a wave ran through the hall, and by it Shefford divined, as clearly as if the fact had been blazoned on the walls, that Mary's face had been unknown to these villagers. But the name Sago-Lily had not been unknown. Shefford heard it whispered on all sides. The murmuring subsided. The judge and his assistants stared at Mary. As for Shefford, there was no need of his personal feeling to make the situation dramatic. Not improbably, Judge Stone had tried many Mormon women, but manifestly this one was different. Unhooded, Mary appeared to be only a young girl, and a court, confronted suddenly with her youth and the suspicion attached to her, could not but have been shocked. Then her beauty made her seem, in that somber company, indeed, the white flower for which she had been named. But more likely it was her agony that bound the court into silence, which grew painful. Perhaps the thought that flashed into Shefford's mind was telepathic. It seemed to him that every watcher there realized that in this defendant the judge had a girl of softer mold, of different spirit, and from her the bitter truth could be wrung. Mary faced the court and the crowd on that side of the platform. Unlike the other women, she did not look at or seem to see anyone behind the railing. Shefford was absolutely sure there was not a man or woman who caught her glance. She gazed afar, with eyes strained, humid, fearful. When the prosecutor swore her to the oath, her lips were seen to move, but no one heard her speak. "What is your name?" asked the judge. "Mary." Her voice was low, with a slight tremor. "What's your other name?" "I won't tell." Her singular reply, the tones of her voice, her manner before the judge, marked her with strange simplicity. It was evident that she was not accustomed to questions. "What were your parents' names?" "I won't tell," she replied very low. Judge Stone did not press the point. Perhaps he wanted to make the examination as easy as possible for her, or to wait till she showed more composure. "Were your parents Mormons?" he went on. "No, sir." She added the "sir" with a quaint respect, contrasting markedly with the short replies of the women before her. "Then you were not born a Mormon?" "No, sir." "How old are you?" 17 or 18, I'm not sure." "You don't know your exact age?" "No." "Where were you born?" "I won't tell." "Was it in Utah?" "Yes, sir." "How long have you lived in this state?" "Always, except last year." "And that's been over in the hidden village where you were arrested?" "Yes." "But you often visited here, this town Stonebridge?" "I never was here till yesterday." Judge Stone regarded her as if his interest as a man was running counter to his duty as an officer. Suddenly he leaned forward. "Are you a Mormon now?" he queried forcibly. "No, sir," she replied, and here her voice rose a little clearer. It was an unexpected reply. Judge Stone stared at her. The low buzz ran through the listening crowd. And as for Shefford, he was astounded. When his wits flashed back and he weighed her words and saw in her face truth as clear as light, he had the strangest sensation of joy. Almost it flooded away the gloom and pain that attended this ordeal. The judge bent his head to his assistants as if for counsel. All of them were eager where formerly they had been weary. Shefford glanced around at the dark and somber faces, and a slow wrath grew within him. Then he caught a glimpse of Waggoner. The steel blue, piercing intensity of the Mormon's gaze impressed him at a moment when all that older generation of Mormons looked as hard and immutable as iron. Either Shefford was overexcited and mistaken, or the hour had become fraught with greater suspense. The secret, the mystery, the power, the hate, the religion of a strange people were thick and tangible in that hall. For Shefford, the feeling of the presence of Withers on his left was entirely different from that of the Mormon on his other side. If there was not a shadow there, then the sun did not shine so brightly as it had shone when he entered. The air seemed clogged with nameless passion. "I gather that you've lived mostly in the country, away from people," the judge began. "Yes, sir," replied the girl. "Do you know anything about the government of the United States?" "No, sir." He pondered again, evidently weighing his queries, leading up to the fatal and inevitable question. Still, his interest in this particular defendant had become visible. "Have you any idea of the consequences of perjury?" "No, sir." "Do you understand what perjury is?" "It's to lie." "Do you tell lies?" "No, sir." "Have you ever told a single lie?" "Not yet," she replied, almost whispering. It was the answer of a child and affected the judge. He fussed with his papers. Perhaps his task was not easy. Certainly it was not pleasant. Then he leaned forward again and fixed those deep, cavernous eyes upon the sad face. "Do you understand what a sealed wife is?" "I've never been told." "But you know there are sealed wives in Utah?" "Yes, sir, I've been told that." Judge Stone halted there, watching her. The hall was silent except for faint rustlings and here and there deep breaths drawn guardedly. The vital question hung like a sword over the white-faced girl. Perhaps she divined the impending stroke, for she sat like a stone with dilating, appealing eyes upon her executioner. "Are you a sealed wife?" he flung at her. She could not answer at once. She made effort, but the words would not come. He flung the question again, sternly. "No," she cried. And then there was silence. That poignant word quivered in Shefford's heart. He believed it was a lie. It seemed he would have known it if this hour was the first in which he had ever seen the girl. He heard, he felt, he sensed the fatal thing. The beautiful voice had lacked some quality before present, and the thing wanting was something subtle, an essence, a beautiful ring, the truth. What a hellish thing to make that pure girl a liar, a perjurer! The heat deep within Shefford kindled the fire. "You are not married?" went on Judge Stone. "No, sir," she answered faintly. "Have you ever been married?" "No, sir." "Do you expect ever to be married?" "Oh, no, sir." She was ashen pale now, quivering all over, with her strong hands clasping the black hood, and she could no longer meet the judge's glance. "Have you any children?" the judge asked haltingly. It was a hard question to get out. "No." Judge Stone leaned far over the table, and that his face was purple showed Shefford he was a man. His big fist clenched. "Girl, you're not going to swear you, too, were visited over there by men? You're not going to swear that?" "Oh, no, sir." Judge Stone settled back in his chair, and while he wiped his moist face, the same foreboding murmur, almost a menace, moaned through the hall. Shefford was sick in his soul and afraid of himself. He did not know this spirit that flamed up in him. His helplessness was a most hateful fact. "Come, confess you are a sealed wife," called her interrogator. She maintained silence, but shook her head. Suddenly he seemed to leap forward. "Unfortunate child, confess." That forced her to lift her head and face him, yet still she did not speak. It was the strength of despair. She could not endure much more. "Who is your husband?" he thundered at her. She rose wildly, terror-stricken. It was terror that dominated her, not of the stern judge, for she took a faltering step toward him, lifting a shaking hand, but of someone or of something far more terrible than any punishment she could have received in the sentence of a court. Still, she was not proof against the judge's will. She had weakened, and the terror must have been because of that weakening. "Who is the Mormon who visits you?" he thundered relentlessly. "I never knew his name." "But you'd know his face. I'll arrest every Mormon in this country and bring him before you. You know his face?" "Oh, I wouldn't. I couldn't tell. I never saw his face in the light." The tragic beauty of her, the certainty of some monstrous crime to youth and innocence, the presence of an agony and terror that unfathomably seemed not to be for herself, these transfixed the court and the audience and held them silenced till she reached out blindly and then sank in a heap to the floor. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 11, Part 1 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After the Trial, Part 1. Shefford might have leaped over the railing but for Withers's restraining hand, and when there appeared to be some sign of kindness in those other women for the unconscious girl, Shefford squeezed through the crowd and got out of the hall. The gang outside that had been denied admittance pressed upon Shefford with jest and curious query, and a good nature that jarred upon him. He was far from gentle as he jostled off the first importuning fellows. The others, gaping at him, opened the lane for him to pass through. Then there was a hand laid on his shoulder that he did not shake off. Nas Ta Bega loomed dark and tall beside him. Neither the trader nor Joe Lake nor any white man Shefford had met influenced him as this Navajo. "Nas Ta Bega, you're here too? I guess the whole country is here. We waited at Kayenta. What kept you so long?" The Indian, always slow to answer, did not open his lips till he drew Shefford apart from the noisy crowd. "Bi Nai, there is sorrow in the Hogan of Hosteen Doetin," he said. "Glen Naspa!" exclaimed Shefford. "My sister is gone from the home of her brother. She went away alone in the summer." "Blue Cañon? She went to the missionary? Nas Ta Bega, I thought I saw her there, but I wasn't sure." "I didn't want to make sure. I was afraid it might be true." "A brave who loved my sister trailed her there." "Nas Ta Bega, will we go find her, take her home?" "No, she will come home some day." What bitter sadness and wisdom in his words. "But my friend, that damned missionary," began Shefford passionately. The Indian had met him at a bad hour. "Willetts is here. I saw him go in there," interrupted Nas Ta Bega, and he pointed to the hall. "Here? He gets around a good deal," declared Shefford. "Nas Ta Bega, what are you going to do to him?" The Indian held his peace, and there was no telling from his inscrutable face what might be in his mind. He was dark, impassive. He seemed a wise and bitter Indian, beyond any savagery of his tribe, and the suffering Shefford divined was deep. "He'd better keep out of my sight," muttered Shefford, more to himself than to his companion. "The half-breed is here," said Nas Ta Bega. "Shadd? Yes, we saw him too. There, he's still with his gang. Nas Ta Bega, what are they up to?" "They will steal what they can." "Withers says Shadd is friendly with the Mormons." "Yes, and with the missionaries too." "With Willetts?" "I saw them talk together. Strong talk." "Strange. But maybe it's not so strange. Shadd is known well in Monticello and Bluff. He spends money there. They are afraid of him, but he's welcome just the same. Perhaps everybody knows him. It'd be like him to ride into Kayenta. But, Nas Ta Bega, I've got to look out for him because Withers says he's after me." "Bi Nai wears a scar that is proof," said the Indian. "Then it must be he found out long ago I had a little money." "It might be, but Bi Nai, the half-breed has a strange step on your trail." "What do you mean?" demanded Shefford. "Nas Ta Bega cannot tell what he does not know," replied the Navajo. "Let that be. We shall know some day. Bi Nai, there is sorrow to tell that is not the Indian's. Sorrow for my brother." Shefford lifted his eyes to the Indian's, and if he did not see sadness there, he was much deceived. "Bi Nai, long ago you told a story to the trader." "Nas Ta Bega sat before the fire that night. You did not know he could understand your language. He listened, and he learned what brought you to the country of the Indian. That night he made you his brother. All his lonely rides into the cañon have been to find the little golden-haired child, the lost girl, Fay Larkin. Bi Nai, I have found the girl you wanted for your sweetheart." Shefford was bereft of speech. He could not see steadily, and the last solemn words of the Indian seemed far away. "Bi Nai, I have found Fay Larkin," repeated Nas Ta Bega. "Fay Larkin?" gasped Shefford, shaking his head. "But she's dead." "It would be less sorrow for Bi Nai if she were dead." Shefford clutched at the Indian. There was something terrible to be revealed. Like an aspen leaf in the wind, he shook all over. He divined the revelation, divined the coming blow, but that was as far as his mind got. "She's in there," said the Indian, pointing toward the hall. "Fay Larkin?" whispered Shefford. "Yes, Bi Nai." "My God, how do you know? Oh, I could have seen. I've been blind. Tell me, Indian, which one?" "Fay Larkin is the Sago-Lily." Shefford strode away into a secluded corner of the square, where in the shade and quiet of the trees he suffered a storm of heart and mind. During that short or long time, he had no idea how long, the Indian remained with him. He never lost the feeling of Nas Ta Bega close beside him. When the period of acute pain left him and some order began to replace the tumult in his mind, he felt in Nas Ta Bega the same quality, silence or strength or help, that he had learned to feel in the deep cañon and the lofty crags. He realized then that the Indian was indeed a brother, and Shefford needed him. What he had to fight was more fatal than suffering and love. It was hate rising out of the unsuspected dark gulf of his heart, the instinct to kill, the murder in his soul. Only now did he come to understand Jane Withersteen's tragic story, and the passion of Venters, and what had made Lassiter a gunman. The desert had transformed Shefford. The elements had entered into his muscle and bone, into the very fiber of his heart. Sun, wind, sand, cold, storm, space, stone, the poisoned cactus, the racking toil, the terrible loneliness. The iron of the desert man, the cruelty of the desert savage, the wildness of the mustang, the ferocity of hawk and wolf, the bitter struggle of every surviving thing. These were as if they had been melted and merged together, and now made a dark and passionate stream that was his throbbing blood. He realized what he had become, and gloried in it. Yet there, looking on with grave and earnest eyes, was his old self, the man of reason, of intellect, of culture, who had been a good man despite the failure and shame of his life. And he gave heed to the voice of warning, of conscience. Not by revengefully seeking the Mormon who had ruined Fay Larkin and blindly dealing a wild justice could he help this unfortunate girl. This fierce, newborn strength and passion must be tempered by reason, lest he become merely elemental, a man answering wholly to primitive impulses. In the darkness of that hour he mined deep into his heart, understood himself, trembled at the thing he faced, and won his victory. He would go forth from that hour a man. He might fight, and perhaps there was death in the balance, but hate would never overthrow him. Then when he looked at future action he felt a strange, unalterable purpose to save Fay Larkin. She was very young, 17 or 18, she had said, and there must be some happiness before her. It had been his dream to chase a rainbow. It had been his determination to find her in the lost Surprise Valley. Well, he had found her. It never occurred to him to ask Nas Ta Bega how he had discovered that Sago-Lily was Fay Larkin. The wonder was, Shefford thought, that he had so long been blind himself. How simply everything worked out now. Every thought, every recollection of her was proof. Her strange beauty like that of the sweet and rare lily, her low voice that showed the habit of silence, her shapely hands with the clasp strong as a man's, her lithe form, her swift step, her wonderful agility upon the smooth, steep trails, and the wildness of her upon the heights, and the haunting, brooding shadow of her eyes when she gazed across the cañon. All these fitted so harmoniously the conception of a child lost in a beautiful Surprise Valley and growing up in its wildness and silence, tutored by the sad love of broken Jane and Lassiter. Yes, to save her had been Shefford's dream, and he had loved that dream. He had loved the dream, and he had loved the child. The secret of her hiding place, as revealed by the story, told him, and his slow growth from dream to action, these had strangely given Fay Larkin to him. Then had come the bitter knowledge that she was dead. In the light of this subsequent revelation, how easy to account for his loving Mary, too. Never would she be Mary again to him. Fay Larkin and the Sago-Lily were one and the same. She was here, near him, and he was powerless for the present to help her or to reveal himself. She was held back there in that gloomy hall among those somber Mormons, alien to the women, bound in some fatal way to one of the men, and now by reason of her weakness in the trial, surely to be hated. Thinking of her past and her present, of the future, and that secret Mormon whose face she had never seen, Shefford felt a sinking of his heart, a terrible cold pang in his breast, a fainting of his spirit. She had sworn she was no sealed wife. But had she not lied? So then, how utterly powerless he was. But here to save him, to uplift him, came that strange mystic insight which had been the gift of the desert to him. She was not dead. He had found her. What mattered obstacles, even that implacable creed to which she had been sacrificed, in the face of this blessed and overwhelming truth? It was as mighty as the love suddenly dawning upon him. A strong and terrible and deathly sweet wind seemed to fill his soul with the love of her. It was her fate that had drawn him, and now it was her agony, her innocence, her beauty that bound him for all time. Patience and cunning and toil, passion and blood, the unquenchable spirit of a man to save, these were nothing to give. Life itself were little, could he but free her. Patience and cunning. His sharpening mind cut these out as his greatest assets for the present, and his thoughts flashed like light through his brain. Judge Stone and his court would fail to convict any Mormon in Stonebridge, just the same as they had failed to convict in the northern towns. They would go away, and Stonebridge would fall to the slow, sleepy tenor of its former way. The hidden village must become known to all men, honest and outlawed, in that country, but this fact would hardly make any quick change in the plans of the Mormons. They did not soon change. They would send the sealed wives back to the cañon, and after the excitement had died down, visit them as usual. Nothing, perhaps, would ever change these old Mormons but death. Shefford resolved to remain in Stonebridge and ingratiate himself deeper into the regard of the Mormons. He would find work there if the sealed wives were not returned to the hidden village. In case the women went back to the valley, Shefford meant to resume his old duty of driving Withers's pack trains. Wanting that opportunity, he would find some other work, some excuse to take him there. In due time, he would reveal to Fay Larkin that he knew her. How the thought thrilled him! She might deny, might persist in her fear, might fight to keep her secret, but he would learn it, hear her story, hear what had become of Jane Withersteen and Lassiter, and if they were alive, which now he believed, he would find them, and he would take them and Fay out of the country. The duty, the great task, held a grim fascination for him. He had a foreboding of the cost. He had a dark realization of the force he meant to oppose. There were duty here, and pity, and unselfish love, but these alone did not actuate Shefford. Mystically, fate seemed again to come like a gleam and bid him follow. When Shefford and Nas Ta Bega returned to the town hall, the trial had been ended. The hall was closed, and only a few Indians and cowboys remained in the square, and they were about to depart. On the street, however, and the paths, and in the doorways of stores were knots of people, talking earnestly. Shefford walked up and down, hoping to meet Withers or Joe Lake. Nas Ta Bega said he would take the horses to water and feed, and then return. There were indications that Stonebridge might experience some of the excitement and perhaps violence common to towns like Monticello and Durango. There was only one saloon in Stonebridge, and it was full of roistering cowboys and horse wranglers. Shefford saw the bunch of mustangs in charge of the same Indian that belonged to Shadd and his gang. The men were inside drinking. Next door was a tavern called Hopewell House, a stone structure of some pretensions. There were Indians lounging outside. Shefford entered through a wide door and found himself in a large bare room, boarded like a loft, with no ceiling except the roof. The place was full of men and noise. Here he encountered Joe Lake, talking to Bishop Kane and other Mormons. Shefford got a friendly greeting from the bishop, and then was well received by the strangers to whom Joe introduced him. "Have you seen Withers?" asked Shefford. "Reckon he's around somewhere," replied Joe. "Better hang up here, for he'll drop in sooner or later." "When are you going back to Kayenta?" went on Shefford. "Hard to say. We'll have to call off our hunt. Nas Ta Bega is here, too." "Yes, I've been with him." The older Mormons drew aside, and then Joe mentioned the fact that he was half starved. Shefford went with him into another clapboard room, which was evidently a dining room. There were half a dozen men at the long table. The seat at the end was a box, and scarcely large enough or safe enough for Joe and Shefford, but they risked it. "Saw you in the hall," said Joe. "Hell, wasn't it?" "Joe, I never knew how much I dare say to you, so I don't talk much. But it was hell," replied Shefford. "You needn't be so scared of me," spoke up Joe testily. That was the first time Shefford had heard the Mormon speak that way. "I'm not scared, Joe, but I like you, respect you. I can't say so much of your people." "Did you stick out the whole mix?" asked Joe. "No, I had enough when they got through with Mary." Shefford spoke low and dropped his head. He heard the Mormon grind his teeth. There was silence for a little space while neither man looked at the other. "Reckon the judge was pretty decent," presently said Joe. "Yes, I thought so. He might have..." But Shefford did not finish that sentence. "How'd the thing end?" "It ended all right." "Was there no conviction, no sentence?" Shefford felt a curious eagerness. "Nah," he snorted. "The court might have saved its breath." "I suppose. Well, Joe, between you and me, as old friends now, that trial established one fact, even if it couldn't be proved. Those women are sealed wives." Joe had no reply for that. He looked gloomy, and there was a stern line in his lips. Today he seemed more like a Mormon. "Judge Stone knew that as well as I knew," went on Shefford. "Any man of penetration could have seen it. What an ordeal that was for good women to go through. I know they're good. And there they were swearing to..." "Didn't it make me sick?" interrupted Joe in a kind of growl. "Reckon it made Judge Stone sick, too. After Mary went under, he conducted that trial like a man cutting out steers at a roundup. He wanted to get it over. He never forced any question. Bad job to ride down Stonebridge way. It's out of creation. There's only 6 men in the party, with a poor lot of horses. Really, government officers or not, they're not safe. And they've taken a hunch." "Have they left already?" inquired Shefford. "Were packed an hour ago. I didn't see them go, but somebody said they went. Took the trail for Bluff, which is sure the only trail they could take. Unless they wanted to go to Colorado by way of Kayenta. That might have been the safest trail." "Joe, what might happen to them?" asked Shefford, quietly, with eyes on the Mormon. "Aw, you know that rough trail. Bad on horses, weathered slopes, slipping ledges. A rock might fall on you any time. Then Shadd's here with his gang, and bad Piutes." "What became of the women?" Shefford asked presently. "They're around among friends." "Where are their children?" "Left over there with the old women. Couldn't be fetched over. But there are some pretty young babies in that bunch. Need their mothers." "I should think so," replied Shefford constrainedly. When will their mothers get back to them? Tonight, maybe, if this mob of cowpunchers and wranglers get out of town. It's a bad mix, Shefford. Here's a hunch on that. These fellows will get full of whiskey, and trouble might come if they approach the women." "You mean they might get drunk enough to take the oaths of those poor women, take the meaning literally, pretend to believe the women what they swore they were?" "Reckon you've got the hunch," replied Joe gloomily. "My God, man, that would be horrible!" exclaimed Shefford. "Horrible or not, it's liable to happen. The women can be kept here yet a while. Reckon there won't be any trouble here. It'll be over there in the valley. Shefford, getting the women over there safe is a job that's been put to me. I've got a bunch of fellows already. Can I count on you? I'm glad to say you're well thought of. Bishop Kane likes you, and what he says goes." "Yes, Joe, you can count on me," replied Shefford. End of chapter 11, part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After the Trial, Part 2. They finished their meal and then repaired to the big office room of the house. Several groups of men were there, and loud talk was going on outside. Shefford saw Withers talking to Bishop Kane and 2 other Mormons, both strangers to Shefford. The trader appeared to be speaking with unwonted force, emphasizing his words with energetic movements of his hands. "Reckon something's up," whispered Joe hoarsely. "It's been in the air all day." Withers must have been watching for Shefford. "Here's Shefford now," he said to the trio of Mormons, as Joe and Shefford reached the group. "I want you to hear him speak for himself." "What's the matter?" asked Shefford. "Give me a hunch, and I'll put in my say-so," said Joe Lake. "Shefford, it's the matter of a good name more than a job," replied the trader. "A little while back I told the bishop I meant to put you on the pack job over to the valley, same as when you first came to me. Well, the bishop was pleased and said he might put something in your way. Just now I ran in here to find you not wanted. When I kicked, I got the straight hunch. Willets has said things about you. One of them, one that sticks in my craw, was that you'd do anything, even pretend to be inclined toward Mormonism, just to be among those Mormon women over there. Willets is your enemy, and he's worse than I thought. Now I want you to tell Bishop Kane why this missionary is bitter toward you." "Gentlemen, I knocked him down," replied Shefford simply. "What for?" inquired the bishop in surprise and curiosity. Shefford related the incident which had occurred at Red Lake and that now seemed again to come forward fatefully. "You insinuate he had evil intent toward the Indian girl?" queried Kane. "I insinuate nothing. I merely state what led to my acting as I did." "Principles of religion, sir?" "No, a man's principles." Withers interposed in his blunt way. "Bishop, did you ever see Glen Naspa?" "No." "She's the prettiest Navajo in the country. Willets was after her, that's all." "My dear man, I can't believe that of a Christian missionary. We've known Willets for years. He's a man of influence. He has money back of him. He's doing a good work. You hint of a love relation?" "No, I don't hint," replied Withers impatiently. "I know. It's not the first time I've known a missionary to do this sort of thing. Nor is it the first time for Willets. Bishop Kane, I live among the Indians. I see a lot I never speak of. My work is to trade with the Indians, that's all. But I'll not have Willets or any other damned hypocrite run down my friend here. John Shefford is the finest young man that ever came to me in the desert. And he's got to be put right before you all, or I'll not set foot in Stonebridge again. Willets was after Glen Naspa. Shefford punched him, and later threw him out of the old Indian's Hogan up on the mountain. That explains Willet's enmity. He was after the girl. "What's more, gentlemen, he got her," added Shefford. "Glen Naspa has not been home for 6 months. I saw her at Blue Cañon. I would like to face this Willetts before you all." "Easy enough," replied Withers, with a grim chuckle. "He's just outside." The trader went out. Joe Lake followed at his heels, and the three Mormons were next. Shefford brought up the rear and lingered in the door while his eye swept the crowd of men and Indians. His feeling was in direct contrast to his movements. He felt the throbbing of fierce anger, but it seemed a face came between him and his passion. A sweet and tragic face that would have had power to check him in a vastly more critical moment than this. And in an instant he had himself in hand, and strangely, suddenly, felt the strength that had come to him. Willetts stood in earnest colloquy with a short, squat Indian, the half-breed Shadd. They leaned against a hitching rail. Other Indians were there, and outlaws. It was a mixed group, rough and hard-looking. "Hey, Willetts," called the trader, and his loud, ringing voice, not pleasant, stilled the movement and sound. When Willetts turned, Shefford was halfway across the wide walk. The missionary not only saw him, but also Nas Ta Bega, who was striding forward. Joe Lake was ahead of the trader. The Mormons followed with decision, and they all confronted Willetts. He turned pale. Shadd had cautiously moved along the rail, nearer to his gang, and then they, with the others of the curious crowd, drew closer. "Willetts, here's Shefford. Now say it to his face," declared the trader. He was angry and evidently wanted the fact known, as well as the situation. Willetts had paled, but he showed boldness. For an instant Shefford studied the smooth face with its sloping lines, the dark, wine-colored eyes. "Willetts, I understand you've maligned me to Bishop Kane and others," began Shefford curtly. "I called you an atheist," returned the missionary harshly. "Yes, and more than that. And I told these men why you vented your spite on me." Willetts uttered a half laugh, an uneasy, contemptuous expression of scorn and repudiation. "The charges of such a man as you are can't hurt me," he said. The man did not show fear so much as disgust at the meeting. He seemed to be absorbed in thought, yet no serious consideration of the situation made itself manifest. Shefford felt puzzled. Perhaps there was no fire to strike from this man. The desert had certainly not made him flint. He had not toiled or suffered or fought. "But I can hurt you," thundered Shefford with startling suddenness. "Here, look at this Indian. Do you know him? Glen Naspa's brother. Look at him. Let us see you face him while I accuse you. You made love to Glen Naspa, took her from her home." "Harping infidel," replied Willetts hoarsely. "So that's your game. Well, Glen Naspa came to my school of her own accord, and she will say so." "Why will she? Because you blinded the simple Indian girl? Willetts, I'll waste little more time on you." And swift and light as a panther, Shefford leaped upon the man, and fastening powerful hands round the thick neck, bore him to his knees and bent back his head over the rail. There was a convulsive struggle, a hard flinging of arms, a straining wrestle, and then Willetts was in a dreadful position. Shefford held him in iron grasp. "You damned white-livered hypocrite! I'm liable to kill you," cried Shefford. "I watched you and Glen Naspa that day up on the mountain. I saw you embrace her. I saw that she loved you. Tell that, you liar. That'll be enough." The face of the missionary turned purple as Shefford forced his head back over the rail. "I'll kill you, man," repeated Shefford piercingly. "Do you want to go to your God unprepared? Say you made love to Glen Naspa. Tell that you persuaded her to leave her home. Quick!" Willetts raised a shaking hand, and then Shefford relaxed the paralyzing grip and let his head come forward. The half-strangled man gasped out a few incoherent words that his livid, guilty face made unnecessary. Shefford gave him a shove and he fell into the dust at the feet of the Navajo. "Gentlemen, I leave him to Nas Ta Bega," said Shefford, with a strange change from passion to calmness. Late that night, when the roistering visitors had gone or were deep in drunken slumber, a melancholy and strange procession filed out of Stonebridge. Joe Lake and his armed comrades were escorting the Mormon women back to the hidden valley. They were mounted on burros and mustangs, and in all that dark and somber line there was only one figure which shone white under the pale moon. At the starting, until the white-clad figure had appeared, Shefford's heart had seemed to be in his throat, and thereafter its beat was muffled and painful in his breast. Yet there was some sweet sadness in the knowledge that he could see her now, be near her, watch over her. By and by the overcast clouds drifted, and the moon shone bright. The night was still. The great dark mountain loomed to the stars. The numberless waves of rounded rock that must be crossed and circled lay deep in shadow. There was only a steady pattering of light hoofs. Shefford's place was near the end of the line, and he kept well back, riding close to one woman and then another. No word was spoken. These sealed wives rode where their mounts were led or driven, as blind in their hoods as veiled Arab women in their palanquins, and their heads drooped wearily and their shoulders bent as if under a burden. It took an hour of steady riding to reach the ascent to the plateau, and here, with the beginning of rough and smooth and shadowed trail, the work of the escort began. The line lengthened out, and each man kept to the several women assigned to him. Shefford had 3, and one of them was the girl he loved. She rode as if the world and time and life were naught to her. As soon as he dared trust his voice and his control, he meant to let her know the man whom perhaps she had not forgotten was there with her, a friend. 6 months. It had been a lifetime to him, surely eternity to her. Had she forgotten? He felt like a coward who had basely deserted her. Oh, had he only known! She rode a burro that was slow, continually blocking the passage for those behind, and eventually it became lame. Thus the other women forged ahead. Shefford dismounted and stopped her burro. It was a moment before she noted the halt, and twice in that time Shefford tried to speak and failed. What poignant pain, regret, love made his utterance fail. "Ride my horse," he finally said, and his voice was not like his own. Obediently and wearily she dismounted from the burro and got up on Nack yal. The stirrups were long for her, and he had to change them. His fingers were all thumbs as he fumbled with the buckles. Suddenly he became aware that there had been a subtle change in her. He knew it without looking up, and he seemed to be unable to go on with his task. If his life had depended upon keeping his head lowered, he could not have done it. The listlessness of her drooping form was no longer manifest. The peak of the dark hood pointed toward him. He knew then that she was gazing at him. Never so long as he lived would that moment be forgotten. They were alone. The others had gotten so far ahead that no sound came back. The stillness was so deep it could be felt. The moon shone with white, cold radiance, and the shining slopes of smooth stone waved away, crossed by shadows of pinyons. Then she leaned a little toward him. One swift hand flew up to tear the black hood back so that she could see. In its place flashed her white face, and her eyes were like the night. "You," she whispered. His blood came leaping to sting neck and cheek and temple. What dared he interpret from that single word? Could any other word have meant so much? "No one else," he replied unsteadily. Her white hand flashed again to him, and he met it with his own. He felt himself standing cold and motionless in the moonlight. He saw her wonderful, with the deep, shadowy eyes and a silver sheen on her hair, and as he looked, she released her hand and lifted it, with the other, to her hood. He saw the shiny hair darken and disappear, and then the lovely face with its sad eyes and tragic lips. He drew Nack yal's bridle forward and led him up the moonlit trail. End of chapter 11, part 2. Chapter 12, part 1 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Revelation, part 1. The following afternoon, cowboys and horse wranglers, keen-eyed as Indians for tracks and trails, began to arrive in the quiet valley to which the Mormon women had been returned. Upon every cedar stump there were hobbled horses, packs, and rolled bedding and tarpaulins. Shefford and Joe Lake had pitched camp in the old site near the spring. The other men of Joe's escort went to the homes of the women, and that afternoon, as the curious visitors began to arrive, these homes became barred and dark and quiet, as if they had been closed and deserted for the winter. Not a woman showed herself. Shefford and Joe, by reason of the location of their camp and their alertness, met all the newcomers. The ride from Stonebridge was a long and hard one, calculated to wear off the effects of the whiskey imbibed by the adventure seekers. This fact alone saved the situation. Nevertheless, Joe expected trouble. Most of the visitors were decent, good-natured fellows, merely curious, and simple enough to believe that this really was what the Mormons had claimed, a village of free women. But there were those among them who were coarse, evil-minded, and dangerous. By supper time there were 24 or more of these men in the valley, camped along the west wall. Fires were lighted, smoke curled up over the cedars, gay songs disturbed the usual serenity of the place. Later, in the early twilight, the curious visitors by twos and threes walked about the village, peering at the dark cabins and jesting among themselves. Joe had informed Shefford that all the women had been put into a limited number of cabins, so that they could be protected. So far as Shefford saw or heard, there was no unpleasant incident in the village. However, as the sauntering visitors returned toward their camps, they loitered at the spring, and here developments threatened. In spite of the fact that the majority of these cowboys and their comrades were decent-minded and beginning to see the real relation of things, they were not disposed to be civil to Shefford. They were certainly not Mormons, and his position, apparently as a Gentile among these Mormons, was one open to criticism. They might have been jealous, too. At any rate, remarks were passed in his hearing, meant for his ears, that made it exceedingly trying for him not to resent. Moreover, Joe Lake's increasing impatience rendered the situation more difficult. Shefford welcomed the arrival of Nas Ta Bega. The Indian listened to the loud talk of several loungers around the campfire, and thereafter he was like Shefford's shadow, silent, somber, watchful. Nevertheless, it did not happen to be one of the friendly and sarcastic cowboys that precipitated the crisis. A horse wrangler named Hurley, a man of bad repute, as much outlaw as anything, took up the bantering. "Say, Shefford, what in hell's your job here anyway?" he queried, as he kicked the cedar branch into the campfire. The brightening blaze showed him swarthy, unshaven, a large-featured, ugly man. "I've been doing odd jobs for Withers," replied Shefford. "Expect to drive pack trains in here for a while." "You must stand strong with these Mormons. Must be a Mormon yourself." "No," replied Shefford briefly. "Well, I'm stuck on your job. Do you need a packer? I can throw a diamond hitch better than any fellow in this country." "I don't need help." Maybe you'll take me over to see the ladies," he went on, with a coarse laugh. Shefford did not show that he had heard. Hurley waited, leering as he looked from the keen listeners to Shefford. "Want to have them all to yourself, huh?" he jeered. Shefford struck him, sending him tumbling heavily like a log. Hurley, cursing as he half rose, jerked his gun out. Nas Ta Bega, swift as light, kicked the gun out of his hand, and Joe Lake picked it up. Deliberately, the Mormon cocked the weapon and stood over Hurley. "Get up," he ordered, and Shefford heard the ruthless Mormon in him then. Hurley rose slowly. Joe prodded him in the middle with the cocked gun. Shefford, startled, expected the gun to go off. So did the others, especially Hurley, who shrank in panic from the dark Mormon. "Rustle," said Joe, and gave the man a harder prod. Assuredly, the gun did not have a hair trigger. "Joe, maybe it's loaded," protested one of the cowboys. Hurley shrank back and turned to hurry away, with Joe close after him. They disappeared in the darkness. A constrained silence was maintained around the campfire for a while. Presently, some of the men walked off and others began to converse. Everybody heard the sound of hoofs passing down the trail. The patter ceased, and in a few moments Lake returned. He still carried Hurley's gun. The crowd dispersed then. There was no indication of further trouble. However, Shefford and Joe and Nas Ta Bega divided the night in watches, so that someone would be wide awake. Early the next morning there was an exodus from the village of the better element among the visitors. "No fun hanging round here," one of them expressed it, and as good-naturedly as they had come, they rode away. 6 or 7 of the desperado class remained behind, bent on mischief, and they were reinforced by more arrivals from Stonebridge. They avoided the camp by the spring, and when Shefford and Lake attempted to go to them, they gave them a wide berth. This caused Joe to assert that they were up to some dirty work. All morning they lounged around under the cedars, keeping out of sight, and evidently the reinforcement from Stonebridge had brought liquor. When they gathered together at their camp, half drunk, all noisy, some wanting to swagger off into the village and others trying to hold them back, Joe Lake said grimly that somebody was going to get shot. Indeed, Shefford saw that there was every likelihood of bloodshed. "Reckon we'd better take to one of the cabins," said Joe. Thereupon the three repaired to the nearest cabin, and entering, kept watch from the windows. During a couple of hours, however, they did not see or hear anything of the ruffians. Then came a shot from over in the village, a single yell, and after that a scattering volley. The silence and suspense which followed were finally broken by hoofbeats. Nas Ta Bega called Joe and Shefford to the window he had been stationed at. From here they saw the unwelcome visitors ride down the trail to disappear in the cedars toward the outlet of the valley. Joe, who had numbered them, said all but one of them had gone. "Reckon he got it," added Joe. So indeed it turned out. One of the men, a well-known rustler named Harker, had been killed, by whom no one seemed to know. He had brazenly tried to force his way into one of the houses, and the act had cost him his life. Naturally, Shefford, never free from his civilized habit of thought, remarked apprehensively that he hoped this affair would not cause the poor women to be arrested again and haled before some rude court. "Law," grunted Joe, "there ain't any. The nearest sheriff is in Durango. That's Colorado. And he'd give us a medal for killing Harker. It was a good job, for it'll teach these rowdies a lesson." Next day the old order of life was resumed in the village, and the arrival of a heavily laden pack train under the guidance of Withers attested to the fact that the Mormons meant not only to continue to live in the valley, but also to build and plant and enlarge. This was good news to Shefford. At least the village could be made less lonely, and there was plenty of work to give him excuse for staying there. Furthermore, Withers brought a message from Bishop Kane to the effect that the young man was offered a place as a teacher in the school, in cooperation with the Mormon teachers. Shefford experienced no twinge of conscience when he accepted. It was the fourth evening after the never-to-be-forgotten moonlight ride to the valley that Shefford passed under the dark pinyon trees on his way to Fay Larkin's cottage. He paused in the gloom, and memory beset him. The 6 months were annihilated, and it was the night he had fled. But now all was silent. He seemed to be trying to drag himself back. A beginning must be made. Only how to meet her, what to say, what to conceal. He tapped on the door, and she came out. After all, it was a meeting vastly different from what his feeling made him imagine it might have been. She was nervous, frightened, as were all the other women, for that matter. She was alone in the cottage. He made haste to reassure her about the improbability of any further trouble, such as had befallen the last week. As he had always done on those former visits to her, he talked rapidly, using all his wit, and here his emotion made him eloquent. He avoided personalities, except to tell about his prospects of work in the village, and he sought above all to lead her mind from thought of herself and her condition. Before he left her, he had the gladness of knowing he had succeeded. When he said good night, he felt the strange falsity of his position. He did not expect to be able to keep up the deception for long. That roused him, and half the night he lay awake thinking. Next day he was the life of the work and study and play in that village. Kindness and goodwill did not need inspiration, but it was keen, deep passion that made him a plotter for influence and friendship. Was there a woman in the village whom he might trust in case he needed one? And his instinct guided him to her whom he had liked well, Ruth Jones, she had called herself at the trial, and when Shefford used the name, she laughed mockingly. Ruth was not very religious, and sometimes she was bitter and hard. She wanted life, and here she was a prisoner in a lonely valley. She welcomed Shefford's visits. He imagined that she had slightly changed, and whether it was the added 6 months with its trouble and pain, or a growing revolt, he could not tell. After a time, he divined that the inevitable retrogression had set in. She had not enough faith to uphold the burden she had accepted, nor the courage to cast it off. She was ready to love him. That did not frighten Shefford, and if she did love him, he was not so sure it would not be an anchor for her. He saw her danger, and then he became what he had never really been in all the days of his ministry, the real helper. Unselfishly, for her sake, he found power to influence her, and selfishly, for the sake of Fay Larkin, he began slowly to win her to a possible need. The days passed swiftly. Mormons came and went, though in the open day, as laborers, new cabins went up, and a store and other improvements. Some part of every evening Shefford spent with Fay, and these visits were no longer unknown to the village. Women gossiped, in a friendly way, about Shefford, but with jealous tongues about the girl. Joe Lake told Shefford the run of the village talk. Anything concerning the Sago-Lily, the droll Mormon took to heart. He had been hard hit, and he admitted it. Sometimes he went with Shefford to call upon her, but he talked little and never remained long. Shefford had anticipated antagonism on the part of Joe. However, he did not find it. Shefford really lived through the busy day for that hour with Fay in the twilight, and every evening seemed the same. He would find her in the dark, alone, silent, brooding, hopeless. Her mood did not puzzle him, but how to keep her from plunging deeper into despair baffled him. He exhausted all his power trying to do for her what he had been able to do for Ruth. Yet he failed. Something had blunted her. The shadow of that baneful trial hovered over her, and he came to sense a strange terror in her. It was mostly always present. Was she thinking of Jane Withersteen and Lassiter, left dead or imprisoned in the valley from which she had been brought so mysteriously? Shefford wearied his brain revolving these questions. The fate of her friends and the cross she bore, of these was tragedy born. But the terror that Shefford divined came of waiting for the visit of the Mormon whose face she had never seen. Shefford prayed that he might never meet this man. Finally he grew desperate. When he first arrived at the girl's home, she would speak. She showed gladness, relief, and then straightway she dropped back into the shadow of her gloom. When he got up to go, then there was a wistfulness, an unspoken need, an unconscious reliance in her reluctant good night. Then the hour came when he reached his limit. He must begin his revelation. "You never ask me anything, let alone about myself," he said. "I'd like to hear," she replied timidly. "Do I strike you as an unhappy man?" "No, indeed." "Well, how do I strike you?" This was an entirely new tack he had veered to. "Very good and kind to us women," she said. "I don't know about that. If I am so, it doesn't bring me happiness. Do you remember what I told you once about my being a preacher, disgrace, ruin, and all that, and my rainbow chasing dream out here after a lost girl?" "I remember all you said," she replied, very low. "Listen." His voice was a little husky, but behind it there seemed a tide of resistless utterance. "Loss of faith and name did not send me to this wilderness. But I had love, love for that lost girl, Fay Larkin. I dreamed about her till I loved her. I dreamed that I would find her, my treasure, at the foot of a rainbow. Dreams. When you told me she was dead, I accepted that. There was truth in your voice. I respected your reticence. But something died in me then. I lost myself, the best of me, the good that might have uplifted me. I went away, down upon the barren desert, and there I rode and slept and grew into another and a harder man. Yet, strange to say, I never forgot her, though my dreams were done. As I toiled and suffered and changed, I loved her. If not her, the thought of her more and more. Now I have come back to these walled valleys, to the smell of pinyon, to the flowers in the nooks, to the wind on the heights, to the silence and loneliness and beauty. And here the dreams come back, and she is with me always. Her spirit is all that keeps me kind and good, as you say I am. But I suffer. I long for her alive. If I love her dead, how could I love her living? Always I torture myself with the vain dream that she might not be dead. I have never been anything but a dreamer, and here I go about my work by day and lie awake at night with that lost girl in my mind. I love her. Does that seem strange to you? But it would not if you understood. Think. I had lost faith, hope. I set myself a great work, to find Fay Larkin. And by the fire and the iron and the blood that I felt it would cost to save her, some faith must come to me again. My work is undone. I've never saved her. But listen, how strange it is to feel now, as I let myself go, that just loving her and the living here in the wilderness that holds her somewhere have brought me hope again. Some faith must come too. It was through her that I met this Indian, Nas Ta Bega. He has saved my life, taught me much. What would I ever have learned of the naked and vast earth, of the sublimity of the wild uplands, of the storm and night and sun, if I had not followed a gleam she inspired? In my hunt for a lost girl, perhaps I wandered into a place where I shall find a God and my salvation. Do you marvel that I love Fay Larkin, that she is not dead to me? Do you marvel that I love her when I know, were she alive, chained in a canyon, or bound, or lost in any way, my destiny would lead me to her, and she should be saved. Shefford ended, overcome with emotion. In the dusk he could not see the girl's face, but the white form that had drooped so listlessly seemed now charged by some vitalizing current. He knew he had spoken irrationally. Still, he held it no dishonor to have told her he loved her as one dead. If she took that love to the secret heart of living Fay Larkin, then perhaps a spirit might light in her darkened soul. He had no thought yet that Fay Larkin might ever belong to him. He divined the crime. He had seen her agony, and this avowal of his was only one step toward her deliverance. Softly she rose, retreated into the shadow. "Forgive me if I disturb you, distress you," he said. "I wanted to tell you. She was somebody known to you. I am not happy. And are you happy? Let her memory be a bond between us. Good night." "Good night." Faint as the fairest whisper breathed her reply, and though it came from a child forced into womanhood, it whispered of girlhood not dead, of sweet incredulity, of amazed tumult, of a wondering, frantic desire to run and hide, of the bewilderment incident to a first hint of love. Shefford walked away into the darkness. The whisper filled his soul. Had a word of love ever been spoken to that girl? Never. Not the love which had been on his lips. Fay Larkin's lonely life spoke clearly in her whisper. End of chapter 12, part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Revelation, Part 2. Next morning, as the sun gilded the looming peaks and shafts of gold slanted into the valley, she came swiftly down the path to the spring. Shefford paused in his task of chopping wood. Joe Lake, on his knees, with his big hands in a pan of dough, lifted his head to stare. She had left off the somber black hood, and although that made a vast difference in her, still it was not enough to account for what struck both men. "Good morning," she called brightly. They both answered, but not spontaneously. She stopped at the spring and with one sweep of her strong arm filled the bucket and lifted it. Then she started back down the path and, pausing opposite the camp, set the bucket down. "Joe, do you still pride yourself on your sourdough?" she asked. "Reckon I do," replied Joe with a grin. "I've heard your boasts, but never tasted your bread," she went on. "I'll ask you to eat with us some day." "Don't forget," she replied. And then shyly she looked at Shefford. She was like the fresh dawn, and the gold of the sun shone on her head. "Have you chopped all that wood so early?" she asked. "Sure," replied Shefford, laughing. "I have to get up early to keep Joe from doing all the camp chores." She smiled, and then to Shefford she seemed to gleam, to be radiant. "It'd be a lovely morning to climb way high." "Why, yes, it would," replied Shefford awkwardly. "I wish I didn't have my work." "Joe, will you climb with me some day?" "I should smile I will," declared Joe. "But I can run right up the walls." "I reckon. Mary, it wouldn't surprise me to see you fly." "Do you mean I'm like a cañon swallow or an angel?" Then, as Joe stared speechlessly, she said good by, and taking up the bucket, went on with her swift, graceful step. "She's perked up," said the Mormon, staring after her. "Never heard her say more than yes or no till now." "She did seem bright," replied Shefford. He was stunned. What had happened to her? Today this girl had not been Mary, the sealed wife, or the Sago-Lily, alien among Mormon women. Then it flashed upon him. She was Fay Larkin. She who had regarded herself as dead had come back to life. In one short night, what had transformed her? What had taken place in her heart? Shefford dared not accept nor allow lodgment in his mind a thrilling idea that he had made her forget her misery. "Shefford, did you ever see her like that?" asked Joe. "Never." "Haven't you something to do with it?" "Maybe I have. I hope so." "Reckon you've seen how she's faded since the trial." "No," replied Shefford swiftly. "But I've not seen her face in daylight since then." "Well, take my hunch," said Joe soberly. "She's begun to fade like the canyon lily when it's broken. And she's going to die unless " "Why, man," ejaculated Shefford, "didn't you see " "Sure I see," interrupted the Mormon. "I see a lot you don't. She's so white you can look through her. She's grown thin all in a week. She doesn't eat. Oh, I know, because I've made it my business to find out. It's no news to the women, but they'd like to see her die, and she will die unless " "My God!" exclaimed Shefford, huskily. "I never noticed. I never thought. Joe, hasn't she any friends?" "Sure. You and Ruth and me. Maybe Nas Ta Bega, too. He watches her a good deal." "We can do so little when she needs so much." "Nobody can help her unless it's you," went on the Mormon. "That's plain talk. She seemed different this morning. Why, she was alive. She talked. She smiled. Shefford, if you cheer her up, I'll go to hell for you." The big Mormon, on his knees, with his hands in a pan of dough and his shirt all covered with flour, presented an incongruous figure of a man actuated by pathos and passion. Yet the contrast made his emotion all the simpler and stronger. Shefford grew closer to Joe in that moment. "Why do you think I can cheer her up, help her?" queried Shefford. "I don't know, but she's different with you. It's not that you're a Gentile, though, for all the women are crazy about you. You talk to her. You have power over her. Shefford, I feel that. She's only a kid." "Who is she, Joe? Where did she come from?" asked Shefford, very low, with his eyes cast down. "I don't know. I can't find out. Nobody knows. It's a mystery to all the younger Mormons, anyway." Shefford burned to ask questions about the Mormon whose sealed wife the girl was, but he respected Joe too much to take advantage of him in a poignant moment like this. Besides, it was only jealousy that made him burn to know the Mormon's identity, and jealousy had become a creeping, insidious, growing fire. He would be wise not to add fuel to it. He rejected many things before he thought of one that he could voice to his friend. "Joe, it's only her body that belongs to her soul is lost to John Shefford, let that go. My mind's tired. I've been taught so and I'm not bright. But after all, men are much alike. The thing with you and me is this: we don't want to see her grave." Love spoke there. The Mormon had seized upon the single elemental point that concerned him and his friend in their relation to this unfortunate girl. His simple, powerful statement united them. It gave the lie to his hint of denseness. It stripped the truth naked. It was such a wonderful, thought-provoking statement that Shefford needed time to ponder how deep the Mormon was. To what limit would he go? Did he mean that here, between two men who loved the same girl, class, duty, honor, creed were nothing if they stood in the way of her deliverance and her life? "Joe Lake, you Mormons are impossible," said Shefford deliberately. "You don't want to see her grave. So long as she lives, remains on the earth, white and gold like the flower you call her, that's enough for you. It's her body you think of, and that's the great and horrible error in your religion. But death of soul is infinitely worse than death of body. I have been thinking of her soul. So here we stand, you and I, you to save her life, I to save her soul. What will you do?" "Why, John, I'd turn Gentile," he said, with terrible softness. It was a softness that scorned Shefford for asking, and likewise It flung defiance at his creed and into the face of hell. Shefford felt the sting and the exaltation. "And I'd be a Mormon," he said. "All right, we understand each other. Reckon there won't be any call for such extremes. I haven't an idea what you mean, what can be done. But I say go slow, so we won't all find graves. First, cheer her up somehow. Make her want to live, but go slow, John, and don't be with her late." That night Shefford found her waiting for him in the moonlight, a girl who was as transparent as crystal clear water, who had left off the somber gloom with the black hood, who tremulously embraced happiness without knowing it, who was one moment timid and wild like a half-frightened fawn, and the next exquisitely half-conscious of what it meant to be thought dead, but to be alive, to be awakening, wondering, palpitating, and to be loved. Shefford lived the hour as a dream and went back to the quiet darkness under the cedars to lie wide-eyed, trying to recall all she had said. For she had talked as if utterance had long been dammed behind a barrier of silence. There followed other hours like that one, indescribable hours, so sweet they stung, and in which, keeping pace with his love, was the nobler stride of a spirit that more every day lightened her burden. The thing he had to do sooner or later was to tell her he knew she was Fay Larkin, not dead, but alive, and that, not love nor religion, but sacrifice, nailed her down to her martyrdom. Many and many a time he had tried to force himself to tell her, only to fail. He hated to risk ending this sweet, strange, thoughtless, girlish mood of hers. It might not be soon won back, perhaps never. How could he tell her what chains bound her? And so, as he vacillated between Joe's cautious advice to go slow and his own pity, the days and weeks slipped by. One haunting fear kept him sleepless half the night and sick even in his dreams, and it was that the Mormon whose sealed wife she was might come, surely would come, some night. Shefford could bear it, but what would the visit do to Fay Larkin? Shefford instinctively feared the awakening in the girl of womanhood, of deeper insight, of a spiritual realization of what she was, of a physical dawn. He might have spared himself needless torture. One day Joe Lake eyed him with penetrating glance. "Reckon you don't have to sleep right on that Stonebridge trail," said the Mormon significantly. Shefford felt the blood burn his neck and face. He had pulled his tarpaulin closer to the trail, and his motive was an open page to the keen Mormon. "Why?" asked Shefford. "There won't be any Mormons riding in here soon, by night, to visit the women," replied Joe bluntly. "Haven't you figured there might be government spies watching the trails?" "No, I haven't." "Well, take a hunch then," added the Mormon gruffly, and Shefford divined, as well as if he had been told, that warning word had gone to Stonebridge, gone despite the fact that Nas Ta Bega had reported every trail free of watchers. There was no sign of any spies, cowboys, outlaws, or Indians in the vicinity of the valley. A passionate gratitude to the Mormon overcame Shefford, and the unreasonableness of it, the nature of it, perturbed him greatly. But something hammered into his brain. If he loved one of these sealed wives, how could he help being jealous? The result of Joe's hint was that Shefford put off the hour of revelation, lived in his dream, helped the girl grow farther and farther away from her trouble, until that inevitable hour arrived when he was driven by accumulated emotion as much as the exigency of the case. He had not often walked with her beyond the dark shade of the pinyons round the cottage, but this night, when he knew he must tell her, he led her away down the path, through the cedar grove to the west end of the valley, where it was wild and lonely and sad and silent. The moon was full, and the great peaks were crowned as with snow. A coyote uttered his cutting cry. There were a few melancholy notes from a night bird of the stone walls. The air was clear and cold, with a tang of frost in it. Shefford gazed about him at the vast, uplifted, insulating walls, and that feeling of his, which was more than a sense, told him how walls like these, and the silence and shadow and mystery, had been nearly all of Fay Larkin's life. He felt them all in her. He stopped out in the open near the line where dark shadow of the wall met the silver moonlight on the grass, and here, by a huge flat stone where he had come often alone and sometimes with Ruth, he faced Fay Larkin in the spirit to tell her gently that he knew her, and sternly to force her secret from her. "Am I your friend?" he began. "Ah, my only friend," she said. "Do you trust me, believe I mean well by you, want to help you?" "Yes, indeed." "Well, then, let me speak of you. You know one topic we've never touched upon. You." She was silent and looked wonderingly, a little fearfully, at him, as if vague, disturbing thoughts were entering the fringe of her mind. "Our friendship is a strange one, is it not?" he went on. "How do I know? I never had any other friendship. What do you mean by strange?" "Well, I'm a young man. You're a married woman. We are together a good deal, and like to be." "Why is that strange?" she asked. Suddenly Shefford realized that there was nothing strange in what was natural. A remnant of sophistication clung to him, and that had spoken. He needed to speak to her in a way which in her simplicity she would understand. "Never mind strange. Say that I am interested in you, and, as you're not happy, I want to help you. And say that your neighbors are curious and oppose my idea. Why do they?" "They're jealous and want you themselves," she replied, with sweet directness. "They've said things I don't understand. But I felt they hated in me what would be all right in themselves." Here to simplicity she added truth and wisdom, as an Indian might have expressed them. Shame was unknown to her, and she had as yet only vague perceptions of love and passion. Shefford began to realize the quickness of her mind, that she was indeed awakening. "They are jealous, were jealous, before I ever came here. That's only human nature. I was trying to get to a point. Your neighbors are curious. They oppose me. They hate you. It's all bound up in the fact of your difference from them, your youth, beauty, that you're not a Mormon, that you nearly betrayed their secret at the trial in Stonebridge." "Please, please don't speak of that," she faltered. "But I must," he replied swiftly. "That trial was a torture to you. It revealed so much to me. I know you are a sealed wife. I know there has been a crime. I know you've sacrificed yourself. I know that love and religion have nothing to do with what you are. Now, is not all that true?" "I must not tell," she whispered. "But I shall make you tell," he replied, and his voice rang. "Oh, no, you cannot," she said. "I can, with just one word." Her eyes were great, starry, shadowy gulfs, dark in the white beauty of her face. She was calm now. She had strength. She invited him to speak the word, and the wistful, tremulous quiver of her lips was for his earnest thought of her. "Wait a little," said Shefford unsteadily. "I'll come to that presently. Tell me this. Have you ever thought of being free?" "Free?" she echoed, and there was singular depth and richness in her voice. That was the first spark of fire he had struck from her. "Long ago, the minute I was unwatched. I'd have leaped from a wall had I dared. Oh, I wasn't afraid. I'd love to die that way, but I never dared." "Why?" queried Shefford, piercingly. She was silent then. "Suppose I offered to give you freedom that meant life." I couldn't take it." "Why?" "Oh, my friend, don't ask me any more." "I know, I can see. You want to tell me. You need to tell me." "But I daren't." "Won't you trust me?" "I do, I do." "Then tell me." "No, no, oh no." The moment had come. How sad, tragic, yet glorious for him. It would be like a magic touch upon this lovely, cold, white ghost of Fay Larkin, transforming her into a living, breathing girl. He held his love as a thing aloof, and, as such, intangible because of the living death she believed she lived. It had no warmth and intimacy for them. What might it not become with a lightning flash of revelation? He dreaded, yet he was driven to speak. He waited, swallowing hard, fighting the tumultuous storm of emotion, and his eyes dimmed. "What did I come to this country for?" he asked, suddenly, in ringing, powerful voice. "To find a girl," she whispered. "I've found her." She began to shake. He saw a white hand go to her breast. "Where is Surprise Valley? How were you taken from Jane Withersteen and Lassiter? I know they're alive, but where?" She seemed to turn to stone. Fay Larkin, I know you," he cried brokenly. She slipped off the stone to her knees, swayed forward blindly, with her hands reaching out, her head falling back to let the moon fall full upon the beautiful, snow-white, tragically convulsed face. End of chapter 12, part 2. Chapter 13, part 1 of The Rainbow Trail by Zane Grey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Surprise Valley, part 1. Oh, I remember so well. Even now I dream of it sometimes. I hear the roll and crash of falling rock like thunder. We rode and rode. Then the horses fell. Uncle Jim took me in his arms and started up the cliff. Mother Jane climbed close after us. They kept looking back. Down there in the gray valley came the Mormons. I see the first one now. He rode a white horse. That was Tull. Oh, I remember so well. And I was 5 or 6 years old. We climbed up and up into the dark cañon and wound in and out. Then there was the narrow white trail, straight up, with little cut steps and the great red ruined walls. I looked down over Uncle Jim's shoulder. I saw Mother Jane dragging herself up. Uncle Jim's blood spotted the trail. He reached a flat place at the top and fell with me. Mother Jane crawled up to us. Then she cried out and pointed. Tull was way below, climbing the trail. His men came behind him. Uncle Jim went to a great, tall rock and leaned against it. There was a bloody hole in his hand. He pushed the rock. It rolled down, banging the loose walls. They crashed and crashed. Then all was terrible thunder and red smoke. I couldn't hear. I couldn't see. Uncle Jim carried me down and down, out of the dark and dust, into a beautiful valley, all red and gold, with a wonderful arch of stone over the entrance. I don't remember well what happened then, for what seemed a long, long time. I could feel how the place looked, but not so clear as it is now in my dreams. I seemed to see myself with the dogs, and with Mother Jane, learning my letters, marking with red stone on the walls. But I remember now how I felt when I first understood we were shut in forever, shut in Surprise Valley where Venters had lived so long. I was glad. The Mormons would never get me. I was 7 or 8 years old then. From that time all is clear in my mind. Venters had left supplies and tools and grain and cattle and burros, so we had a good start to begin life there. He had killed off the wildcats and kept the coyotes out, so the rabbits and quail multiplied till there were thousands of them, We raised corn and fruit and stored what we didn't use. Mother Jane taught me to read and write with the soft red stone that marked well on the walls. The years passed. We kept track of time pretty well. Uncle Jim's hair turned white, and Mother Jane grew gray. Every day was like the one before. Mother Jane cried sometimes, and Uncle Jim was sad because they could never be able to get me out of the valley. It was long before they stopped looking and listening for someone. Venters would come back, Uncle Jim always said, but Mother Jane did not think so. I loved Surprise Valley. I wanted to stay there always. I remembered Cottonwoods, how the children there hated me, and I didn't want to go back. The only unhappy time I ever had in the valley were when Ring and Whitey, my dogs, grew old and died. I roamed the valley. I climbed to every nook upon the mossy ledges. I learned to run up the steep cliffs. I could almost stick on the straight walls. Mother Jane called me a wild girl. We had put away the clothes we wore when we got there to save them, and we made clothes of skins. I always laughed when I thought of my little dress, how I grew out of it. I think Uncle Jim and Mother Jane talked less as the years went by, and after I learned all she could teach me, we didn't talk much. I used to scream into the caves just to hear my voice, and the echoes would frighten me. The older I grew, the more I was alone. I was always running round the valley. I would climb to a high place and sit there for hours doing nothing. I just watched and listened. I used to stay in the cliff dwellers' caves and wonder about them. I loved to be out in the wind, and my happiest time was in the summer storms with the thunder echoes under the walls. At evening it was such a quiet place. After the night bird's cry, no sound. The quiet made me sad, but I loved it. I loved to watch the stars as I lay awake. So it was beautiful and happy for me there till 2 years or more ago there was a bad storm, and one of the great walls caved. The walls were always weathering, slipping. Many and many a time have I heard the rumble of an avalanche, but most of them were in other cañon. This slide in the valley made it possible, Uncle Jim said, for men to get down into the valley, but we could not climb out unless helped from above. Uncle Jim never rested well after that, but it never worried me. One day, over a year ago, while I was across the valley, I heard strange shouts and then screams. I ran to our camp. I came upon men with ropes and guns. Uncle Jim was tied, and a rope was round his neck. Mother Jane was lying on the ground. I thought she was dead until I heard her moan. I was not afraid. I screamed and flew at Uncle Jim to tear the ropes off him. The men held me back. They called me a pretty cat. Then they talked together, and some were for hanging Lassiter. That was the first time I ever knew any name for him but Uncle Jim. And some were for leaving him in the valley. Finally they decided to hang him. But Mother Jane pleaded so, and I screamed and fought so that they left off. Then they went away, and we saw them climb out of the valley. Uncle Jim said they were Mormons, and some among them had been born in Cottonwoods. I was not told why they had such a terrible hate for him. He said they would come back and kill him. Uncle Jim had no guns to fight with. We watched and watched. In 5 days they did come back with more men, and some of them wore black masks. They came to our cave with ropes and guns. One was tall. He had a cruel voice. The others ran to obey him. I could see white hair and sharp eyes behind the mask. The men caught me and brought me before him. He said Lassiter had killed many Mormons. He said Lassiter had killed his father and should be hanged. But Lassiter would be let live, and Mother Jane could stay with him, both prisoners there in the valley. If I would marry the Mormon, I must marry him, accept the Mormon faith, and bring up my children as Mormons. If I refused, they would hang Lassiter, leave the heretic Jane Withersteen alone in the valley, and take me and break me to their rule. I agreed, but Mother Jane absolutely forbade me to marry him. Then the Mormons took me away. It nearly killed me to leave Uncle Jim and Mother Jane. I was carried and lifted out of the valley and rode a long way on a horse. They brought me here, to the cabin where I live, and I have never been away except that time to Stonebridge. Only little by little did I learn my position. Bishop Kane was kind but stern, because I could not be quick to learn the faith. I am not a sealed wife, but they're trying to make me one. The master Mormon, he visited me often at night till lately. He threatened me. He never told me a name except St. George. I don't know him, except his voice. I never saw his face in the light. Fay Larkin ended her story. Toward its close, Shefford had grown involuntarily restless, and when her last tragic whisper ceased, all his body seemed shaken with the terrible violence of his joy. He strode to and fro in the dark shadow of the stone. The receding blood left him cold, with a pricking, sickening sensation over his body, but there seemed to be an overwhelming tide accumulating deep in his breast, a tide of passion and pain. He dominated the passion, but the ache remained, and he returned to the quiet figure on the stone. "Fay Larkin," he exclaimed, with a deep breath of relief that the secret was disclosed. "So you're not a wife. You're free. Thank heaven. But I felt it was sacrifice. I knew there had been a crime. For crime it is. You child, you can't understand what crime. Oh, I almost wish you and Jane and Lassiter had never been found. But that's wrong of me. 1 year of agony that shall not ruin your life. Fay, I will take you away." "Where?" she whispered. "Away from this Mormon country, to the east," he replied, and he spoke of what he had known, of travel, of cities, of people, of happiness possible for a young girl who had spent all her life hidden between the narrow walls of a silent, lonely valley. He spoke swiftly and eloquently till he lost his breath. There was an instant of flashing wonder and joy on her white face, and then the radiance paled, the glow died. Her soul was the darker for that one strange, leaping glimpse of a glory not for such as she. "I must stay here," she said, shudderingly. "Fay, how strange to say Fay aloud to you. Fay, do you know the way to Surprise Valley?" "I don't know where it is, but I could go straight to it," she replied. "Take me there. Show me your beautiful valley. Let me see where you ran and climbed and spent so many lonely years." "Ah, how I'd love to, but I dare not. And why should you want me to take you? We can run and climb here." "I want to. I mean to save Jane Withersteen and Lassiter," he declared. She uttered a little cry of pain. "Save them?" "Yes, save them. Get them out of the valley. Take them out of the country, far away, where they and you—" "But I can't go," she wailed. "I'm afraid. I'm bound. It can't be broken. If I dared, if I tried to go, they would catch me. They would hang Uncle Jim and leave Mother Jane alone there to starve." "Fay, Lassiter and Jane both will starve. At least they will die there if we do not save them. You have been terribly wronged. You're a slave. You're not a wife." "They said I'd be burned in hell if I don't marry him. Mother Jane never taught me about God. I don't know. But he said God was there. I dare not break it." "Fay, you have been deceived by old men. Let them have their creed, but you mustn't accept it." "John, what is God to you?" "Dear child, I am not sure of that myself," he replied huskily. "When all this trouble is behind us, surely I can help you to understand and you can help me. The fact that you are alive, that Lassiter and Jane are alive, that I shall save you all, that lifts me up. I tell you, Fay Larkin will be my salvation." "Your words trouble me. Oh, I shall be torn one way and another. But, John, I daren't run away. I will not tell you where to find Lassiter and Mother Jane." "I shall find them. I have the Indian. He found you for me. Nas Ta Bega will find Surprise Valley." "Nas Ta Bega? Oh, I remember. There was an Indian with the Mormons who found us, but he was a Piute." "Nas Ta Bega never told me how he learned about you. That he learned was enough. And, Fay, he will find Surprise Valley. He will save Uncle Jim and Mother Jane." Fay's hands clasped Shefford's in strong, trembling pressure. The tears streamed down her white cheeks. A tragic and eloquent joy convulsed her face. "Oh, my friends, save them. But I can't go. Let them keep me. Let him kill me." "Him? Fay, he shall not harm you," replied Shefford in passionate earnestness. She caught the hand he had struck out with. "You talk, you look like Uncle Jim when he spoke of the Mormons," she said. "Then I used to be afraid of him. He was so different. John, you must not do anything about me. Let me be. It's too late. He and his men, they would hang you. And I couldn't bear that. I've enough to bear without losing my friend. Say you won't watch and wait for him." Shefford had to promise her. Like an Indian, she gave expression to primitive feeling, for it certainly never occurred to her that, whatever Shefford might do, he was not the kind of man to wait in hiding for an enemy. Fay had faltered through her last speech and was now weak and nervous and frightened. Shefford took her back to the cabin. "Fay, don't be distressed," he said. "I won't do anything right away. You can trust me. I won't be rash. I'll consult you before I make a move. I haven't any idea what I could do, anyway. You must bear up. Why, it looks as if you're sorry I found you." "Oh, I'm glad," she whispered. "Then if you're glad, you mustn't break down this way again. Suppose some of the women happen to run into us." "I won't again. It's only you. You surprised me. I used to think how I'd like you to know I wasn't really dead. But now it's different. It hurts me here. Yet I'm glad, if my being alive makes you a little happier." Shefford felt that he had to go then. He could not trust himself any further. "Good night, Fay," he said. "Good night, John," she whispered. "I promise to be good tomorrow." She was crying softly when he left her. Twice he turned to see the dim, white, slender form against the gloom of the cabin. Then he went on under the pinyons, blindly down the path, with his heart as heavy as lead. That night, as he rolled in his blanket and stretched wearily, he felt that he would never be able to sleep. The wind in the cedars made him shiver. The great stars seemed relentless, passionless, white eyes, mocking his little destiny and his pain. The huge shadow of the mountain resembled the shadow of the insurmountable barrier between Fay and him. Her pitiful, childish promise to be good was in his mind when he went to her home on the next night. He wondered how she would be, and he realized a desperate need of self-control. But that night Fay Larkin was a different girl. In the dark, before she spoke, he felt a difference that afforded him surprise and relief. He greeted her as usual, and then it seemed, though not at all clearly, that he was listening to a girl strangely and unconsciously glad to see him, who spoke with deeper note in her voice, who talked where always she had listened, whose sadness was there under an eagerness, a subdued gaiety as new to her, as sweet as it was bewildering. And he responded with emotion, so that the hour passed swiftly, and he found himself back in camp. in a kind of dream, unable to remember much of what she had said, sure of only this strange sweetness suddenly come to her. Upon the following night, however, he discovered what had wrought this singular change in Fay Larkin. She loved him, and she did not know it. How passionately sweet and sad and painful was that realization for Shefford. The hour spent with her then was only a moment. He walked under the stars that night, and they shed a glorious light upon him. He tried to think, to plan, but the sweetness of remembered word or look made mental effort almost impossible. He got as far as the thought that he would do well to drift, to wait till she learned she loved him, and then, perhaps, she could be persuaded to let him take her and Lassiter and Jane away together. And from that night he went at his work and the part he played in the village with a zeal and a cunning that left him free to seek Fay when he chose. End of chapter 13, part 1.